Okay, good morning, and welcome to your boardroom. Today is March 24th, and this is a meeting of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, and we welcome you here. And could we have roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Parks. Here. Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
And Supervisor Long.
Here. All right, thank you. Next, we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. And Mr. Zaragoza, Supervisor, would you?
Please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Now we have the minutes from our meeting of March 10th before us for consideration.
I would just, the word Lorena is spelled L-A and then R-E-I-N-A. So if we could just make that correction. And also on the sidewalk mention, as I understand it, if I understand it correctly, because it's kind of complex in that motion, we are not putting liens on any properties for 90 days from that vote. Is that how you read that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how I recall the motion.
Thank you. So just that one change to the spelling of Lorena.
Okay. Motion and a second. Please vote. That action has been approved. Next, we have agenda review. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Long. Item 13, Healthcare Agency approval of the Mental Health Services Act 3-year update. A revised Exhibit 1 has been submitted. Item 20, Public Works, approval of an agreement with Burlwood Heights Mutual Water Company. A revised board letter has been submitted. Item 24, Public Works, exchange of easement deeds, request removal from the agenda. Item 37, Public Works, acceptance of the California Park and Recreation Society 2014 Award of Excellence. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 39, Resource Management, public hearing regarding the adoption of a wireless communications facilities ordinance. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 40, Harbor Department, approval of an MOA with the City of Oxnard. 71 comment letters have been submitted.
Oh, 71.
Mm-hmm. Item 41, Human Services Agency, approval to establish 2 HSA Administrative Specialist 3 regular FTE positions. A revised board letter has been submitted. And all these documents have been posted on the web and or distributed. And that's it.
Okay. Okay, board members, need an action to adopt the agenda as revised. Unless there are any further revisions.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Great. Next up, we have our moment of inspiration. And as the board knows, this is March is Women's History Month. And we have had an opportunity to celebrate that throughout the month. And today I've invited our Claudia Harrison, our Executive Director of First Five of Ventura County. As we've celebrated throughout this month, it has been an opportunity to recognize the victories, the struggles, and the stories of women who've made our country what it is today. And weaving the stories of their lives in the fabric of our community and making a difference really is the recognition throughout the month. As you know, Ms. Harrison is Executive Director of First Five and designed the organizational infrastructure for the Commission, implementing the Commission's nationally recognized Neighborhood for Learning place-based initiative, integrating health, early learning, and family strengthening services for children and families. Prior to that, Ms. Harrison worked with Blue Cross of California. That's been ages ago, Claudia. We know her as our very wonderful First Five leader, and I know she's going to speak to us today on women in history and what the First Five Commission does for young women, very, very young women. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Tikkun olam. It's a Hebrew phrase that means repairing the world, making the world a better place. It's used generally in the context of social action and social justice, and it connotes that we all have a role to play, an obligation to repair the world. Interestingly enough, this term was codified in classic rabbinic literature in the year 200. It was translated there specifically as in the interest of public policy, and it referred to social policy providing extra protection to those potentially at a disadvantage, the year 200. I listened to a story the other day. It was about an elderly man who was planting a seedling of an orange tree. Someone much younger came up to him and said, "Why are you bothering to plant that? By the time it has grown, you will be long gone." And the elderly man responded, "When I was young, I had fresh fruit to eat because someone who came before me planted the trees. Am I then not obligated to plant a tree for those who will come after me?" I think of my own grandparents who made the world a better place for their own children. They were in survival mode, and survive they did. They were immigrants. My maternal grandmother fled Eastern Europe and sailed across the ocean with my grandfather in steerage class, pregnant with my mom at the time. Why? To see her children have a better life. My father's mom was a young widow of 40 with 3 children during the Depression years. She had come from Russia when she was younger, but not from a family of means. What did she do? She sold chickens, eggs, and pawned her one thing of value, her wedding ring, so that she could feed her children and see them have a better life. There are many today who are doing the same thing in Ventura County, but it's a different world and much harder to do alone. I know you know the numbers, but every time I see them, I am again astounded. 16% of children live in poverty in Ventura County, a number that has steadily risen since 2006. As might be expected for younger families, the rate is slightly higher for children birth to 5, almost 18%. But what's most troubling is that 16% is the average. The range is 3% to 33%. There are areas of our beautiful county where 1 in 3 children are living in poverty. Children are our future. We say it so often, though, that sometimes it just sounds like an expression and it loses its meaning. But I think we know that our future truly depends on the healthy development of our generation to come. A thriving Ventura County does depend on what we do for our children today. Child abuse and neglect, homelessness, they often go hand in hand with poverty. The literature calls these adverse childhood experiences. And what we now know from brain research is that these experiences cause what is known as toxic stress. These experiences get in the way of healthy development. Neuroscience tells us that they can also lead to permanent changes in the development of the brain and have long-term effects on learning, behavior, and health across the lifespan. I can cite more studies, more numbers, more reasons to be concerned, but for me, it boils down to this. Children growing up in poverty is just wrong. I went to the West Coast Natural Foods Expo a few weeks ago to help out a friend who has been working hard to bring her product to market. I've been helping her out for the past 4 years, and each year I'm amazed at how the natural foods industry grows exponentially. But this year, as I walked the aisles upon aisles, the halls upon halls, the floors upon floors, seeing big companies and small enterprises developing new products, it really hit me hard. I wondered, how is it possible that we can develop all of this but can't seem to figure out how to keep children from growing up in poverty and going to bed hungry? Personally, I believe we can figure it out. We just have to want to, and we have to do it together. It's too big for simple solutions, but not insurmountable. My late husband was an inspired cook. Many people referred to him as a gourmet chef, but as I watched him look up 3 different recipes and create a 4th, I knew that he was truly inspired. He knew what he wanted to create and creatively put together different solutions to get him there. We too can be inspired. We can look at 3 or 4 or maybe 25 different ways to change the course for children in poverty in Ventura County. We can make sure that children get their basic needs met, have a safe and healthy environment to grow up in, have access to a high-quality education, and have a sense of hope. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Let's do it together. Tikkun Olam. Thank you.
Thank you,
Extremely
Claudia.
honored to have this opportunity this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very, thank you. Very thoughtful, very heartfelt. And I know you live and breathe the passion of the work you do with and for all of us in the county. Thank you.
And very inspirational, just what we're looking for in the morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Board members, we have our consent agenda items 10 through 28. As the CEO mentioned, 24 has been pulled, and the other changes. Any other changes on the consent agenda? Okay, then we'll need an action on it. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we have public comments, and we do have some public comment speakers. I again welcome you to your boardroom, and please, we'll start with Cece Casey. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Long and Supervisors Mike Powers. NAMI Advocacy Committee is promoting Laura's Law, and I'm on that committee. I hope this will also be inspiring. Laura's Law, a court-ordered assisted outpatient treatment program, became a law in California in 2002, which many other counties have now successfully implemented. It is a tool to assist a subgroup of people with severe mental illness to gain access to treatment. They lack insight and cycle in and out of hospitals, jails, homelessness, and who are unable to care for themselves in the community. Many have no shelter, are victimized, languish in jail or warehouse in institutions and left untreated to suffer with critical issues such as isolation, brain deterioration, other serious health issues, hopelessness, suicide, death, and a great deal of societal stigma. The intent of Proposition 63, the Mental Health Service Act, was to treat the seriously mentally ill and to not care for the severely mentally ill who are the sickest of the sick is unconscionable. Laura's Law is a Mental Health Service Act funded program that provides accountability that is lacking in the seriously mentally ill programs designed by Ventura County Behavioral Health Department. The court system, by using evidence-based practices with fidelity to the preferred model, holds the providers accountable in delivering supports and services, and it is a first step in addressing a flawed system. The Mental Health Service Act promise to the taxpayers of California was to create a dedicated funding stream for the severely mentally ill with built-in accountability system to ensure effective use of funds. A decade has passed since the voters passed Proposition 63, and the 2015 Little Hoover's report, who reports to our governor, states that the Mental Health Service Act billing practices cannot be accounted for. Who is being served is not clear, and the outcomes are unclear. Assisted outpatient treatment allows courts to direct those who meet a defined criteria with severe mental illness to accept treatment as a condition for living in the community. And it allows courts to order the mental health system to provide needed treatment. Implementing Laura's Law would require startup funds in the short run. However, increases in the community services are more than offset by reduced hospital costs and incarceration costs. Judge Anderson, who spoke at the Laura's Law Work Group Committee, reported that substantial costs to counties are saved wherever Laura's Law is implemented. Laura's Law would be a tremendous step forward for our community and for a small subgroup of people with severe mental illness who lack insight to finally gain access to treatment. It is an effective piece of legislation with accountability measures to the taxpayers and to the people who suffer with severe mental illness. Laura's Law is a compassionate, least restrictive, responsible, cost-effective mental health treatment for people who meet a defined criteria who have already failed on voluntary treatment. Please adopt Laura's Law now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey, for your advocacy. Jeff Lyon. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Jeff Lyon. I was born and raised here in Ventura County. I went to Nordhoff High School while Supervisor Bennett wasn't my counselor. We were there at the same time.
Oh, my. Have you recovered?
Then I got to go to Ventura College and transferred to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, where I got my master's in civil and environmental engineering, and finally got my professional engineer's license in civil engineering. I now live in Ojai Valley with my wonderful wife, my 3-year-old son, and 7-month-old little daughter. And I enjoyed growing up in this county and loved the idea of raising my family in this county. In our free time, my family likes to work on our home and play with the kids in the backyard, and my son really likes to go to Daddy's work to play on the tractors. My work, I'm a co-owner of CD Line Incorporated. We are a energy industry construction contractor. Our main office is in Ventura, right off Ventura Avenue, and we consistently employ between 150 and 200 people. They're great people to work with, and they're from all over Ventura County. Like me, these wonderful people have their families, friends, homes, and hobbies in this wonderful county, and they enjoy the horseback riding, surfing, hiking, everything that this county has to offer. As a team, we strive to produce oil, gas, and energy in an environmentally sensitive way and be good stewards of our community. And I'm here to just introduce myself and my coworkers to put a face to us. I know that, when we're talking about energy, sometimes it can be a big, faceless corporate company, but there are good small companies and people in this community that do the best we can to take care of our community. We work in the same mountain, or hike in the same mountains, swim in the same oceans, and eat out of the same agricultural fields that we work in. So we just wanted to introduce ourselves and for your consideration and put a face to us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nice of you to introduce yourself.
Yes.
Good to see you again.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Mary Hafner.
Good morning. My name is Mary Hafner. I live in Ventura. I'm here to speak about Laura's Law. As a governing body charged with approving policy that involves the delivery of health services to our citizens, I urge you to implement assisted outpatient treatment through Laura's Law for our most severely mentally ill. Independent research and studies across the board have shown that when all data points have been evaluated, AOT saves counties money. A recent status report in a similar law in New York called Kendra's Law has shown that AOT has resulted in greater efficiencies and the conservation of judicial, clinical, and administrative resources. It has improved the lives of many, and it has allowed these individuals the opportunity to be partners in their treatment and therefore realize recovery. If you say no to Laura's Law, there will continue to be no intersection between clinical research and the county's treatment protocols and policy as it relates now to mentally ill people. The harmful status quo of medical service delivery that discriminates against our most seriously ill because it does not provide medically necessary treatment will continue. Ventura County does not have a single community program to help individuals who will not accept voluntary services. 100% of the county's services are for those well enough to know they need help. Those who are sicker, who are not well enough to accept services voluntarily, which includes approximately half of those who suffer from the most serious mental illnesses. They get incarcerated, involuntarily hospitalized, committed, or they are homeless. We have criminalized mental illness, and that is unconscionable. People with serious mental illness are not afforded the same fidelity to treatment as other people with illness, and there can be no health, fiscal, or public policy-related justification of the current system. A system that leaves our most ill untreated, drains county resources, and perpetuates stigma and resulting discrimination, relegating those who need help the most to the back of the line to receive ineffective treatments. For many counties across the nation, AOT has changed this. Ventura County has had the option to adopt Laura's Law since 2002 when it was passed by the California legislature. Without Laura's Law, Ventura County continues to absorb financial loss stemming from untreated mental illness, and resources continue to be wasted as the county's emergency crisis services, inpatient psychiatric services, law enforcement, jails, and the criminal justice systems are stretched thin to deal with untreated illness. Have you measured the health outcomes of our most ill in the current county mental health system as it pertains to our most seriously ill? No one with severe mental illness gets better when they are denied access to appropriate treatment and then relegated to a revolving door of involuntary inpatient environments, which include jails, prisons, and temporary psychiatric hospital stays, and involuntary outpatient environments, which include police encounters, law enforcement, and homelessness. The way we treat people with severe mental illness is a national tragedy, and the laws that pertain to them have been a colossal failure. This county has thus far failed to meet its obligation to serve our most vulnerable and psychiatrically disabled population in order to prevent rehospitalization, incarcerations, homelessness, suicide, and violence, and to protect the general public as well. We can change this with Laura's Law. If you say no to Laura's Law, civil liberties will continue to be denied to those with untreated illness, unremitting psychosis, and social isolation. There is nothing civil about allowing a mentally ill person to remain lost in disease, psychotic on the street, homeless, or incarcerated. And there is nothing right about allowing someone who is too mentally incapacitated to make a decision about their treatment to fall headlong into a severe psychotic deterioration before we take action. Far from respecting civil liberties, the current obstacles to treating those with severe mental illness completely destroy a person's liberty. Laura's Law can change this. If you say no to Laura's Law, equity and justice will continue to be non-existent for the seriously mentally ill. No other group suffers more socially acceptable discrimination and disadvantage. The fact that we have to stand up here and vociferously advocate for evidence-based treatment for our most ill is testament to this discrimination. Serving those who need it the most should be the core function of the mental health department. We have a moral obligation and ethical obligation to care for the most ill among us. For those with serious impairment of mental functioning and an inability to understand they need treatment, the humane approach requires we help them relieve the symptoms of mental illness. This is the right thing to do, and I urge you to implement Laura's Law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hafner,
Madam
again for
Chair.
your advocacy and the advance letters you've written on this subject. Appreciate your input and your expertise and review
Madam
of
Chair,
it.
since we have two people in the room, could we just ask the CEO or the head of our behavioral health department, it is time for us to have a public discussion about the issue of Laura's laws. And so could we find out when is the report coming back on Laura's Law? At least a ballpark for the benefit of the speakers?
Yeah. So Elaine Crandall, who's Behavioral Health Director, is coming up.
Thank you. I was checking in with Ratan. Our next meeting with the subgroup is going to be next week. I'm going to say Wednesday or Thursday. They'll be discussing a little bit more, and they may at that time choose to have one more meeting. Then they'll make a recommendation to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Then at that time, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board will take that into consideration and make a recommendation to your board. So my guess will be around June, July timeframe, possibly August, that quarter.
Anything else, Supervisor?
That's fine.
I was wondering, since you're here, we just had an incredibly inspiring meeting as far as I'm concerned about 2 weeks ago. Not specific to Laura's Law, but specific to the issues of the individuals who you feel aren't getting any help at all. And just, the fact of what Ms. Crandall put together and a little bit of what we are anticipating in the future as a result. Is it all right for you to give us a little bit of a briefing on that? I think it would be very beneficial to folks who feel like there's nothing out there.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Parks, I'm not sure.
Is that the meeting with the other hospitals?
Okay.
On the
Yes.
ICU,
Yes.
which is where people with
Yes.
severe
Thank
mental
you.
illness and
Thank you. As you know, our IPU is first transitioning over to a psychiatric emergency service, which will be a great benefit to the community. However, as good as it is, it will still be inefficient for the demand that's happening out in the community, for people with severe mental illness. And so a group of people from the private hospitals and from our system have come together to try to tackle what other options might we have to look at how we can tackle this problem together. We've had one meeting, and it was encouraging to see the openness and the willingness of everybody to think outside the box. I'm sorry, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but they did come up with 3 or 5 priority items that they're going to revisit again in April. The date is not yet set.
And there are
it is
plans,
a community effort at this point.
And the county does have plans in terms of, with it, like you were saying, the emergency psychiatric aspect and remodeling the IPU so that
Yes.
it can take in more patients, and also that we have not just 5150s, people who have to be unfortunately locked up because of their danger to themselves or others, but also being able to treat even those who are, not a threat, but still very much need to have immediate assistance.
The benefit of that particular transition to the psychiatric emergency service will be that we'll be able to help people through a 23-hour period. So it will replace the A&R. If you recall, the assessment and referral process was such that someone would come in, they would be assessed whether or not they should go into the locked inpatient unit or not. This gives a better option. It gives us the opportunity to treat with people and have a longer time to provide not just assessment but treatment, and hopefully actually reduce the number that go into the IPU and have a stronger warm handoff into our outpatient system or into any other system that they require.
And I realize this would be a good presentation if we could have in the future, and this is just very briefly, but the idea that we don't want anyone to slip through the cracks. And
Absolutely.
not to say either way on Laura's Law, but just that there is definite movement and understanding that we need to do more.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things within the department, too, is we're taking a good hard look at every single thing that we're doing. And, Edward Deming, as you know, I love Lean Six Sigma. His philosophies begin with the end in mind. So we are looking at the end. What is it that we're trying to accomplish as a department, and what are the pathways to get there? And we are definitely taking into consideration every type of service need required out there.
And the idea that we now are partnering with all the different hospitals, which I think is really key, that they had their people who work with mentally ill in that room too all together. I think that helps so much. We just want to make sure that there is that open door for people with mental illness. No one gets turned away.
Absolutely.
And Madam Chair, just to add a little bit for that being a new member of the advisory board, that's being discussed thoroughly in the behavior advisory board, and I think those are some of the items that we need to look at closely and see how we can implement some of those programs. I just want to share that I'm new on that board, and we discussed it a couple of times already, but I think that's on the agenda, and I think those items are going to be thoroughly discussed.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor.
Well, I just want to thank the two public speakers
Right.
that just remind us
Absolutely.
of your position, certainly on Laura's Law, and I'm looking forward to having this get back to the board for a good decision by the board.
Well, and I very much appreciate that it's come, it's being fully discussed and worked on by the community and the advocates and the mental health board, in addition to the working group. So it comes to us with thoughtful, honest dialogue. Yeah.
Yes, I do too.
Okay, board members, anything else on that? Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Ms. Crandall. Thank you to our public speakers. Anyone, I don't have any further public comment cards? Oh, I have one. Is that a public comment card? No? Okay. Okay. All right, then that concludes public comment. There's been a request by the supervisor that we hear item on the harbor ahead of the rest of our agenda, and it's item 40, and that is to have the discussion on the MOA for the development and operation of the county's Channel Islands Harbor with the City of Oxnard for a period of 10 years, and I will invite up our Harbor Director, Lynn Krieger, to give us a staff report.
I'm going to open it up if that's okay, Chair Long.
And Mr. Powers would like to open it up.
Thank you, Chair Long. Just real quick, thank you, and this is a report back and presentation of the agreement negotiated with the City of Oxnard. Just wanted to update the situation. Of course, the City Council took action last week, and Ms. Krieger is going to walk through some key points in responding to views and concerns addressed by the Council and the community, as well as spell out the public input process, because that can be kind of confusing, and so walk through the opportunity the community to have input on the development in the harbor, on current projects as well as future projects, and then propose a recommendation in terms of the number of terms in the agreement that reflects, we think, consistently with what the City Council did and their actions last week. So with that, and I just want to thank Lynn and her team, as well as Oxnard and their team, City Manager Greg Nyhoff, Matt Winiger, and Ashley Dunning for their work in negotiating this agreement. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lynn. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
Mr. Powers, Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department. And I think we have for distribution to you, and there are copies for the public right behind me if members of the public would like to pick one up. Copies of the PowerPoint, that was just finished yesterday. So we're here today to review the current status of the replacement memorandum of agreement between the City of Oxnard and the county. As you know, you're all familiar with the SIRE system. The board letter and documents that you have been in the system since March 4th. So what you have in your packets is the originally submitted item. So we are here with an update, and I'd like to say that I see Matt Winiger, who is also part of the staff, and Mayor Flynn are also here. In the past, we have reviewed the origin, the public purpose of the 1963 agreement. And just as a reminder, under this agreement, the county agreed to annex the harbor land area into the city. The city in exchange agreed to provide infrastructure and limited services, some parks, parking lots, lighting, streets, sewer, in the early years of the harbor development. The agreement also entitled the city to receive the local tax revenue, just as they do. It's no different than any other property that's within the city limits. This was essentially a management agreement between the county and the city that had to do with who maintained the restrooms, who did the capital reinvestment, who bore various expenses. What we were trying to do, what we were directed to do, is as much as possible to replace the agreement and try and make it clearer and simpler. The agreement as you received it, and I just want to comment that the staff on both sides felt very comfortable with what was originally brought forward first to the City Council last week. The agreement highlights that it included the maintenance of parks within the harbor that are in the city's parks inventory, along with the adjacent parking lots. They would be provided, the service would be provided much as they are now. The city would continue to maintain the street lights. They are public streets in the city's inventory. They're dedicated streets. There would be proposed new public parks and streets, if any, would be the responsibility of the county, of the Harbor Department, unless the city accepted them into their inventory after review. Capital improvements desired by the county within city parks would be funded by the county but maintained by the city if they accepted them. Public safety services, of course, remained the same. We're within the city limits. Planning review under the agreement as drafted remained the same, with the Public Works Plan as the standard of review as designated by the Coastal Act, and building permits provided by the city at the county's discretion, with any amendments to the city's local coastal plan processed by the city and funded by the county. The county's current and continuing outreach program, which we'll go over, was defined, and the city agreed that any fees that were charged to the county would be at the same rate that are charged to any other applicants for any kind of permits. We also agreed to require lessees, as we currently do, to pay the city's business license tax as part of their responsibilities as public citizens. And then the city agreed to provide water services once the CSD county agreement expired, again at the county's request. There were exhibits on the report, and these I'd suggest have not been a subject of any controversy. What this spells out is, very quickly, the yellow are the roads, the blue are the parking lots, and the green are the city parks. These are areas of the city's responsibility that we just tried to clarify, because in the old agreement, all the staff agreed that it would be helpful to have some clarity. Just because the agreement specifies that those areas under lease or to be under lease, which is the green, would not be the subject of any city responsibilities. This was just for clarification. And then there's the city's parks inventory and an identification of which parks within the harbor are currently city parks. This is a little bit hard to read because it's so small, so I have it divided in two. But this outlines the planning process primarily for new construction in the harbor. Renovation of existing structures is a little different. But the way it starts is kind of on the upper right. It's so long it's a little hard to fit. It would be on multiple pages. So the board reviews and approves the RFP content for the developers. That's obviously in public. Several of you, all of you who are here today, I think, have been through that at least once. The developer submits qualifications. The board authorizes negotiation once those qualifications are submitted. The board ultimately approves the lease. Of course, all of these things are done in public. They just authorize moving ahead. After that point, project concepts are prepared. There's a board hearing and public outreach, which you can see adjacent neighborhood groups with a misplaced D, I see now. Harbor lessees and tenants, adjacent public agencies. It's up on the website. Those comments are synthesized. The project is revised. Then there's a statement of environmental factors. That statement is also released for public comment. The comments are synthesized and any project revisions are made. Notices are posted. Comments on the revised project are submitted to the board for authorization to submit it to the Coastal Commission. And then, of course, the Coastal Commission has its own public process, which
Could I interrupt?
Fairly extensive.
This is the
Yes.
planning process?
Yes.
I'm not really seeing where the planning is.
Oh, this is actually, no, this is the public outreach process. It should say
Okay,
public process.
it says
Yeah.
planning process, and I was trying to think, usually you have standards and guidelines.
Right, and we didn't, those are
Okay.
adopted by the board.
This
and
is
then
just the
that-
public outreach, not
Right,
planning.
this is
Thank you.
kind of the flow chart
Got
for
it.
how the documents move through the process. We'll relabel that. That's a good point. Thank you very much. There have also been some questions about the status of pending projects and how do they fit here. And that, of course, includes Fisherman's Wharf, Casa Serena Lobster Trap, and X3, which is on the west side. Those lease negotiations are nearly complete. There's a little confusion because the exclusive rights agreements have expired in February. But rather than come to your board and extend them again, we're nearly done. We believe the hotel lease will be coming forward to the board in about 30 days just because it takes time to get through the process. Fisherman's Wharf will come forward within 30 days or so after the hotel. And then public comments will be submitted to the board and out to the public for comment in early summer. What we are coming forward with today is the, at the city,
Lynn,
yes.
before you continue.
Yes.
The Fisherman's Wharf and the Peninsula
Yes.
projects are already in the mail and getting ready to
Right.
come. What you're talking about, the new concept of having community input just for all new projects after
Right.
this particular project, 'cause this is already in existence, is almost completed. Is that
Right,
correct?
and all of these steps will apply just as they always do to those projects, like any other
So we can
projects.
have community input and
Correct.
to see what they're looking for and what they see fit and might go over it.
Correct. There
Okay.
is a requirement in the agreements with the developers that they must do outreach to the adjacent communities.
Okay.
And that applies to those who are already in the mill.
Yes,
We certainly have a full public process
yes.
agreement with them.
So the memorandum of agreement that I just reviewed attached to this board letter went to the city council last week. You've all seen in the paper. And the two task force members on the city council commented that they could accept the maintenance provisions, the capital reinvestment responsibilities, public safety, all of those things as outlined. And those are mainly in items 1 through 10 in the agreement, but they preferred to have items 11 through 21 removed from the agreement. The city manager that night, responsibly commented that it's a two-party agreement and he didn't feel comfortable excising half of the agreement, recommending to the council that they could excise half of it and then forward it to the board since there'd been no notice to you or to us. And so the agreement was declined. But we have since, beginning Tuesday night after the council meeting, but through Wednesday and Thursday, been working with county council, the CEO's office extensively. Told Mike I've talked to him more in the last week than in the last 3 years. We've been kind of tag teaming, all the time, and evaluated those parts of the agreement to see whether they would do any harm to the county. And we felt that it would not. There were some technical corrections regarding the CSD. Jared Bouchard, who you all know from the CSD, also spoke. But other than that, we didn't see any difficulty. So the items proposed for elimination, and these are also in your packet, and I'll go through them relatively quickly because it's a long list. Item 11 is that the parties agree that the Public Works Plan, as certified by the Coastal Commission, approved by your board, that if projects conform to that Public Works Plan, it is not necessary for the city to comment. On 12, the county agreed to submit any proposals development on land side to the city staff for comments and to the extent required by law for the city to approve. 13 said that any development would be reviewed by the county for conformance with both the Public Works Plan and the county's local coastal plan in consultation with the Coastal Commission, and anything that required amendment to the city's LCP would be submitted to the city by the county after consultation. And then the city agrees as expeditiously as they can to process it. That doesn't mean approve it necessarily, but to process it. 14 was that the county agreed to follow the public outreach protocol that we currently follow, and we agreed to put that in writing and in this agreement so that the public could be assured that at least that minimum standard is met. 15, the city agreed to consult with the county and submit any changes to the city's LCP that affect the area around the harbor, just so we know it's happening. 16 says that the city will continue processing building permits to the extent the county prefers to process through the city. And the same with 17, that the parties agree that the permits could be processed, but that no permit for construction within Channel Islands Harbor will be issued by the city without the county's prior consent. Usually that's in the form of a signature on the building application, and that's just to make sure that the project being permitted conforms to what the Coastal Commission approved and what the lease allows, so that there's no permits being issued without the county's knowledge. 18 was before issuing a permit, the city reviews all plans presented for conformance to the city's building and safety requirements. 19, the city agrees that its fees to the county or to its lessees will be the same as they charge anywhere else in the city. 20, the county agrees to require its lessees and tenants to comply with the city's business tax fees. And 21, that upon expiration of the CIB-CSD agreement, the city agrees to allow the county to connect and receive city water. So those would be the removed items. The technical modifications for the CSD and these were just, I think, errors. It was looking toward the future. The water and sewer systems currently are owned by the CSD, and this says they shall become that they will be conformed to city standards. Actually, they conform to the CSD standards. Here, connections may be required by the CSD. A small part of 21 that also was not terribly controversial was moved here. The CSD has seen this language. Jared has and is all right with it. Capital reinvestment, same thing here, and parking. Water and sewer systems are left out because they are not currently the entire responsibility of the city. They're the responsibility of the CSD. So these are just corrections to the previous agreement. Yes, Supervisor Parks.
The city is providing water service? I thought
The
that
city
was
is not currently.
But isn't that what that says?
It says...
The city...
The county shall be responsible for the cost of any new water or wastewater services or connections as may be required by the CSD or sought by the county for new development until expiration or termination of the CSD agreement, at which time the county, at the county's discretion, may construct connection infrastructure to the city water system as approved by the city at the county's cost. And
the city shall provide water services for all Channel Islands Harbor users?
After expiration of the agreement and if the county decides it prefers city service.
But isn't the water provided by the community service district out there to the Channel Islands Harbor?
Ironically, it's actually provided mostly by the city, but wheeled through the CSD. But all this says is, if you go back to the beginning, that this will be required by the CSD until expiration or termination of the agreement, at which time the county could potentially receive water service from the city. So with those changes, the board options are the following. The first is no action at all, which the result is no agreement. The second is to adopt the agreement as originally presented and in your board packet, but that has already been rejected by the City of Oxnard. And third is to adopt a revised agreement responding to comments from City Council members, public speakers, and the CIB-CSD.
I was just asking because I don't know if I've seen those changes. It's just in the PowerPoint today that we're getting them?
I do have a red one.
Okay, I just haven't had a chance to read that yet.
And again, there are copies for the public.
And were these changes also at the Oxnard City Council?
The removal of 11 to 21, yes, was what the council, and most of them have the exact same language. The emails that were all received, the 70, did you say, Brian? 71 emails that were received all request the removal, except for one. All 70 of the 71 request removal of 11 through 21, which is what we were discussing today.
I was just asking if the changes that were made, for example, to 6, that we haven't received till now.
Right.
But the Oxnard City Council has seen the changes?
No. The Challenge Beach Community Services District stood up last week and requested the changes.
Oh, okay.
But they were just made since that time, and that didn't appear to be an item of controversy. It's a correction to the facts.
Sorry.
That's
Other
okay.
questions?
No problem if there are no other questions.
Is that completion of your staff
It is.
report? Thank you, Director Krieger.
And
yes.
has that always been the case that the county is responsible for the cost of any new water or wastewater service required by the district?
Yes. Yes, it has. Well, I can't speak to always, but for the last 20 years, yes.
It just seems kind of like the tail wagging the dog a little bit, that we're required to do what the district tells us.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, it's like any agreement for development. We're treated as any other developer, that if we want to build a new office, a new restroom, then we must conform to their requirements at our expense.
Okay, Supervisor, we have public comments card, but you'd like to speak first?
I'd like to share a couple of comments before public comments, and I want to thank, first of all, Lynn Krieger and Mr. Mike Powers and the City of Oxnard, Mr. Nyhoff, and the rest of the team that worked on this agreement. But as we know, last Tuesday, the City Council voted down the MOU 4-0, and they voted down this agreement 4-0, and my understanding is that Oxnard residents expressed a disagreement with the section that's called Planning, Building, and Tax Certificates, which number 11 through 21 in the agreement. Local residents wanted changes that were not included in that MOU, and they felt that the city was not addressing their concerns that they have with the county harbor development process. So the residents were especially concerned with item 14, and I'm not going to read item 14, but it talked a little bit about whenever the county proposes a new development on land in the Channellands Harbor that consists of new building uses, they want to have a say-so on that. One of the number one concerns that the residents had was that they had no input in what's going to be developed at the harbor until after an RFP was put forward. They wanted to have an opportunity to say what they should be constructed and what they want constructed in parcels over at the harbor from the County of Ventura before making a final decision. Residents wanted included this part in the MOU. I have told them, and I met with quite a few of the residents and stakeholders and business owners, that I'm going to work with them towards that goal. I've been calling this item a pre-review process, and I noticed that a pre-review or vision process or conceptual idea or an early input, and I see that Lynn had her flow chart here on the process that we're looking at. One of the things that I would like to see is move that project conceptual prepared up to the top, to have the residents look at that, what we're proposing there and what we're looking at, to have input from the community. And this is, I think we're going in the right direction if we move that part that says project concept, and that's in the flow chart. If you want to show that, Lynn, the one that you have up there. And if we have a project concept prepared, it would be a good idea to move that up there. So this way they have an opportunity to see what is being proposed, and before that project comes up, before it comes for approval before the Board of Supervisors. And we can call it a vision process, we can call it a conceptual process, or just early input by the community. I would like to share with the board that in the future, once we have those type of projects come in, that I'd like to have community inputs and comments go out to the public and share with them, hey, this is what we're looking for. This is, what do you think? Give us your ideas, and then go from there. I want everybody to know there at the Channellands Harbor that they are going to have an opportunity to have input in any future plans, to share with us what they want and what they feel should be the process that we are proposing, and also the projects we're proposing, and what effect it's going to have on the current public works plan and the visioning plan that we have with the harbor development. And I know that many people have been concerned about Fisherman's Wharf and about Peninsula, but I want to share with you that I'm with you 100%. I want that fixed. I want that done. I want it to be the most beautiful place in the county. So in the last few months, what I've done is I'm working with a developer on Fisherman's Wharf to actually meet with the stakeholders, to go out there on a one-to-one basis, to meet and greet with those individuals, to share with them what they're looking at, and to share actually their resume, and to share with them what a great project this is going to be over at the Fisherman's Wharf. And I have received a lot of good feedback from the residents and from the developer on the meetings that they're having. And in fact, they're having additional meetings this Thursday with other individuals there and stakeholders, which is the task force people, the lessees, the people that really want the harbor improved and become a better place for all of us. And as I've shared with the individuals, this is not just an Oxnard project. This is a community project, a Ventura County project that all of us want to be proud of. So this is what I just wanted to share with the individuals, with the task force, with the Channel Islands Community Beach Association, that I want to work with them, and I'm sure that the board wants to work with them, and hopefully see this project at Fisherman's Wharf completed, and also for them to have the input prior to having any other projects approved or RFPs given to any developer, so they can have the proper input for their community. And I have some recommendations I'd like to make after the presentations. Or
Okay.
you want me to share those recommendations at this time?
Okay, we have 10 public speaker requests. And just to let the public speakers know, we have a 9:45 time certain item that is on our agenda. So I'm going to ask that you hold your comments to 2 minutes if possible. And we have received the emails and even prior public comments on this, but welcome you being here and welcome hearing from you. And I'll invite up first Mayor Tim Flynn. Good morning.
Good morning. I really appreciate the opportunity to at least speak on behalf of the Channel Islands Harbor Task Force and, of course, representing myself on that task force about what's happening here with this process. First and foremost, the 1963 agreement, it's unimaginable to think that, it was in the last 4 days of the Kennedy presidency when this agreement was reached between the county and the city. And I think there have been 7 amendments since that agreement was reached. The city, for the most part, and the task force doesn't have an issue with the services agreement. It's over the future planning of the harbor, as well as building at the harbor, where the city would like a more of a participatory role. And really, what I think a lot of this is, and I want to thank Supervisor Zaragoza for being responsive to the residents. It's really about empowerment, that the residents, this property or these properties are all within the city limits. And the residents really would like to be the stakeholders, really, to be a part of that vision and that future. And speaking about vision in the future, I think it has a lot to do with really the county and the city and the residents engaging each other in a new charrette. And that charrette really would get out in the open about really future planning at the harbor. We know from time to time that issues that come before the harbor or the supervisors regarding Channel Islands Harbor have been controversial. Certainly in government, we want to eliminate controversy to the greatest extent possible. But to that end, supervisors and Mr. Powers, my recommendation is out of this task force is a new model of governance. And I serve on the Airport Authority. And the Airport Authority has all of the stakeholders. Here we have 2 properties in Oxnard and Camarillo. They're within the Camarillo and Oxnard city limits, but they're county properties and they're administered by the county. And I serve with Supervisor Zaragoza and Supervisor Long on that authority. And I can't imagine the airport director making decisions about future planning and how the airports are governed without the input from that authority. It's a model of governance that works really well. And that's what I'm proposing here today. I'm proposing that, number one, that the board adopt the agreement that focuses on services. I think that would be 1 through 14. Second, that the board consider on a future agenda item a new model of governance for Channel Islands Harbor that would be an authority that would have 2 supervisors, and I'm very open to what that configuration would be. 2 supervisors, 2 members of the Oxnard City Council, 2 residents at large, and a member of the Channel Islands Community Services District. And that instead of it just being an oversight board, which in many respects that's what the Airport Authority is, it's empowered. It's a kind of like a new hybrid of an authority. And I think through that, the supervisors will accomplish a lot. They'll and let the residents know that it's not just about a meeting between the developers and the residents when there's a proposal, but from the very get-go, the residents are involved in this process. And so I would like to say I'm very hopeful. I want to thank Lynn Krieger. I want to thank Supervisor Zaragoza and his staff because they have engaged the community. And I want to thank, first of all, or at the end here, our staff, Greg Nyhoff and Mr. Powers, because they've been working very closely together on this too. And I'm very hopeful, and I'm here as an ambassador of goodwill, and I think a lot of good things could come out of this. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mayor Flynn.
Thank you.
Lorraine Efros? The mayor got a little extra squeak there, so let's...
You're not going to take it from me, are you?
Yeah.
Good morning. I just want to start by thanking the mayor for coming out and very much thanking Supervisor Zaragoza for his comments and the incredible cooperation and openness we've had from Supervisor Zaragoza and his staff over the past few months. I know that many of you have seen a flow chart that we submitted based on the original one that Mrs. Krieger showed, and I shared with Mr. Powers earlier that that flow chart is undergoing additional revisions, and it will show that some other opportunities we think to change the process and to mimic more of the county's usual process. On December 9th, when Supervisor Parks had to leave early, she made some comments that were not discussed about asking why county planning has not been in the process, and we are going to be proposing that county planning and public works planning commission be put back into the process because this seems to be the only area where they are not involved, and we would like the harbor to be treated like the rest of Ventura County. So I'm going to keep my comments very short. Again, thank you for being open, Supervisor Zaragoza. We would like to modernize using modern communication tools and earlier involvement for the residents. And I think the mayor misspoke. We object to 11 through 21. That's the whole building and planning process, and I think that's what the mayor meant. So thank you very much.
He's nodding his head, yes. Thank you, Ms. Effers. Frank Laza?
Yes.
And next up would be Scott Bernstein, if you'd be prepared, Mr. Bernstein.
Hi, good morning. My name is
Good
Frank Plaza. I'm a 19-year resident of the county here, and mostly in Channel Island Harbor, and a business owner. And I am just concerned about what's happening with the harbor or not happening with it. This whole planning process seems to be languishing and not going forward in a futuristic, visionary view. And I love this harbor, and I just want it to be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bernstein, and next would be Anita Mays.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Scott Bernstein. I built my home at Seabridge back in 2007. I served on the Master Homeowners Association board for 4 years, and I'm also a member of the Channel Islands Community Association, known as SECA. And we were informed and believed that this interim agreement was to deal with services and maintenance. So as an attorney for over 30 years, I was quite surprised to see items 11 through 21. Item 11 essentially gives the County Harbor Department unfettered discretion to control the development of the Channel Islands Harbor for 10 more years and perpetuates an improper and long-standing conflict of interest regarding the governance of the harbor on the part of the County Harbor Department. Also, the 7 amendments to the 1963 agreement were not dealt with in the proposed new agreement, so it's unclear as to what the intent is with respect to those amendments. Also, I'd like to thank Supervisor Zaragoza for reaching out and allowing us input. And I'd also like to thank Mayor Flynn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Anita Mays, and then Judith Dugan.
Hi, I'm Anita Mays, and we own 3 businesses in the harbor area, as well as we own a home in the harbor. And I have to read because I get a little nervous here, so please forgive me. Here we go. I would like to address Lynn Krieger's recent quote in the Ventura County Star, which the quote read, "A relatively small group of residents want something completely different." This was in regards to the 50-year-old outdated and antiquated agreements between the county and the city. I personally was shocked that a representative of the county would make a statement like this in the newspaper. A large group of people in the Channel Islands Harbor area, representing hundreds of residents and business owners, were sent a questionnaire by the Channel Islands Harbor Association. We received over 350 responses, and with those results in mind, have worked tirelessly for over a year and a half reviewing these agreements in question, with the intention of making a good, current, workable agreement for the county, city, and community to move forward to the next level in the future. This group of people who have been part of this process are very excited to see Mr. Powers from the county and Mr. Nyhoff from the city working with us to achieve our goal of a world-class harbor. We also appreciate Mr. Zaragoza's support with listening to our concerns for the area and the potential conflicts of interest that exist. When I make a mistake in my business, I have to correct the situation. I'm asking you here today to please ask Lynn Krieger to apologize to the citizens and business owners of the Channel Islands Harbor and surrounding areas for her flippant and uninformed remarks in a public newspaper. They were demeaning and uncalled for. Change is hard, and we all need to work together. One question that is not addressed in these agreements is future governance of the Channel Islands Harbor area and how that will be mutually handled. We would like to know, Mr. Zaragoza, if you can help us with this. I also would like to invite each of the county supervisors to come down to the harbor area so we can give you a tour of the potential possibilities of our ultimate vision of a world-class harbor. We all have such a great opportunity. Thank you
Ms.
very
Mays.
much.
Thank you. Judith Dugan, and then Diane Delaney next.
First of all, thanks so much to all the members of the task force, particularly Lorraine Efris and Mayor Flynn. They've done tremendous work. Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza, for helping with this process and believing in citizen input. Just one thing I would like to note was that what Supervisor Parks mentioned when she saw the flow chart. Is this a planning document that is being shown here? It says in English language planning document, and it clearly shows that the planning, the RFP process is entirely controlled by the Board of Supervisors before there is any public input. Looking at this chart from just a logical viewpoint, I think the public would conclude that the planning will have been done and the public will be allowed to whine later, but not to change the outcome. Perhaps this should be clarified in a future planning document for approval by both the city and the county. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Diane Delaney, and then Tom Danza.
Good morning. As you know now, Oxnard residents were disappointed to see the end results contained in this document, especially after having developed a very productive working relationship with Supervisor Zaragoza and his staff to ensure that residents have a voice early in any process regarding the future of our coastal community. The entire planning and building section should be removed from this document. The county's public works plan, the City of Oxnard's local coastal plan, and the policies set by the California Coastal Commission very specifically determine a standard of review with a process in place for future harbor development. This is not the appropriate document to make those determinations. Many of the clauses in the planning section are confusing and ambiguous and leave one wondering if Oxnard's local coastal plan will be ignored when protocol dictates otherwise. At a minimum, this section does not have an air of fairness or a mutual working arrangement between the parties. For instance, the public notification offered to interested parties who reside within 500 feet of a project site seems insincere when, as an example, 500 feet from the center of the proposed Fisherman's Wharf site would provide notification to maybe 5 or 6 residents of this densely populated coastal community. This type of offering undermines the collaborative efforts made between residents and Supervisor Zaragoza. Let's make this the service agreement it was intended to be, and let's get back to working together for real solutions for planning and governance of our harbor community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tom Danza, and then Werner Keller. Mr. Danza.
Good morning. I'm Tom Danza. I'm a resident of the Channel Islands Harbor area, and I'm here to change my original presentation because it appears that you have listened to our input, and I thank you for that. And in response to that, I'll be very short. And what I want to mainly say is that, in particular, item 14 bothered me. It really, I lost sleep that weekend because it bothered me so much. And hearing today the flow diagram, it makes it very clear. If you look at that, the public outreach is in the middle of the diagram. We're halfway through it before we're part of the process. And what this document has done is codify in writing some version of that flow chart for 10 more years. And here we are talking about changing things, and yet we're putting in a document something that we're going to have to live with for 10 more years. That's unacceptable. I thank you all for listening to that, and I hope that you approve the document without sections 11 through 21. If you do that, I will support your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Werner Keller and then Audrey Keller.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Werner Keller. I'm a resident of Westport in the Oxnard, obviously, city of Oxnard. Been a member of the HOA boards for 5 or 6 years there, and I'm also a director of the Channel Islands Community Association. I have been working very hard and have interacted with some of you on this redesign of the planning process for the harbor. I think we've shared a version of it with Supervisor Zaragoza, and it's the document that Ms. Effers was referring to. On my computer, we're on version 8, and it's obviously a work in process, and it requires everybody's best thinking. So I think we're sort of in midstream here, and you suggested, and we would agree with that it needs to be flipped a little bit more. Some of the stuff that's in the middle needs to come in at the top, but I think we all get where maybe it's going. So I will thank you for your response this morning, and look forward to working with you on a better process.
Thank you. Audrey Keller?
Good morning. As an example of the planning process that runs a bit upside down, there is an attachment number 2, the license agreement for the triangle parcel at Channel Islands and Harbor Boulevards. It's regarding future construction and ongoing maintenance for entry monuments for Channel Islands Harbor. Now, this is a perfect example of the planning triangle being upside down. We object to this part of the process of the license when not 20 feet away from this triangle is a harbor entry monument that stands and has not been properly maintained, as all the other monuments around the harbor. They're peeling, they're chipping, they're mispainted, and they're fading. If businesses in the harbor need proper signage, which we support, then the county must follow the proper intent of showing the businesses and the public the plan for the development of those monuments. We'd like to see some renderings of what that plan is. The licensees that are paying for the county land leases should approve the signage. They should get to see it. What will happen to the old-style monuments surrounding the harbor that are in disrepair? Will there be other monuments surrounding the harbor that match this proposed licensing agreement? Will there be signage at the freeway? CISA, Channel Islands Community Association, believes that the need to highlight with proper monuments in the big picture is very important to the master planning for our community. Thank you. And by the way, Supervisor, thank you for telling us that there's a developers meeting at Fisherman's Wharf on Thursday. We didn't know. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes the public comments. Mr. Powers, you wanted to...
Yes, thank you, Chair Long, and thank you to the speakers. In light of some of the comments, I'd like to ask Ms. Krieger to come up and clarify a couple points on the public input process from 2 standpoints. One, the existing projects where they're underway with the exclusive right to negotiate, that are at their very infant stages.
Right.
Fisherman's Wharf and Casa Serena, and clarify the future public input process on those, and then separately future development and what that process would look like with an additional step at the beginning of the process.
I'd be happy to do that. Can I do a couple of housekeeping items real quickly as well? Yeah. One is about the license agreement. There is discussion. The City Council had an item talking about a license agreement for the 2 monuments. That's not on the agenda today here. And there is, of course, a plan for signage in the harbor. You all approved it in May 2008. There were 4 public meetings with about 100 people at each one, and extensive review at that time. So it is on our website if you'd like to look at it. And just so that Mayor Flynn doesn't get misstated, the new 11 to 14 in the revised agreement submitted to you is the old 22 to 25, which is just the liability statements. We hold you harmless, you hold us harmless, all of those normal. Sorry to disparage the the legal statements at the end, but it's the legalities. It's not it is severable and so forth. So in terms of the planning process, yes, it is in its infancy, and it's very hard on a flow chart like that to show, but I think there was a piece there that showed discussion at the board in terms of what happens before an RFP, and that there is opportunity for public input. There's opportunity in front of the board. I believe before we did the original Fisherman's Wharf RFP, there were some 7 study sessions before your board with a number of people commenting on what it was they wanted to see and didn't want to see there. I think part of the problem with this process is that it takes such a long time to get through the process. If you see this at the top, where it says anything with red involves some public input. The board reviews and approves the RFP content for developers. That is not necessarily in one meeting, and often usually has not been in one meeting. It's been in a number of meetings where the public is able to comment. The only other comment I would make about that is when you get down here where it looks like it's in the middle, it takes some time for the selected developers to get to a point where they have any kind of even sketch. They go out and do soils testing. They consult with an architect about what will fit. They consult with the Coastal Commission about what's possible. They look at the height restrictions in the Public Works Plan. I mean, they go through an extensive and very expensive exercise. And as soon as they have a bare concept, they really want to get out to the public because they don't want to spend more money on refining that until they know what the public's reaction is going to be. So it is a lengthy process, and I think we can see that many people here live in Seabridge, and all of you know that was over 20 years in the making, that particular project. We hope to never be that long, but that is part of the process.
Yeah, so just to clarify.
Madam Chair, Lynn,
Yes.
on the public outreach portion
Yes.
of it.
Which one?
Yeah, the circle one.
Yes.
You know, we have say a project concept,
right?
Something that's going to be built and so forth,
right?
Could we have that move up to the top and say, hey, we have a conceptual idea on what we want to build, and give the public the opportunity to give them an input? Does it match the Public Works Plan? Does it match the visioning plan? Does it, and then kind of share that.
Yeah, the only problem is they don't generally spend the money to develop that concept until they're pretty sure they're going to be able to agree to a lease. And it's not, the difference is when someone comes in on privately owned land, they don't come to the city until they have a concept. The rest of this work is invisible to the public. Here it is very visible to the public.
Because I know
but
the
they
city
actually have no concepts, no photos at the time they respond to the RFP.
But I'm trying to find a way to share with the public what we are proposing to build there.
Right.
And like you said before, the contractor starts spending, or developer,
right,
starts spending all kinds of money. Does it fit the plan? Does it fit the Public Works Plan? Does it fit the general plan like the city has?
And that does happen here, and we could certainly expand
that's
how that looks. That's when the RFP goes out, it says it's going to be a replacement hotel. We're looking for someone to do a replacement hotel for the Casas Arena.
That's right.
And a replacement lobster trap or not. There could be discussion at that point.
And the reason
there is discussion at that point.
The reason I'm asking that is because, and Matt's here, and I know the mayor and some
right.
city people are here, is in the city of Oxnard, when we used to have this problem in Oxnard, and what we started is what we called a pre-review process. Right. The developer came in and said, look, we're proposing X over in South Oxnard or Y over in North Oxnard. Right. Does it meet the general plan? Does it meet have we talked to neighborhood councils? Have we talked to X, Y, and Z? And then the developer will go before the city council with some renderings and some whatever concepts they had. And then the public had the ability to have input in the city council and so forth. And if we were generally in some type of agreement, then the developer would continue, then going over to planning and getting the permits and so forth. And that's basically what I'm...
Well, and in addition, because it takes so long, one of the things that you Supervisor Zaragoza, Mr. Powers, and I have talked about is maybe having a little monthly, just paragraph update on each project on the Harbor Department's website, so people can get a sense of where it is in the process.
The whole idea is that the public wants input initially as to what's being proposed and built and so forth. And that's basically, if we could kind of work with that flow chart And you said that one portion up there is that the review, and what is it, the Board of
here?
Supervisors reviews and approves RFP
NFP.
content.
Yes,
That-
although most redevelopment in the harbor, I mean, just caution you, does happen on existing parcels where there's renovation or, for example, Topper's Pizza coming in, and that isn't entirely.
Yeah, this is probably not
process.
the time to do
Yeah.
so, but that's
It's
something
not.
to look at.
But in
Yep.
this agreement, so
Yes.
the 11 to 14 the mayor was discussing is just.
Okay, thank you.
What's that?
Can I ask a question, Ms. Krieger? So we're removing the proposal before us is to
Right.
remove all the stuff that
Right.
involves planning and maintenance, I guess, of the parks. Is
No,
that
maintenance
true?
is
the
still
parks
in.
issue
That's
is
in
Right.
there.
but the
That's in
parks
1 through
issue is-
10. All of the maintenance issues are in 1 through 10.
And when will we deal with those issues?
Well, I mean, what 11 to 21 are right now is really a kind of please correct me, County Council, if I'm wrong, an interpretation or a restatement of what state law says. You know, the Public Works Plan is the standard of review under the Coastal Act. That's the law. So we will just follow state law until such time as the board directs us to do something different.
Well, I think did you want to comment? It seems like it does more than just say state law. It talks about a process that we have agreed on. But
Or the public process?
So I'm just wondering, you're proposing not coming back and hammering that out and having us throw that into the agreement again? It doesn't sound like you have that proposed, right? Okay. So it seems to me that we have the ability to, one, get the more public input, which is, for example, what Supervisor Zaragoza is calling for. I know, for example, there's some great programs out there. There's a website that, a company that will say, just put a big sign on it. What would you like to see here? And people who drive by can go to that website and put their comments in, and it turns out to just get like thousands of different comments in at the very beginning of the process. And they might even say what kind of stores they want to get there. And then the developer will say, wow, there's that many people who want this kind of store, and they'll look at it. I mean, it's just a really good way to engage the public really early on. But also, our government has a way of dealing with any development proposal. We go through a planning department, we go through the planning commission, and a planning commission was based on the old town hall concept. And they morphed them into planning commissions. They're not made up of expert planners. They're made up of citizens. And it's a great process because it takes in the public input at the planning stage. The planning staff looks at it, bases it on a set of established criteria, and then they review that. And it gives the public great input. And I feel strongly we do it for everybody. Why not do it for ourselves? So it's up to our Board of Supervisors if they want to take this and say, this is a development proposal, we have established standards, we have a planning department made up of expert planners, lots of them, we can review this, and then we can have it come to our planning commission and get that input. And I think that just adds a tremendous amount of public input. So both those concepts, there's things that I would like to see at the harbor when we have development projects. But it sounds like right now we're just looking at that beginning. I don't want to leave that end in this nebulous area. I think we need to be able to say, as a Board of Supervisors, we want to establish a better process for public input and be able to get something at the harbor that the public wants. And I think there are great mechanisms for that. So.
Yeah, Madam, thank you, Supervisor. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time. I know that we have a time certain. I'd like to make a motion that that we accept items 1 to 10 of the agreement, and including also item 22 to 25, which is the liability section of that agreement. Eliminate item 11 to 21 of the MOU. Include the Channel Islands Beach Service District in any negotiations that we do out there with their services. And also another recommendation is that we have a 5-year agreement with an option for an additional 5 years, subject to both the city and the county approval. And also, one of the things that I like to see is that flow chart, that item in the flow chart moved up to the top, as Lynn mentioned, that we have more public input initially before we come out with some projects. And I'd like to make this motion at this time.
Madam Chair, just a request for the order, go to the order. Does this include the modifications for the Channel Islands Beach Service District language?
Yes, exactly right.
Okay, there's a motion put forward.
If I might, just taking that flow chart and taking that round circle and moving it here doesn't really put any process in place. How are you going to get that public input, for example?
That's not part of this agreement at this point. That's part of the deleted.
But I'm giving direction
section.
to Lynn to work on that, to move that up, to get...
But I'm just saying, the word's good, public outreach. I'm just wondering, if we want to have any kind of specifics, and it's kind of hard to hammer it out here. But,
then, let me ask Connie, that would not be part of the agreement right now, but we can discuss that further.
No, that would not be part of the agreement.
That's
so
what I
think a motion to approve the agreement is modified, and then a separate sort of direction to staff to work on
The
process.
supervisor can work on.
Well, we can work on that, and we can work with the, I think it's important that we move up in the flow chart that item that talks about the public input initially on any particular project.
And we'll develop new language and clarify that for you, Supervisor.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, just see if it flies, that we use our planning department and our planning commission to run projects through the harbor.
I'd like to have, I would like to suggest that come back, because I think that warrants more discussion.
Okay.
That's right. Thank you.
Then I'll move that we come back with a review of how we can increase public outreach, including the potential of using our own planning department and planning commission.
Okay. Is that okay?
Do you want to accept that amendment to your motion?
Let me back up. I would like to vote on just the amendment and that other item.
Just the motion.
Just the motion, and the other item is to bring those items back at a later date.
Okay. As the CEO discussed.
But that has nothing to do with the motion that I made. Okay. And you second that, Supervisor? Okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. One more vote. Okay, and that passes. And thank you all who came to speak to this today.
And I'd like to do a second motion
so
then, which would just be asking staff to come back with ways to increase public outreach, including the concept of using our planning department and planning commission.
Yeah, and I want to thank all the speakers in the city of Oxnard for coming and testifying today, and also to Audrey Keller. Raise your hand, Audrey, how are you? We've set up individual appointments with the developer, and if you'd like to be added to that list, we'll be happy to have him meet with you too. And thank you for your participation. Thank you.
There's no second to that motion.
Oh.
As the supervisor put forward, is there a second interest?
Well, let's look at that later.
Fails for lack of a second. Okay, thank you. That concludes that, and we're a bit behind schedule. Apologize to those who are here for our 9:45. We will move to that. Thank you again. And okay, first up for our time certain items, we have a 9:45 presentation by Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much, board members. And whenever you have people involved in schools here, we appreciate being able to have them take time out to be here. So Velma Lomax is here. And there she is. Gosh, I've been looking in the back. I've been looking in the back for you the whole time, Velma, right? Velma Lomax on the Ventura Unified School District Board. She is also the leader of a great program at Ventura Unified. And Ventura Unified has a robotics program, and we're having the first robotics days here in Ventura. And I'm just going to read this resolution very quickly, and then Velma's got a short little PowerPoint for us to take a quick look at. But this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors proclaiming the first Robotics 2015 days, whereas for inspiration and recognition of science and technology, that's what FIRST is, all right, for inspiration and recognition of science and technology, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping students from the ages 6 to 18 discover and develop a passion for science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEMs, through fun and challenging robotics competition. This year, Ventura joins a multitude of cities across the nation in hosting a regional FIRST robotics competition where, under strict rules, limited resources, and time limits, teams of 25 students or more are challenged to raise funds, design a team, brand, hone team skills, and build and program robots to perform prescribed tasks against a field of competitors. And the regional competitions reach more than 58,000 students and over 2,300 teams, including teams from Brazil, Canada, Chile, Israel, Mexico, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Over the course of the competition, the basic concepts of science, math, engineering, and invention are presented to the students in a way that is exciting and interesting. They get to learn that the technology fields hold many opportunities while acquiring skills that aid in future job placement. With the assistance of professional engineers, participants build and compete with a robot of their own design for an opportunity to qualify for nearly $14.8 million in college scholarships and a place in the World Championships. And this year, and this is what's exciting, the first annual Ventura Regional FIRST Robotics Competition will be held March 26th through 29th at Ventura College. And how many teams are going to be there in that?
43.
43 teams from around the region are going to be here. If you want to have some fun, the finals are Sunday afternoon, and if you want to have some fun, you would really enjoy doing this. And so, Ms. Lomax, appreciate that you have some students here. Also, I'm going to turn it over to you for your PowerPoint. I'll come down with the resolution.
We'll wait just a second on that. First of all, I want to make a slight clarification. I am on the Board of Education for Ventura Unified, but I teach for Ventura County Office of Education Career Education Center.
Thank you.
And this team actually that we have that's based at Ventura High School is sponsored by the Ventura County Career Education Center. And we've been going for 4 years strong. We started out with about 8 members, and we're up to 76 kids that come twice a week at nights for 4 hours to learn robotics. And they're really awesome kids. I'm going to just ask, this is our 2 presidents, Jamie Power and Dylan Goodwin. We also have with us Dr. Roger Rice, who is the Deputy Superintendent for the County Office of Education, and Wendy Grafton, who is our liaison for the VC Innovates grant that we have now in Ventura, which is really exciting to keep STEM programs going. Just one thing that to make sure that you know, this is taking place at Ventura College in the 2 gymnasiums, and there's never a cover charge. Even at World Championships in St. Louis, FIRST never charges a cover charge. You can bring your kids, bring your grandkids, bring your neighbor kids, grab a kid off the street and bring them. So I'm going to let Jamie and Dylan just speak for a few minutes, and then they'll cue the video. And the video that they are going to show was completely produced, filmed, and put together by students. And one other real quick thing, our team at Ventura High School represents Ventura High School, Buena, Foothill, El Camino. We have 1 student from Oxnard, 1 from ACE Charter, and 2 private schools this year. In the past, we've had kids from Villanova because they have a book learning robotics class but not a hands-on class. We have another team that we started at ACE Charter High School in Camarillo, and both of our teams at our first regional this year won trophies. ACE won a design award, and we won the Spirit Award. So, okay.
Our team was started 4 years ago, and the idea behind FIRST is to not only start a team and build a robot, but also to teach business skills and life skills, teamwork, things like that. So we have mentors come in from Haas Automation, we have sponsors of Amgen, stuff like that, local engineering and manufacturing companies, and then you also have things like the presidents who do all the business things, and they learn how things work and how to lead people. And then an entire other side of FIRST is the community service, and that's something our team has focused a lot on. And just over these last 4 years that we've been here, we've accumulated 4,400 team community service hours. So that's community service hours with our team doing team-sponsored events. So volunteering at FLL tournaments, things like that, beach cleanups, anything else you can think of.
We have a Boys and Girls Club program in which we go to 3 local Boys and Girls Clubs every week, and we teach younger kids about what we're learning in our own classes. So that's something unique that we like to do, and in order to spread STEM further than exposing it to just us, but also exposing it to kids that are younger than us.
Video. And we did bring a video for us to just watch really quick, if we could try and play that.
All right, we'll cue the video.
And just for clarification, this is...
All the various perspectives in the class make it exciting to discuss ideas like robot design. We have found that the best ideas often come from the most unexpected people.
As a family, we stress the importance of diversity and integrate that diversity into everything we do. We welcome credit-deficient students, AP honor students, students with physical and learning disabilities, students with all forms of autism, and anyone who wants to become a part of our family.
To us, robotics is more than just a club, and we think that it should be recognized that way. When we first started our robotics team, we only had a few members in it, but now we've expanded to over 70 members, and we've become an official class on campus.
Members of our team were a huge part in creating an AP computer science class at our school. The class now has been available for all students at Ventura High School for 3 years running.
This year, we became A through G approved, which means our students can earn University of California credit for taking our class, which is something both exciting and relevant to their careers.
We've also demonstrated to our local school board that robotics is a class that teaches real-life problem-solving and hands-on skills. We now seek to get robotics approved as a recognized science in our school district and throughout California.
We're also the first team to volunteer to help pass out kits at the USC kickoff. This has since become an annual tradition for our team, even when hosting our own kickoff here in Ventura.
Several of us are even a part of our first regional board and helped to make the Ventura regional a reality.
Over our 4 years, we've estimated that we've done more than 4,400 team hours of community service promoting STEM education.
Every week, we go to 3 local Boys and Girls Clubs and teach a robotics class to kids to get them interested in engineering. We teach them the basics of design and programming. This is another way that we funnel kids into both the FIRST programs and the STEM fields.
Our team routinely volunteers at FLL tournaments in the area. Members of our team have worked as judges' assistants, judges, and referees. It was an awesome way to remind FLL members to join FRC teams as they get older.
When I first started robotics, I really didn't know what I wanted to do.
Came in late in the year, kind of didn't know anything about robotics.
A chance for me to be exposed to all the things in engineering, and I wouldn't have been otherwise.
It's just really expanded my knowledge with wiring techniques, electrical, and how to work with people.
And we've also been learning some HTML and CSS for the use on our website.
I've learned how to wire a robot, how to do SolidWorks on the computer, and more advanced programming.
I really learned that I'm really good at being a leader and leadership, and now I'm the president of the team.
Just for clarification, that was a video we submitted to the FIRST program in submission for an award that is awarded to the team with the most measurable impact on their community, students, and local sponsors.
Thank you.
That was so exciting to see and learn and hear what you're doing.
Thank you.
Very proud.
You know, just to give you a little idea, I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett, but we have actually, I want to give credit where credit is due. We have about 8 mentors that come in every Monday and Thursday night at Ventura High School. We have 2 engineers from Haas. We have a project manager engineer from Borla Exhaust. We have a gentleman from the Air National Guard. He's the guy that pushes those big pallets out of planes with parachutes. So he teaches the kids about center of gravity and how to make sure things can bounce and not break. And we have other teachers. We have electrical engineers. People hear about us. And this year, 2 people heard about us and just came in and said, we want to do this. So if you came to my class anytime at Ventura High School, Monday or Thursday nights from 5:30 to 9, just saying. You can see all this going on, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing because it's community teaching kids, and then we have kids teaching kids because once they learn it. I do teach, by the way, still. I do facilitate and teach, just So you know about the rise. But it's an amazing program, and that's what STEM is all about, and that's what Common Core is to take what you learn out of a book and practically apply it. And that's what we're doing in FIRST. And these kids started this. One young man who's at Colorado State came to me a few years ago and said, let's start a robotics team. I said, sure, what is it? Okay. But needless to say, this is what it does, and it produces awesome kids. So thank you for what you're doing for us today.
Madam Chair, our future is in good hands. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the board being willing to take the time for this resolution. But, you know, the part of the program I didn't know about is the community service that you're engaged in. And I think we at the board really appreciate that. You know, when you think about those adults that are coming in, they're giving back to you. And when you go to the Boys and Girls Club, you're giving back, you're paying it forward down to those young people. And that's what I really want to compliment you for as much as anything. I hope you do well in the competition. I'm going to be there on Sunday, and I hope you do well. But you've already done well because you've learned how to pay back to people in the community. So what a great award. So I'm happy to present this to you. Do you have any of those mentors here in the room with you today? Oh, okay. You looked around. Sure. That's right, yeah. They have to do that. So we're going to take a picture, but did you bring those safety glasses for all of us for the picture? There you go. All right, great. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put you on the outside of Miss Lomax, all right? And you two are going to hold this here. That way we'll balance the picture a little bit better. There you go. Good.
It's employees, parents. It's amazing how many resources you have.
Oh, no. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. And I thank you for your time. I know we probably took longer than we were supposed to, but I always think it's a great thing when you see the positive things young people are doing in your community.
And congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Just also congratulate the teacher, too. Yeah. I mean, to spark that kind of interest in the students is just exceptional.
All right. Good work. Well, that was fun.
It was.
Okay, next up, speaking of Boys and Girls Club, Supervisor Bennett, we have an item to receive a presentation from the Boys and Girls Club.
Well,
and recognize them.
Thank you very much. We have this presentation, and we have in attendance today the presidents of all of the Boys and Girls Clubs who are going to be here to talk to us about this. And so this is a presentation of the Des Moines study, and could the presidents of Boys and Girls Clubs come on up and with their presentation. This is an annual presentation for people that don't know from the Boys and Girls Club, and it's a chance for us to see how much value we as a community receive from Boys and Girls Clubs and the youth participating in Boys and Girls Clubs. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here. I have resolutions for you after you do your presentation for all the various presidents.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, thank you for allowing us to be here today to share the great work that the Boys and Girls Clubs are doing throughout the 7 organizations in the county. I'm Erin Antrim, President and CEO for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Oxnard and Port Hueneme, and I have my colleagues here with me who will introduce themselves shortly. So first of all, I would like to tell you that something that you probably already know, Ventura County Boys and Girls Clubs are creating a lasting impact on our young people, our economies, and our communities. When schools are out, clubs are in. Every day after school, several thousand Ventura County young people walk to a nearby Boys and Girls Club, making their way to a great future. Many will be the first in their families to graduate from high school, have a career path, and graduate from college. The clubs fill a needed gap in community services by offering guidance, supervision, and mentoring that help young people dream and achieve their full potential. As kids spend time at the clubs, learning and having fun, their parents can go to work with confidence, knowing that their children are in safe places. This positive ripple effect significantly impacts our local economy. Here is a few ways how we do that. Violent juvenile crimes and victimization. Oh, well, here we go. I'm supposed to be doing this too. Sorry about that. Violent juvenile crimes and victimization peak during critical hours between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Boys and Girls Clubs in Ventura County provide transportation, volunteer opportunities, and after-school programs for elementary school, middle school, and high school students every day after school. So not only are clubs keeping kids safe and out of trouble, but we're providing a safe, supervised environment. Clubs also provide nutrition, academic assistance, physical activity, and mentoring opportunities. 20% of California youth ages 9 to 18 are considered obese, and unfortunately many more in some of our communities. And 15% are in the 95th percentile of morbid obesity. Boys and Girls Clubs in Ventura County provide daily fitness challenges, physical and health education to help children choose a much healthier lifestyle. Ventura County Boys and Girls Clubs are cultivating tomorrow's professionals today. Boys and Girls Clubs in Ventura County provide job preparation and readiness activities for middle and high school aged youth. Teens learn valuable career path information with special emphasis, of course, on academic success and continuing education. One of the most important things, and I know some of you have heard this before, Dr. Demui out of Cal Lutheran University has done this study. This is the second time he's done this study for us. For every dollar invested in Boys and Girls Clubs of Ventura County, the club generates over a $15 return of positive economic impact into the region. This tremendous rate of return is a testament of the vital role the clubs play in shaping the lives and futures of not only club members, but their parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come down with this resolution. Do we have anything that other presidents would like to add?
Yes, would you please introduce yourself?
Patty.
Sure. I'm Patty Birmingham, CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Ventura. And I really want to thank the county supervisors because you see what it is that we do and you've been very supportive. Pardon me if I get a little choked up. But our communities are much better off because of the Boys and Girls Clubs. And it's not because of us. It's because of the staff who run the programs and because of the support of the community individuals. So thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Jamar Holland, the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Clara Valley, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru. And I'd like to thank you very much for your support. I kind of think of us as the forgotten corridor, and I thank you for remembering and supporting us.
My name is Gary Stefani. I'm the immediate past chairman of the board of the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Conejo Valley. Still a very active board member, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support. Thank you.
Nice.
Morning, I'm Scott Mosier. I'm the Chief Professional Officer for the Boys and Girls Club of Moore Park. And again, on behalf of our board and our staff and the 5 sites that we have in Moore Park, we certainly appreciate the support. Thank you.
Good morning, Virginia Hayward, CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Simi Valley. And once again, thank you so much for all that you do. It's great to be here with all of you this morning and allowing us to share with you a little bit of what we do for the children in all of our communities.
Thank you.
Bill Locker, Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo. Thank you all, and I know a lot more about what's going on at Oxnard Harbor now, too. So.
I didn't get a chance to thank all of you for all the critical work you do. Supervisor Long, Supervisor Zaragoza, you've been instrumental for our organization within this last year, especially around our Port Hueneme branches and our Nyland Acres Center. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to thank Erin, also, and all the members of the Boys Club of Ventura County. But especially Erin, because I work with her very closely for the good work they're doing for the Port Hueneme, Oxnard, and Nyland Center. You have, 16,000 children, I think? 9,000?
9,000, but probably another 5,000-6,000 served.
Served, okay. So that's a tremendous amount of children, or youth anyway, that they're helping out, especially, hopefully, that will open up the Nyland Center. So everybody that's listening, we're going to need some contributions for the Nyland Center. Thank you so much.
The resolution that we have for you, and I just want to read it for the public, and I'm going to cut out the middle part of it. You've been able to introduce yourselves. We know about the various clubs that are in Ventura County, but this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors proclaiming March 23rd through March 29th as National Boys and Girls Club Week. And many young people benefit from the professional youth services of the Boys and Girls Club. And Boys and Girls Clubs of America are the nation's largest facility-based after-school youth program. And you are an instrumental part of the mission here in Ventura County in terms of us trying to fulfill our mission. And we certainly have a strong bias towards youth, where our investment can have many decades to come to fruition. So we really appreciate the special effort that you have. It's something that's important to this Board of Supervisors, and we consistently want to make sure you know that we're there for you as you go forward. So I'd like to bring this down, and board members, if you'd like to come down for a picture.
And I just also want to call out the Greater Conejo Valley Boys and Girls Club. While we work a lot with funding those in the unincorporated area, they have done such a marvelous job partnering with not only the private sector but the public sector out there, and their model is putting them on middle school campuses that have been very effective. So just congratulations. Love going to all your ribbon cuttings.
Thank you.
You're all special, but we're all special.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, let's organize this picture view.
Thank you for everybody's coming all the way out here.
So what do you think of the harbor?
Shake your hand.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I guess we're going to get us. Oh, where am I?
Put the three.
Always.
He's going to put the supervisors on the outside and the Boys and Girls Club people on the inside. There we go. Come on in tight. If you'll turn your shoulders, you won't be able to fit in a little bit better. There we go.
I never made drill team.
Oh, we might. Cruise go around this way. Yeah, get me in there. They'll let you in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was, as always, fun to do. Pardon me? There's a receive and file on that. Yes, there is. There is a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. All right. Okay, board members, I have the next two items, and the first one I'm going to I'll present from up here, and then I'll go down and I'll present the second one down at the dais, the podium. The first one is to proclaim April 7th as County Day of National Service. And very, very happy to present this. And I would invite Greg Erickson, Program Officer. There you are. Please come up. For the Corporation for National Community Service, California State Office. Thank you, and welcome to our county.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Greg has been the program officer for 6 years, serving Southern California, and has oversight of the Senior Corps and AmeriCorps programs, which we're familiar with in this county. And I understand you've been doing that for about 12 years, so have some experience with it. We've also invited 3 AmeriCorps and Senior Corps program participants in our county, and Oxnard RSVP, American Red Cross Central Coast Region, California Conservation Corps, AmeriCorps, and we'll have them come up when I step down for the resolution.
Great.
So this is the mission of the CNCS is to improve lives, strengthen communities, and foster civic engagement through service and volunteering. and is a federal agency for service and volunteering and engages more than 5 million citizens in service to more than 70,000 locations in 8,500 cities across the country through, again, the AmeriCorps, the Senior Corps, and other programs. The National Association of Counties recently partnered with CNCS to initiate the first ever County Day of National Service Recognition, and that is to be recognized on April 7th. And I'll just note that my staff member, Lauren Bianchi Clemens, is an alumni of the AmeriCorps program. I'm very proud to be one. She served 10 years ago with the American Red Cross, and AmeriCorps is often referred to as the Domestic Peace Corps, which is, I think, something that resonates with all of us. So in bringing this forward, I'd ask Greg to say a few words. The recognition of this is to, I think, really appreciate that the value of having an organization and federal leadership and recognition of folks who are willing to provide service in various ways in our county and certainly throughout the country. It strengthens economic opportunity by creating more sustainable, resilient communities, providing education, career skills, educational scholarships, and leadership abilities to those who serve and get the experience working in this volunteer position. Counties are increasingly turning to national service and volunteerism as a cost-effective strategy to engage residents and improve the lives of those who serve. And the program, again, I've mentioned a couple of the familiar ones that are present here in our county, and I would ask Mr. Erickson to expand on that as I step down. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Long and your field representative, Lauren, who was very helpful in helping us process this and get this resolution. A couple other notes. You had a lot of great speaking points about our agency. We're a federal agency. We're under Health and Human Services. Our agency has been in existence for about 20 years. The Corporation for National Community Services is the nation's largest grant maker for service and volunteering. CNCS plays a critical role in strengthening America's nonprofit sector and addressing our nation's challenges through service. Yesterday, just another kind of announcement, yesterday we launched the Serve a Year campaign on Jimmy Kimmel with Chelsea Clinton. So the goal is to get people motivated about contributing to their communities, whether that's serving through AmeriCorps or just doing volunteer service, that it's a gateway to enhancing you professionally and personally. A little more about the Day of Recognition. This is our first annual County Day of Recognition for National Service, brought about through the partnership with NACO. We've been doing Mayor's Day of Recognition for 3 years now, and the goal is to really recognize our national service participants, but also strengthen our relationships with local government. So I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation with your offices and the Ventura County Board. A little more about the programs here with me today. We have 50 AmeriCorps members serving in Ventura County and over 500 Senior Corps volunteers serving. The California Conservation Corps is here today. Their AmeriCorps members do a whole plethora of things, from creek restorations to non-native removal of plants, local trail projects, and they're also wildland firefighters protecting some of our resources. We have the American Red Cross here with us today. Their AmeriCorps program and their members provide emergency assistance and also disaster preparedness to communities throughout Ventura County. We have the City of Oxnard Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. That project engages volunteers 55 and older in service, and they partner with over 45 local nonprofits. And then finally, the Tri-County Regional Center has the Senior Companion and Foster Grandparent Program. And that project and those members help developmentally disabled children and adults throughout Ventura County. So all the volunteers, if you guys want to stand up and come forward and be recognized.
We're going to take a group photo, so come on over here and thank you. I'm very familiar with that. Cora, thank you. Yes.
Maybe if we can fill in over here too, it would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe squeeze in.
Yeah, squeeze in.
And then maybe if you want to take a step behind you, then some people can come in front of you. If you guys can make your way over here, that would be right.
Okay, squeeze in, squeeze in. Yeah, this is, I think, one of those opportunities that it's sometimes a hidden secret treasure we have in our county, that we have these opportunities both through AmeriCorps and through the county national service opportunities. So thank you all for being a part of it, and thank you, Gary, for coming in this morning to
Thank you so much.
receive this on behalf of the recognition, and we're going to do a group photo.
Okay, I have two cell phones to take pictures of, so it'll be just a second and then.
That work, Lauren?
Squeeze a little bit more in.
Be friendly.
Okay, on the count of three, ready? 1, 2, 3. Again, that's 1, 2, 3. And then one more cell phone. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Are these all of them?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Just
This
that one. Please don't.
Don't take the other. We'll wrap that up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, I will introduce this from here and make it a little streamlined, possibly. Okay, this is to recognize National Social Worker Month and Ventura County Social Worker Month for the month of March. And I would invite to join me at the dais our Director, Barry Zimmerman, of our Human Services Agency. Barry's here. Thank you. Deputy Directors Marissa Mock, Judy Weber, Amber Todd from the Homeless Services Group, Renee Loader from Children and Family Services, Carmen Wittenbach from Adult Protective Services, and Judy Alexandri, who is with our the unit of the National Association of Social Workers. So we have two resolutions, one to certainly recognize our local social workers who do tremendous work for us day in and day out in our national program. The primary mission of social work profession is to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic needs of all people, especially those who are most vulnerable in our county, in our society. Social workers know that poverty and trauma can create lifelong social and economic disadvantages. Social workers help people in every stage of life function better in their environment, improve their relationships with others, solve personal and family problems. Social workers are employed in many different organizations and industries, including our private, nonprofit, public agencies, hospices, hospitals, schools, universities, businesses and foundations, military branches, and veteran centers. Social workers celebrate the courage, the hope, and the strength of human spirit throughout their careers and the many challenges they face day in and day out. The National Association of Social Workers is celebrating its 60th year in 2015. Who am I looking for? Judy Alexander. There you are. Celebrating her 60th year?
60th year.
That's fabulous. Yeah, fabulous. So, on behalf of the board, I certainly am here to celebrate with all of you the recognition of our County of Ventura social workers, the National Association of Social Workers, and all social workers in our community who've shared both commitment, dedication, advocacy to improve lives every single day in our county, and celebrate with them as in recognition of that work they do. That is, again, oftentimes quiet behind the scenes, but really makes such a difference in the lives of many. So to celebrate with you today. So would you like to start, and then I'll have Mr. Zimmerman speak? Judy, if you'd like to.
And I'm going to ask Carol Shulkin to come up for a moment.
Oh, yes.
Who's done this been a long-term social worker in our community. A long time. Hey, Carol, if I am, you are. And if you can give these to all the board of supervisors. We have a magnet for each of you. And the magnet simply says, social work paves the way for change. And that's really what we're about. And I want all of you that are social workers here to stand up so we can applaud you. Oh, good. As Kathy shared, social work is a master's level profession. So most of the people here that call themselves social workers have their master's degree in social work. They are committed to working with all of us in our community that struggle to live in our community, whether it's because of a medical crisis, whether it's because of a disability, whether it's because of troubles at home or mistakes they've made in their life along the way and the consequences of that, whether it's because they're children and they are now in adoption and foster care and our system that works with that, whether they have mental health issues, whether they're in a family or a community crisis, social work is here. And we're here committed to work alongside all people in this community to bring about change so that not just those individual lives and the family lives can be better, but our community can be better and stronger because all people are given dignity, because all people are given respect, and because all people are empowered to become the very best that they are able to be. So I'm proud to be a social worker. I'm proud to represent 60 years of social work. And just so that you know, in the state of California, there are 65,450 licensed clinical social workers. In the county of Ventura, we have 2,700 licensed social workers, and that's part of the 10,000 social workers that are part of Ventura County. So to all the social workers in Ventura County, I, on behalf of Region G, the Ventura unit, just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time to recognize the social workers. I'm honored to be associated with them and really want to express that oftentimes in government we see a lot of recognition happening with those other organizations out there, and we sometimes overlook the social workers that, in my opinion, give the greatest impact to the community. They transform families and individuals. They deal with the most difficult circumstances in our communities and make them better. And it's a great honor to be here. This is a small token of a recognition for them, but we do recognize their value. And I do say in Ventura County we have some of the best social workers around that I trust with my families and associates that have issues that I don't have a question or a doubt to refer them to anyone to help them in need. So I appreciate them and honor them today. We have 3 of them from our various disciplines that are going to give short remarks and to give the recognition. So we have Amber, Carmen, whoever's going to go first. Amber.
Please.
Good morning. My name is Amber Todd, and I work as a homeless services social worker in the Adult Family Services Department of the Human Service Agency. Whew, that was a mouthful. I've been honored to serve in this position for a little over 5 years, and I wanted to express my gratitude and my excitement in my role in our community. My role as a social worker working with homeless people is to motivate, encourage, and support our most at-risk population. I see the hardships of poverty every day. Every day it represents a new challenge, whether it's a 72-year-old woman who's being kicked out of her apartment because the landlord can no longer handle the outbursts of her personality disorder, or the 55-year-old veteran who lives behind a dumpster downtown. Or most recently, the mom and dad with 3 kids, all under the age of 8, who have lived in their van for the last 3 years because they can't find full-time, stable employment. These are real people with real needs, and it's clear to me how mental illness, poverty, and the high cost of rent affect the ability for these people to survive, let alone thrive in today's community. Without social workers paving a clear path to shelter and independence, they would remain in distress and without hope. I take my role seriously, and I am grateful that the Homeless Services Program allows me to support my clients long-term throughout their housing needs. When the time comes for me to say goodbye to my clients, I feel empowered to continue my mission because I see what a difference I made in each of their lives. I would like to say how blessed I am to be working for the County of Ventura, the Board of Supervisors, and the upper management of Barry Zimmerman and Marisa Mock and HSA in general. Make my job much easier and more fulfilling because I know that I'm supported. Without the support, I would be limited in my capacity to help the clients. Thank you for your support. I am proud and grateful to serve as your social worker for the homeless population.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carmen Wittenbach. I've only worked for Adult Protective Services for the past 2 years, but every day in this job I have learned more and been challenged to assist the vulnerable elderly and dependent adults in the county. As the population ages, our caseloads and the complexity of their cases increases too. One of the biggest challenges of working with adults is that we are a voluntary program. Clients can and sometimes do refuse to accept our services. More often than not, they do allow us into their homes and allow us to help them during very difficult circumstances in their lives. It is rewarding to have clients trust you enough to share their problems, their struggles with you, and I'm constantly amazed by their strengths and their stories. As the social workers, we have a tendency to want to fix every problem in our clients' lives. The cases where we're not able to get every service the client needs in place or do not have the desired outcome, stick with us while we overlook the majority of clients that we have been able to assist successfully. At APS, we were lucky to have a great team where we were supported by our supervisors, coworkers, and managers, and they encourage us during challenging cases and celebrate our successes with us. Thank you for the board for your continued support of social workers and adult protective services.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Renee Lauder. I'm a training unit supervisor with Children and Family Services. I was just promoted about 1.5 years ago, and prior to that I was a social worker for 7 years in child welfare. We are thankful you have recognized social workers for the important work they do. Their role and efforts are tremendous as we continue to work hard towards protecting children by strengthening families. Social workers have key roles that are challenging, sometimes complicated, but serve a very important purpose. On a daily basis, they are working hard in numerous capacities to engage, to motivate, collaborate, coordinate, educate, facilitate, and advocate in ways that best serve the children and families we work with, as well as foster parents and community partners. We often hear of stories that sometimes take the forefront with not so happy endings, but I want you to know that we have witnessed and been a part of many stories with successful outcomes. I can recall one case where a parent struggled with drug addiction for a few years and was working toward reunification with her child. The parent not only addressed sobriety through the obvious means of substance abuse treatment, but truly benefited from a supportive team approach, which the social worker helped lead. The social worker worked hard to engage, bridge communication, and help facilitate positive relationships between the parent, relatives, foster parents, and treatment providers. All these efforts and participation were key to making the child be able to transition home safely and continue to have a safety network in place. The foster parent on that case went on to help the mother set up a new crib for the child in preparation for reunification to occur, and also delivered a Christmas tree to the family around the holidays. That foster parent was able to remain a support system to the family after reunification occurred and maintain a relationship with the child. The mother was able to acknowledge her own incredible steps in recovery and express gratitude for the support she continued to receive. It is the diligent efforts of the social worker that helped contribute towards this positive outcome and made a difference in that child's life. With the board's continued support, we have seen an increase in our abilities to engage families, increase rates of reunification, recruit more foster homes, and better serve the children and families we work with. Thank you again for recognizing social workers and the important work they do.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I could, all right, great. But if I could just make these comments, and that is, compared to almost any other industrialized country you can live in. Life for people at the bottom of the scale is more stressful here than most places. The huge income inequality that we have, and the patchwork of government programs really puts pressure on people. And if it wasn't for social workers being able to help navigate people through that, we have too many people falling through the cracks, but we would have an epidemic of people falling through the cracks. And in Ventura County, so many people don't. And the very things you talked about are helping people access that patchwork. But it is a special responsibility here to make sure that we try to come up with some ways to help address what is a more stressful situation than most other developed countries in terms of somebody trying to make it from the bottom. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I also want to thank all the 2,700 social workers here in Ventura County. You do an excellent job for the community. And I want to promote this personally. My granddaughter is graduating from Channel Lines University, and she wants to be a social worker. So thank you so much.
Yeah. I just also want to thank you for what you do. On the Board of Supervisors, we look at things like infrastructure and airports and harbors and roads, but you guys provide the heart, and I just thank you so much for what you do for those in need. Really appreciate your good work.
I just thank you, Chair Long. Just the wonderful social workers I know with our county. For you, this is way more than a job. It's your passion, and you do it because you care. So just a simple thank you.
Please, public speaker, representing the host of the reception that follows, right?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and county staff. My name is Joanne Leong, and I'm an Adult Protective Service social worker for the county, and I'm a proud SEIU 721 member. I have worked for the county for 21 years, and I'm here today because as a social worker, I care. As an Adult Protective Service social worker, my job is to care and to assist and to protect some of our most vulnerable members of our community, our dependent adults and our elderly. The caring we provide is what holds our community accountable to ensuring that our dependent adults remain safe and our elderly can live their remaining years with dignity, respect, and the basic safety that every person deserves. Most recently, we have seen an increase in financial abuse where our elderly are prime targets for financial exploitation by both persons they know and trust and by strangers. As the baby boomer generation ages, such as myself, and our seniors are living longer, we expect to receive even more cases of abuse, and not only more cases, but more complex cases. It's not unusual for a social worker to arrive to a home to discover there are multiple problems and issues that requires immediate or long-term intervention. Our ability to continue to ensure that our dependent adults and elderly are safe and cared for will depend on the county standing side by side with us social workers to ensure that we have an adequate case ratio so that we can better serve the individuals that depend on us. We are here to recognize the work social workers do, and I can't think of a better way to show appreciation for the work that we do than to have the board support our joint workload committee as it continues to identify areas of need. The need is definitely in adult services, but it also goes beyond this particular population. Vulnerable population depends on child protective services, in-home supported services, homeless services, public authority, and RAIN. The increase in caseloads is real. The needs of our clients are real. And so the solutions we put forth in order to meet these needs must also be real. I believe that together we can go beyond appreciation and begin to pave the way for the direct actions that will make a difference in the lives of those who need our services and the lives of those who are on the front line day in and day out providing these critical services. I just want to end by saying I am so honored to be able to do the work that I do and to be a member of a union that supports that work and to live in a county that cares about its most vulnerable, and board members who are not only willing to listen, but to hear. and to really understand the work that we do and the needs that we have. I know I'm biased, but I believe these social workers that are sitting behind me are one of Ventura County's finest. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Let's line up here and everyone who's a social worker stand up, and we'll take the picture from up here. If you want to go up there and take a picture this way, it'll be a lot easier. To have all of you stand up. Come on, recognize. Yes, please. That's for Judy. Well, they're both the same.
Oh, they're both the same. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. They'll shoot this way.
All the folks stand up.
Judy, we're turn around. Yeah.
I don't want to block you. Get in front of you.
Step up.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
There's room up here.
You're good.
No, you're fine. Stand straight. You're good. I got a
She wore heels.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone smile at the cameras up there and say, social workers.
Social workers.
It's not going to be perfect, so just keep shooting. All right. One more. Okay, thank you all. And there's a reception out there? Okay. Nice. I could use some cake. Okay, board members, we could get the boardroom. Here we go. That then takes care of those two items.
Do we need a
No.
No, we don't need to
They're
vote on that.
presentations, no. Next up, we have item 33, which is a presentation of a resolution commending John Pennington. And this is Supervisor Zaragoza.
Okay, where's John?
There he is.
John, this is a resolution from the Board of Supervisors commending John Pendleton upon his retirement from the County of Ventura Public Works Agency. Whereas John Pennington enlisted in the United States Navy in 1957 and served for 23 years as a Navy CB, including service in Vietnam, the Philippine Islands, Diego Garcia, Guam, Kwajalein, Midway, and numerous others overseas and stateside assignments, having retired as an engineering aide, senior chief petty officer. And whereas in 1980 he was hired by the Ventura County Public Works Agency as a construction inspector and performed invaluable construction inspections, services under the most challenging circumstances, and at sometimes the most inconvenient and extended times, and where he was instrumental in ensuring that the successful completion of some of the county's most critical and high-valued, challenging construction projects. Number one, the Ventura County Medical Center addition, which was remodeled as a Feiner Wing project, the Todd Road Jail project, the Juvenile Justice Center project, the Juvenile Justice Center Courthouse project, the Oxnard Airport Runway construction project, the Saticoy Operations Yard project, and now is working on the Ventura Medical Center Replacement Clinic project, and also the Ventura County Medical Center replacement wing project and numerous other projects supporting various agencies and departments in county and so forth. My goodness, what else have you not done, John?
Read what he hasn't done.
I know it, my goodness. He has earned the respect and admiration of his peers for his knowledge, work ethics, loyalty, and high degree of integrity. In over 35 years of outstanding service to the residents of Ventura County, John Pennington has decided to fully retire from the county, and we're going to really miss you. Now therefore be resolved, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors commends John Pennington for an exemplary career in which he has every reason to be extremely proud. Be it further resolved that we, the Board of Supervisors, congratulate John Pennington on the occasion of his full retirement from the Ventura County Public Works Agency. And this is presented on the 24th day of March of this date. And I just want to share, too, that he is also lives in the 5th District. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Do you want to share any words? And I'm not sure if, do we have Jeff here? Jeff, do you want to say anything about John before I go down?
I'm just jealous.
And who's this immediate supervisor?
Herb and Chris.
Right.
One of you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go down and present this.
We had a big send-off for John about a couple weeks ago, and we're going to miss John. And I mean, this guy's already done 2 careers. I'm still working on 1, and I think he started on his 3rd. I understand this haunted house thing just gets bigger and bigger every year.
Ah.
But anyway, Herb, Chris, you want to say a few words?
Sure. I'll start. I'm Herb Schwinn. I'm the Engineering Services Director. I only had the pleasure of working with John for about 3 years now. But he is without a doubt one of the most knowledgeable and knowledgeable inspectors with the highest integrity I've ever dealt with. John is sorely going to be missed. Whenever we have a key project, John is the first one we tap. If there's any controversy, any difficulty, any technical challenge, any personality conflicts, we know what to do. Put John on it. So I'll really miss John.
Do you want to share something?
Chris Cooper, Deputy Director, Public Works Agency. Really can just mimic what Herb has mentioned about John. I've had the pleasure of working with John since I've came to the county 13 years, and like Supervisor Zaragoza had mentioned, he's been on every major project the county's undertaken in the last 30 years, basically. So John's hard work, his dedication, his experience, and his leadership and his teaching ability to not only the other inspectors but us as engineers has been so valuable, and we hope to pass that along to the next generation of engineers and inspectors. But John will be sorely missed, and he's truly appreciated, and we're so proud that he was with us and that he gets to spend time with his family.
Yeah, that's great. When I, if I might, when I...
Is your family here, John? I know that last time your daughter and the grandkids were here.
2 grandsons, my daughter.
Coming over.
My daughter-in-law, my son.
Nice.
And a
Yeah,
granddaughter.
I know that the other day when Jeff had a little cake for him the other day, the family was there, so they're coming over. And John, you don't want to share any words? He says no, he wants to build another project. Or do you?
No, I don't talk much.
He doesn't talk.
Except when I cross my arms.
Gordon, you want to share something?
Only time I talk is when I cross my arms.
I just want to say that he's accomplished a lot in his career, and during those accomplishments, he never made his family feel like they came second. We came first.
Nice.
In his mind and in his heart, yet he put his passion into his job and his family. I think it's a huge accomplishment what he's done, and we couldn't be more proud of you.
Do you want to introduce the family? Starting with
my son Noah.
Let's go ahead.
My son Noah, my son Nicholas, which are his grandsons, my sister Robin over there, and Marissa, my wife, Patricia. My mom couldn't be here; she's a little ill. And then we all know the silver fox here, John Pennington.
Congratulations, John. Let's go ahead and take some photos.
Everybody can look at me. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you.
Congratulations, John.
John, if we might, John, if there's some other comments here from the dais, if we might.
Go ahead. Some comments?
I'd just like to say thank you so much for your years of service to the county. When I first came to work for the county, for Maggie Erickson, the Todd Road Jail was underway, and I had the opportunity to watch you work so quietly and so efficiently. And there was something about a Lake Pennington, or I recall, out there at the Todd Road site. We had a little, that was fun. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for your dedicated public service. Thank you. Mr. Powers?
I just also want to say thank you. Sometimes the work that you do is kind of quiet and behind the scenes, but it makes all the difference. And I know my staff also wants to say thank you, too, for all the great work you've done.
Just echo that, John. Usually when you say someone's one of the foundations of our county, it's a figure of speech. But you really have helped develop the foundation of so many of our critical facilities. And I remember our healthcare facilities in particular. And we had more than our fair share of challenges with those facilities there on campus. But you made sure they were built with quality and they're safe, and that our patients know that they're being treated with respect and compassion because of the quality of facilities. And you've done this, I know, because you cared about the quality of work you were doing. So just thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. So well-deserved accolades and appreciation. Okay, board members, we're a little behind, but we're catching up here. I have the pleasure of presenting the next resolution, and I'm not sure how to do this. When I think of the person we're going to recognize for retirement here, whenever I think of the Public Defender's Office, the first thought is Gene Farley. So now, where am I going to go? You know, what do I do next, Gene? Well, I guess I have to think Steve, I guess. So I'm going to read the highlights of this resolution and certainly invite you forward when you wish to, Ms. Farley, and to recognize your 30 years of dedicated service to the County of Ventura, its residents, your dedication to assisting the poor and the mentally ill through your work with the Ventura County Public Defender's Office. And that certainly has been your heart, your banner, your full commitment to really work with that population and represent them so well. Jean earned her bachelor's degree in history from Cal State University at Long Beach a few years ago, and her Juris Doctorate from Pepperdine School of Law a few years ago, where she was one of 7 women in her graduating class. Kudos. Began her career as attorney with the Orange County Public Defender's Office, and then saw the bright side and came to Ventura County. And she was promoted to the Assistant Public Defender in 1990. And then she wanted to get back to working with the public and more hands-on, and she returned to being the Chief Public Defender in 2005. And again, her work one-on-one with her clients was so very important in really advocating tirelessly for our mentally ill clients and working in many ways as a liaison with the criminal justice partners and the partners in our mental health field to really make a difference in their lives. Jean has led the public defender's participation in our Veterans Stand Down for years, our homeless court, our community intervention court, our juvenile restorative justice programming, Look for Works and Jobs, training at work furlough, spearheaded and supervised the public defender's intern and volunteer programs, served on the board of directors of the Ventura County Bar Association, active member of the Ventura County Criminal Bar Association, California Public Defenders Association, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Recipient of many, many, many awards recognizing both her passion and her contribution to the public and to the Public Defender's Office and to the association, the Bar Association, and the legacy that she has really developed in her work and commitment to the public. The Ventura County Mental Health Board Certificate of Commendation, Ventura Chief of Police Award, the NAMI Statewide Outstanding Criminal Justice Professional Award. But now she wants to spend time with her family and friends, including cruising and traveling. Like that. So it is my pleasure, and I'm sure every board member up here has had their own Jean Farley stories, but to express with gratitude our gratitude for your 3 decades of dedicated public service. Wish you long, joyful retirement, happy cruises, happy traveling, and good health.
Thank you.
And I'll step down and present this to you. And Mr. Lipson.
Thank you. Supervisors, I'd like to speak up for a moment, just because what you have here is a real treasure and a hero. I'd say heroine, but that has a different connotation in our work. Jean is one of a kind, and she came to the county just a few months before I did, and in the late 80s, Jean was hands down the best trial attorney in Ventura County. She was phenomenally gifted in front of juries, and then she, after a tragedy in our office, she segued into management to help our office, and for the last decade, she has been using her incredible legal skills to help the mentally ill, the homeless, the veterans, all the people who just, like Mr. Power said earlier, slip through the cracks. Jean is a lawyer's lawyer, and all I can say is the people who had her defending them were very fortunate, because there's no better advocate in Ventura County. She's the face of our office. She's the spirit of our office. She keeps morale in our office very high. And just in terms of being part of the county family, she's been a treasure, and our office is really going to miss her, and I greatly appreciate the board recognizing her. Thank you very much. I am one of the lucky people who's been able to do whatever I wanted to do. And when I came to this county from Orange County, I wasn't 100% sure I had made the right decision, but within 6 months of being here, I got a letter from Richard Wittenberg, who was then the county executive officer, thanking me for my first 6 months of service here and telling me how much I was appreciated. And I still have that letter. It has a lot of meaning to me. And even though this is a really big county, when you stop to think about it, it's a very small county when it comes to the people who are here and the way they interact and the way we are treated. So I consider this the best place to live and work in America, and I thank you for making it that way.
You talk about, we all have our Jean Farley stories, and I just want to say, I think it may have been the task force we put together for the jail task force on the mental health board at the time, and I'm in a room with her, and I didn't know who she was, and I'm just going, that lady is just right on, and then I go, and she's who? She works for the public defender's office, and I just, I know that you did a lot more than just being an attorney. You really put in the extra hours and showing up and helping the clients personally too, and I just want to thank you so much for what you do. Whenever you were quoted in the paper, it meant a lot. I knew that it was coming from a really good, verifiable person with a lot of heart, and I just so much appreciate your advocacy for the mentally ill particularly, but you have just done so much for the county, and it's nice to hear about all the awards that you have received. You deserved more. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best in your retirement.
You mentioned that you're lucky that you've gotten to live a life of occupation with something that you're really passionate about. And that's really true, and it's good to remind us that should be the goal, and it should be the goal for something that's really good for our community. And so while you were lucky, for 30 years, a whole lot of other people were lucky to have you as their representative. And so thank you on behalf of all those people that aren't here today that you've helped. that probably would love to be here to say thank you to you.
Thank you
You
very
know who
much.
they are.
Madam Chair, Gene, I want to thank you for your 30 years of service, and we just gave John Pendleton accommodation and resolution, and you too, and I'm sure that you've trained other people to take your places, because we're really, you've 30 years of service is a tremendous amount of service, and I know that you're going to leave your legacy behind by helping other people do the good work that you've done for the last 30
Well,
years.
thank you very much. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and particularly the County Executive Officer for allowing this overlap and for allowing this final year of my service to be one where I have been able to train other people to carry on the work that I have been doing.
The transitional period.
And have been able to know who it is that's going to be following behind me and to stick it to them.
And thank you for your service.
Really said a lot right there. We were at our homeless task force meeting the other day, and I think Christy Madden said, what are we going to do when Gene retires? And we didn't have any good answers, but it's good to hear that there are some answers. And what I was struck by is just her passion, her commitment, and just her relentless pursuit of solutions for her clients. She really cared about improving their lives. Relentless and creative solutions that she looked for. But just thank you for all you've done for our community, Gene.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over here. Well, there goes some decades out the door, huh?
I know. Scary, huh?
All right. You're up and ready to go. Let's do it.
Okay. Good morning. Christy Madden with the County Executive Office and the Corporate Games Coordinator for the County of Ventura. We are here to kick off our participation in the 2015 Corporate Games.
There she
is. Pretty exciting, huh? Talk about doing stuff that you really love and you really enjoy. We have people who wait for all year to participate in the corporate games. This year, we're really excited about the change in format for the opening ceremonies. Opening ceremonies are going to be held on Saturday, the 28th of this week. It'll be at, I call it Kimball Park. That's not the proper name. Ventura Community Park, Eric? Something like that? Where'd you go? Ventura Community Park, is that what it's called? Yes, Ventura Community Park. We are collaborating with the city and offering to park here at the Government Center, and they'll have a shuttle if it gets full out there. It's going to be a wicked hot day on Saturday, so the city is generous enough to open up the swimming pool for kids for open swim from noon to 3, right, Eric? Yes. From noon to 3. There'll be climbing walls, there'll be food trucks, there'll be all kinds of festivities. The torch lighting will occur at noon. We encourage all county employees to come out and participate. This year's Corporate Games t-shirt, there is a story behind the 13 stars on the back of this shirt. That represents the county's 13 years of participation in the Corporate Games. We do have Eric Burton with the City of Ventura. He is the father of corporate games. I mean, you think I have a tough job? No. This guy, how many companies this year, Eric? 80 companies from around the Tri-County region participate in the corporate games. So,
and how many participants, roughly? 10,000. That's a lot. Yeah, more or less. Give or take 1,000.
We have several hundred, 500 maybe, for the County of Ventura. So that gives you an idea of what they're up against. So none of this is possible, of course, without my illustrious coordinators for all of the events. If I can keep them in line, I'm doing a good job. They have the tough task of putting together all of the teams. Many of our events are very impacted, meaning they have to do playoffs and everything else to determine who gets to actually participate in one of the 3 teams in each of our events. So we're looking forward to bringing home the trophy this year. We're going to have some new competition, a couple of new companies in the A division, and I understand that Oxnard PD is in the A division. So our probation tug-of-war team is going to have their hands full. But I have no doubt that they can pull it off. So, I didn't even do that on purpose. That's very cute. Okay, so I hope everybody can come out on Saturday for the opening ceremonies, and if you missed the opportunity to buy one of these lovely shirts, we are reopening orders for T-shirts, and we have sweatshirts and tank tops as well. That'll be open until Sunday night at 7 p.m. So that's it.
Great.
Go team.
Great. Go
it's
team.
Game time.
Go team.
All right.
Go County.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christy and coordinators. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I know you're behind, so we'll keep it short.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We have to receive and file this presentation. Thank you all. Go get them. There's a motion and a second to receive and file, and please vote to do that. Thank you very much. And that'll be fun. All right, next we have, are we doing this? Public hearing on the county parks? Yes, we are. Are we doing this? And this is a public hearing, so I will, I'm going to open the public hearing and have the staff report.
Good morning,
Mr.
Chair
Grossgold.
Long. Paul Grossgold, General Services Agency Director, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Yes, this is a public hearing, and we will be recommending that you adopt a resolution amending the County Parks Department rent and fee schedule for 2015 to become effective on April 1st, 2015. This item was brought back from February 24th, so we're back with you. We adjusted some language based on some board comments to restore the specificity on groups that will receive waived fees in our community centers and local parks. And with that, I'd like to open for questions that you might have.
Okay, are there questions from board members?
Thank you so much for making these changes. I think it makes it consistent with our policies that we've adopted, and also makes it more clear and understandable. And just one thing that I did ask about, if there is a, maybe it's a typo or a missing piece of grammar in the portion about the fees waiver. Let's see. It's under the local parks. And as it reads currently, it seems like we're missing some words. Let's see. No, I pointed out to...
I believe... Let's see. The language I believe you're referring to is the following groups will not be required to pay
it's
fees.
under automatic waivers. It says the following groups, right, that will be required to pay fees, and as at the director's discretion, security deposits, and then there's a space there. Is there supposed to be something in there and that says groups?
A colon.
Okay.
There's a colon there.
That's what I was
and
wondering.
One.
It's
groups
missing
right.
out of my
Oh, I'm sorry.
record.
There
Okay,
should be
great.
there is a colon in
Okay, excellent. Well, I do appreciate the board's willingness to have this clarified. It was a little bit sketchy before, and this certainly works, so I appreciate that. There's no questions and want to close the hearing, I'd be glad to make the motion.
Okay, I don't have any public requests to speak, so we'll close the public hearing, and we have a motion to adopt. And a second, please vote. Thank you for your work on this. I appreciate getting briefed and understanding what the concerns were. So, and that passes.
Thank you.
Go forth. Thank you. Okay, next up we have, oh, this is exciting. Piru Town Square Park getting recognized with a award of excellence. And good morning. Good morning. Good morning still.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Herb Schwinn. I'm the Director of Engineering Services for the Public Works Agency, and we're here today because one of the projects that Public Works managed the design and construction on, the Piru Town Square Skate Park, was recently selected by the California Park and Recreation Society for a Design Award of Excellence. Although Public Works designed it and built it as is normal under with one of these projects, it was a collaboration of a lot of different members and agencies and staff members to see the project through. And I'll introduce some of those later and ask them to come up. But I wanted to, if you haven't seen the park, I have a little slideshow, hopefully, that I wanted to show you. To give you some context and an idea of what the park looks like and what it was recognized for.
I'll fill in. This skate park is just, it is so utilized by the youth in Piru. And what's really great about it is the parents have adopted it so that they know what the rules are, abide by the rules, they monitor it, it's just been so embraced by the community. And very appreciated, in many ways connected with a lot of other things they're trying to do for youth in Piru. So it's very much quite the contribution. Let's see if you're up yet. Go ahead. They don't have it up.
Okay. Well,
we have the pictures.
Picture this.
Yeah.
So at the beginning, there were quite a few members of the staff, including the Sheriff's Department, the CEO's office, our designer, and the Public Works staff that actually went out to the community, worked with the community, visited a number of different skate parks throughout the county, and came up with ideas. They took the ideas back to the community, they discussed them, and they got input. Here we go. So, and they got input from the community on what they would like to see in their skate park. This is an example of a flyer that was developed, that was distributed throughout the community to get their engagement and get them their participation in ideas and actually helping design the park itself. They used different social media to get the word out, and they went out to the Piru Community Center and held a number of meetings with the staff, with the community members out there to get their input. This was the actual design that came about, and it's kind of neat. They were dealing with this wedge-shaped piece of property here, bless you, and there were some neat features. There's a leaf-shaped planter here, and an orange area, and an orange peel, or an orange slice that they incorporated into the design to reflect the agricultural heritage of the community. And what's kind of neat is there's a train trestle here that to recognize the community's connection to the South Pacific Railroad that goes right along here, right along this area. So there was a lot of thought on how to make this recognize the heritage of the community. And then the park itself connects through a walkway to another playground park and the depot, the old Southern Pacific depot that's right next door. So this was kind of the canvas that they were presented with to build a skate park out of it. It was a wedge-shaped piece of property between Main Street and the Southern Pacific Railroad tracks. As the construction developed, you can see some of the neat features that went into building it. In Public Works, we get to build a lot of buildings with vertical walls and horizontal floors and roofs, but this one was kind of neat. As you can see, all these custom shapes and so forth that went into building it. It was a lot of fun for the folks that get involved. And here you can see it progressing, and you can see the trestle starting to take shape. This is the leaf-shaped planter that was incorporated into the design.
Which is where the parents sit and watch.
And you can see, you can actually see the trestle taking shape here, and then back here in the background is the orange slice that's incorporated into it. This is the orange slice, so we got to use patterns and colored concrete. It was really kind of, it's just a neat park. This is the trestle, and you can see a young skateboarder there trying it out, and they come down and they embedded these rocks in here to kind of reflect the local area. And then when you saw that empty lot at the beginning, this is what you see now as you come in. You're greeted with this skate park sign that says Pyroot Town Square, and you can see the features in the background. It's got the trestle here and the orange slice there, and it's really kind of neat. And that's why it was nominated for and selected for the award. In November of 2013, there was a ribbon cutting hosted by Supervisor Long, and you can see all the young road warriors there. We made sure, obviously, that everybody had their helmet on.
That's right. It was a must. They
But
couldn't
it was
be
a
in the
big
picture
success.
without their helmet.
That's right. That was a condition of getting your
That's right.
picture, was you had to have your helmet on. But that was a real nice event hosted by Supervisor Long. So I just wanted to give you an idea of what the park itself turned out to be. There, as I said, there were a lot of people involved in it from the county staff. I'd like to recognize some of them and call them up. From the Sheriff's Office, Tim Hagel took a big role in relating to the community and getting the word out. From the CEO's office, Christy Madden and Donna McKendry were involved in the design and the planning and the resourcing. Are they here?
Mm-hmm.
Could you come up, please? From GSA, Ron Van Dyke was involved, and Teresa Lubin. Teresa couldn't be here today, but they were all involved. From our public works staff, Chris Cooper, and again, John Pennington. He was on this
project,
job.
John.
And I'd like to recognize our designer, too, from the Community Works Design Group, Scott Rice. They were kind of the creative element that brought all these features together and made the park such a nice park. And then what I'd like to do at this point is introduce the presenter of the award, Darren Buddick. He's the Assistant Park and Rec Director for Bakersfield, and he's also on the Board of Directors of the California Park and Recreation Society.
Great.
Darren? Oh.
I'm going to step down there.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to take an opportunity to, really highlight a couple of elements on this park and sort of what CPRS, California Parks and Rec Society, is all about. It's really about partnerships, and you can see by the diverse group and some of the names mentioned, it's about partnerships, bringing communities together, bringing departments together, and it was made mention earlier that the community, the local community received this well. Well, I can tell you from being from Bakersfield that not only are you serving the city and the county of Ventura, but you're also serving the skate community in all of California. You have kids that come into this community specifically to skate this park. So it's great to bring people in. So with that said, on behalf of the city of Bakersfield, spend too much time, from the California Parks and Rec Society, the CPRS, I'd like to present you with the award.
That's nice.
Thank you.
And to your team, to everyone here, thank you.
Thank you.
That's great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you, Supervisor Long. We remember when this project was just a gleam in your eye, and that of the community, to see it come to fruition.
You cannot go out to Piru and in the early evening and weekends and not see it just packed.
That's
just
wonderful.
lovely. And I'm serious, the parents, the neighborhood council have embraced it. They support it. They're trying to do some other benefits for the park.
And to make
Raise
it also
monies for it. Yeah.
aesthetically pleasing, you know, having the nice landscaping and all that
It
too.
is,
So
yeah.
whether you're a kid or not, you're going to
Yeah.
enjoy it.
All right, thank you. We receive and file that? Do we?
Not yet.
Acceptance, yes. We accept it. Motion made. Nice of them to recognize it. And that passes unanimously. Now, we're going to take this item 38, but to all of you who are here, we've been up here since 8:30 this morning. We're taking a 5-minute break. Sorry. Got to.
I would add just one thing, Chair Long. As I understand it, we've run out of blue speaking cards, so we're going to get some more of those, but also you can submit a yellow.
You know, our staff is going to be making a presentation, and what I'd like to do is, first of all, I know they're here, and I want to thank them for being here. But I understand that this subject is a very complex subject, and what I'd like to do is share some of my comments after the presentation is made by our Ag Commissioner and our Public Works, Ag Commissioner, and also our Public Health Director. Medical Director Dr. Levin is going to make a presentation, and after they share that their report, I'd like to make some comments.
Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Long and Supervisor Zaragoza, community members. At the request of Supervisor Zaragoza, our office first identified the impacted relevant departments with some oversight in the area, and that's as the supervisor said, our Agricultural Commissioner, Henry Gonzalez, who's here today to give a presentation, as well as our Public Health Department. Our Public Health Officer, Dr. Levin, will be here to give his perspective. And Air Pollution Control District, also our Executive Director, Mike Villegas, is here to answer questions as well. And essentially what we're going to do is have Mr. Gonzalez give a report on the history of the application of this particular pesticide in this area around Rio Mesa High School. And then also some information about the state regulations, some local regulations, and the Commissioner's efforts to manage and properly condition the use of this pesticide. And then we will hear from Dr. Levin in terms of his perspective on any public health impacts of the use of the pesticide. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Gonzalez.
And Mr. Powers, and I'll make my details after them, and then we'll go to public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Thank you so much for allowing me to come up here and speak on this issue. My name is Henry Gonzalez, and I serve as Agricultural Commissioner for Ventura County. In the interest of transparency, full disclosure, and to establish all of my credentials, let me share that as a child, my family, we were migrant farm workers, and we traveled the entire state looking for the harvest. That's how we made our living. When I was, about 5, I think, I started my career in ag, so to speak, when I was able to pick up a plum off the ground and put it into my mom's basket to help. When I was 13, I started working in the fields in the Salinas Valley using my own Social Security card, actually working in the same crew with my grandfather, who was 69. I was 13. At that time, I became a card-carrying member of the United Farm Workers of America at that time. I was there doing picket duty many times, and also in 1970 when Cesar Chavez was held in the Monterey County Jail. Got to see the two widows, Ethel Kennedy and Coretta Scott King. I was 15. At 16, I started working as a pesticide applicator. And I continued to work throughout my high school years during summer vacation and on weekends working in various ag operations. I was able to put myself through college and earn a Bachelor's of Science degree in agricultural science from Fresno State. I started working for the Monterey County Agricultural Commissioner's Office in 1984 and was promoted to an agricultural inspector biologist position in 85. This position, I was enforcing the laws and regulations governing pesticide use. That was when I started as a regulator. I have 30 years of experience regulating growers in the use of pesticides. I was promoted to Deputy Agricultural Commissioner and oversaw one of our district offices in Monterey County, and also overseeing ag inspectors conducting pesticide use enforcement activities. I later became Chief Deputy and oversaw district offices, again with inspectors overseeing pesticide use. 7 years ago, thank you, I was hired as the Ventura County Agricultural Commissioner, and I've continued with my pesticide use enforcement work here. It's been very rewarding for me to be able to protect farm workers, to protect children at school, and to protect everybody from pesticide use. It's very satisfying for me. I also am a member of the statewide Agricultural Commissioners Association, where I am a member of the Pesticide Regulatory Affairs Committee. I also sit on the California Department of Food and Ag's Office of Pesticide Consultation and Analysis. I also sit on the Department of Pesticide Regulation Pesticide Safety Regulation Work Group. I am also on the University of California IPM, or Integrated Pest Management Program Advisory Committee. I want to thank the county, especially Mr. Powers, for the great teamwork and support that his office has provided us in putting together this presentation. It was a great partnership, a teamwork, and I greatly appreciate being a part of that team. I'm going to go into my my PowerPoint in a second, but as background for everybody, I thought it's important to know why we're even here today, in part, and that is, in last year, the California Department of Public Health put out a report about pesticide use around schools. And they looked at data, pesticide use data from 2010. And by looking at that data, you can see that one of our schools here, Rio Mesa, is the one school in the entire state where the most pesticides have been used. Pesticides that they focused on were the fumigants primarily. That report generated concern amongst many people, and they approached Supervisor Zaragoza's office, who invited myself and Public Health Officer Dr. Levin and Rigoberto Vargas, the Director of Public Health, and Air Pollution Control District Officer Mike Villegas, to come listen to the concerns and see what we could do. And we agreed to meet after that, and we haven't yet, but I feel we will soon. Then, here, more recently, there was a media group put together a website where you can go there, and there's an app where you can put your address in there, and it will show the amounts and different types of pesticides that were used around that address. Well, that site also generated a lot of concern, particularly for one resident who went and put his address in there and then saw all of these pounds. Now, in this case, they did not use 1 year's worth of pesticide use data. They used 9 years. And so the numbers are large, but it's in part because there's so many years that are reported in this. I did not verify their information, whether it's correct or not, but it's likely pretty accurate. And so Supervisor Zaragoza, of course, read the article here in the local newspaper about this use, the use of the product called 1,3-dichloropropene. Trade name.
Excuse me, mister. Could you just pull the microphones a little closer to your mouth? I'm having trouble hearing you. You're a little
Okay,
late.
sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
1,3-dichloropropene was highlighted in this website and in this article. And so, again, more concern, and Mr. Zaragoza called us, and again, with our CEO's office, we put together this presentation to address that. I'd like to start in with my PowerPoint presentation now. Let's see if I remember how to do this. This is a quick outline of what we're going to be talking about. In the interest of time, I'm going to go quickly through some of these slides because some of these are more to remind me of what I want to say than what the data is. But slow me down, stop me if you like. But I'm going to breeze through some of these because we don't have that much time. But that is the topics that I will be addressing and more. So to begin with, this product, 1,3-D for short, is used primarily on these commodities. Our number 1 crop, strawberries. Our number 3 crop, raspberries, which I predict for last year is going to be competing with lemons for number 2. But raspberries, tomatoes, and peppers. And together these 4 crops for 2013 are just shy of the $1 billion mark. And so almost half of our main crops, well, for all of our crops, use this product. This is an article from the Ventura County Star from the 10th of this month. And I thought it was very interesting. It talked about how some of our same strawberry growers up here in California, in Ventura County, some of the companies are doing quite well in Mexico. And so just something to keep in mind. These are some addresses that I'm going to ask our folks up in the booth to open up this first link. And this is the link to the site that generated concern. And so I don't know if they can, but I'd like them to type in an address for me. I'd like them to type in, see if they can, down at the bottom, there's an address and place. If they could type in 1232 East Collins Street, Oxnard. I don't know who lives there. I'm sorry if that's your address. I'm just using this address because it's near to the address of an individual that had concerns after he put in his address. And so I want to show this side, but I don't know who lives there. Sorry if it's your house. Oxnard, California? Oh, I think, there you go. And you'll see, I think, what is shown on this side and why there is concern. So, oops. Could you go again? Hit go again, please. Okay, right there, please. See, this here shows the chemicals of concern used, all the pounds, and this is again for 9 years of data. The fumigants used 950,700 pounds. All pesticides used 1 million pounds. And then it has the, I guess that's an image of somebody wearing some kind of a gas mask. And then it says 1,3-dichloropropene warning, show details. Let's hit that one. Can we hit the show details buttons, please? So then it goes on to show the materials, the metam sodium, how many pounds, chloropicrin, 1,3-dichloropropene, methyl bromide, Captan. And so anyway, I can certainly see that anybody who would look at this site could become concerned, could become very concerned. I think I would be concerned if I didn't know what I know, if I hadn't worked the past 30 years in pesticide use enforcement, I might become concerned as well. I might become scared. If we could now close this site and open up the next link, please. Now, this is the link to the California Environmental Protection Agency site. And we can close this. I just want to show this, but really part of the California Environmental Protection Agency is the next link, the California Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
I know you're going to run pretty far, but when you had that one site up based on the location,
yes,
and there was a statement in there that says this exceeds the state recommendation of limiting it to 94,000 pounds.
I will be addressing that.
Great.
But thank you for pointing that out. So this is the site where, as agricultural commissioner, this is where I go to get my information to determine what's really happening. This is where the enforcement letters exist, the laws and regulations, the many studies that are conducted. You can really get into the many page studies. You can see all the references that support the studies. This is where I go, and all ag commissioners and my staff, we have this information, and we go to this site all the time to be sure that we get all the necessary information that we need to make the decisions that we have to make as a local enforcing body. Thank you. You can close them up now. You can close the link, and I'm going to go to the next slide. Should I just go to the next slide? Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about what I'm calling the pesticide regulatory framework here for us. There is first the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and they register pesticides, and they come up with standards at the federal level. The California Environmental Protection Agency, under the Department of Pesticide Regulation, or more correctly, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, is under the part of the Cal EPA. They also register pesticides. So even though the federal government registers pesticides, California has a higher standard. All states have to follow the U.S. EPA requirements, at least, but they can do more, and California does more. They register pesticides. They also create regulations here. And then the county ag commissioner, that's what we do here, we enforce those regulations. That's our role in this regulatory framework. And we work by law. The ag commissioner works under the direction and supervision of the director of the Department of Pesticide Regulation. Regarding the uses of the 1,3-D-dichloropropene, these are some of the target organisms, primarily soil fungi, nematodes, centipedes, wireworms. And it's used to clean up the soil. It's a pre-planned liquid. It's generally injected into the soil about 18 inches down, or it's administered through drip irrigation covered with a tarp. It's a substitute for methyl bromide that has been in the process of a ban for many years now, and it's getting down. And last I heard was next year is the last year for any methyl bromide for this type of use. And so folks have gone to 1,3-D, and this is why there's such a large increase in the use of 1,3-D is that methyl bromide is going, and there's hardly any around, and it's going to be gone, and so the industry has looked for something else to do the job that methyl bromide is no longer going to be there to do. Again, these are just our main commodities that use the product. I want to talk a little bit about the toxicity of this product. That's one of the big concerns here. This is just some information that I've been able to put together. This is not all the information. There's much more information. But what I want to zero in on is that fourth bullet, because one of the big concerns that has been out there is that it's a cancer-causing agent. If you look at the United States Environmental Protection Agency website, you'll see that 1,3-dichloropropene is listed as a B2 cancer agent. What that means is that it is possibly cancerous. There's ongoing studies to better know if it's cancerous, how cancerous it is. But anyway, that's ongoing, these studies. It has been found, you can see this slide, a mutagen, has mutagen activity in bacteria. What does that all mean? Well, these studies, all of these studies are used to determine a safe level of use in various environments. It's used, yes, sir.
How long have the studies been going on?
Oh, the studies have been going on for many years, and even before a product is registered by the federal government or by the state, these studies have to occur to show a number of things. One, does it really work? And two, how toxic is it? And is it so toxic?
And the toxicity behind it, what's it caused? Do they have data on what any causes are happening because of the use of those items?
Well, what is used with the studies is to determine how can we use this material safely. Can we use this material safely? And this is something that goes for all of pesticides, not just 1,3-D. It's not a special case, but these studies are used to determine, can we use it safely? And if so, how can we use it safely? What are the mitigations that have to be put in place to be able to use this safely? And I'm going to go into the mitigation so you can see exactly what it takes to apply this material safely. So it's these studies that help the Department of Pesticide Regulation essentially dial in those levels, those requirements, so that we can be sure that we are safe.
And though your slide doesn't say it, that slide is pertinent specifically to the 1,3-D?
Yes, all of this information here is, and this is not all the information that exists on the toxicity. As a matter of fact, I drew this information from, most of this information from the material safety data sheet for one of the products that's been known out there for a long time, Telone. This is just a timeline of some of the kind of significant Telone events, and you can see back in 1954, it was introduced into the United States and then into California in 1970. Then it was, gosh, my eyesight, suspended in 1990. I have a better graph here, but I wanted to show this. You can see that it has quite a history as the department has looked to manage this material. But the 1990 suspension, that was due to the fact that higher levels than were desired were being found, and so it's totally just suspended, which is a pretty drastic act.
Higher levels where?
Right. That's what I was going to ask you.
I believe this was in the Central Valley. The sampling was taken.
But
This is all
food, found in
no, in
people,
the air. In the air.
In the air.
In the air. In the air. This is based on air mass, because this material, although it's a liquid, it goes into the air eventually. If it's not tied up in the soil, and if it's not broken down in the soil, it will escape into the atmosphere. And that's what we're talking about. That's where the focus of this report is going to be, in the ambient air levels.
So Henry, so it was suspended in 1990, and then brought back again, reinstated in
1995.
1995.
Yes.
Because of
Because the manufacturer went and conducted additional studies on, again, how can this product be used safely? And so they developed some mitigations so that it limits the amount that ever escapes into the air. There's many restrictions that were allowed. And one of the restrictions is that you would have to cap the material at a certain level per year per township. And I'll be getting into more of that.
and Henry, we haven't gotten there, but the concern was that it was being overused here in Oxnard, and also run around the Rio School District.
I'm going to be talking
school.
about that.
And so the overuse then is a big concern.
Well, that's one opinion about the use, and I'll address that.
Mm-hmm.
So the exemptions, I'm gonna.
He's going to it. Yeah, the exemptions. Okay.
Oh, the exemptions. Okay, this is when they started, and I have other slides where I'm going to talk into more detail about the exemptions. But since this is up, I'll address it here now. Yes, the exemption started, and this slide doesn't really allow me to talk more about the exemptions, so I'm going to just wait till I get to the slide where I've prepared information so that you can see more clearly what the exemptions are and how they happened. But that's when they started. And then you can see on the 2005, methyl bromide was supposed to be phased out, still waiting for that. 06, there was some sampling in Parlier, and then DPR in 09. They asked for more monitoring, and I'll have much more information on all of these events. DPR began to a comprehensive risk assessment, and then monitoring occurred 2010, 2011. DPR receives monitoring data in 2013, and probably the biggest news, and this should be the take-home message for everybody who's talking about the exceedances, is that was stopped over a year ago. So we're really talking about something that is no longer the case. DPR, based on the data that they were receiving, said, no, let's stop the exemptions. And so they stopped the exemptions last year.
When you've told us they put on exemptions, you've said they stopped the exemptions, but you haven't made it clear were the exemptions. Give me a ballpark. Did the exemptions, bracket it for me. Did the exemptions allow more use, or did the exemptions restrict use?
Oh, no, the exemptions allowed more use.
More use. And
yes.
then in 2014, they ended those exemptions that allowed more
yes.
use. Great.
Yes. And that's really, I think, the most important message here. And I think folks are concerned about something that happened a long time ago. And if you go back to all of these even the website page looking at 9 years in the rears, I think we need to consider there's been a lot of history, and where are we at now, and where are we going with that? And I'm going to be covering that. So just again, I'm going to go through these quick because we're going to run out of time. But again, this is when it was introduced into California in 70. And back in 1990, this was about how much was used in the state, 25 million pounds. Then it was suspended, as I said, based on some detections in the air of concern. Then there's the reintroduction. And here are some of the specifics that were required of the manufacturer. They had to reduce the application rates, couldn't put out so much. There had to be buffer zones, longer reentry intervals. People could not go back into the fields for more time. There was distribution control, and then the township caps at 90,250 pounds. Then 99, you can see how much less is used in 99, 3.5 million versus the 25 million that was used some years before. Then we got into what's called limited retrospective averaging. I'm talking more about that. And then 06, the Parlier, again, sampling. Here's comprehensive risk assessment was started in 09. And then here's probably some information of interest in 2010. Sampling, air monitoring sampling in various locations throughout the state, including Camarillo. More sampling goes down in 2011. And then Rio Mesa High School had some sampling there as well, which I'll be talking about that in much more detail in a bit. And then again, DPR received their monitoring data, felt it was too much, and canceled the exemptions because of that at least in part because of that monitoring data. These are the exemptions that were granted for this township. You see that TWN, that stands for township, and that 2N, that means 2 north, hyphen 22W, 22 west. This is the township in which Rio Mesa High School resides. And these are the years that the exemptions were granted, and this is the adjusted amount of the exemptions. This is not all the data. I didn't have time to find
Henry.
08 and some of the other. Yes, sir.
What township does Rio Mesa reside in? The township is 6 by 6, right? Is that?
Yes, it's that township right there. It's identified by 2N-22 West. That is the township. This is the information for that township.
And that includes what, all the way down to Oxnard?
I'm going to show you right now.
Okay.
I got
Before you show the
Yes, sir.
adjusted amount, is that the amount added to what was, or is that the total amount?
This is the total amount.
So with the adjusted,
cap,
with the adjustment and that.
Yes.
What would it have been without the adjustment?
No, hold on. We're confusing two different terms here. The adjusted amount is the amount that's counted for the pounds of this product based on the application technique primarily. And so different techniques will reduce the actual pounds, and other techniques will increase the actual pounds, which becomes the adjusted pounds. So that's what adjusted amount means. What the 180,000 there for 09, that is the cap amount, the 90,250 plus what was allowed, which was another 90,250 for a total of 180,000. And
So
the
yes, exemption doubled the amount that they were allowed.
I'm going to address that. How this is actually part of the banking system as it's been called, and so I think if you want, I can explain that here better. Now, I'm going to give you all of the information that goes back to when this material was used, and I'm going to try to explain it here as best I can, and I'm going to have to pull out my lightsaber here. This is the township, 02N North, 22 West. This is the township in which Rio Mesa High School resides. These are the various years of use. And then, of course, our county. This is the amount, the base amount, the cap. Now, and then this here, the draw, this is the amount that was used in each particular year. And then this is the balance, what was left, the banking analogy. So
those are credits if they don't use the amount, is that?
Exactly. And I'll explain more about why this works in a bit. So in 1995, although we had 90,250 pounds to use, none was used. And so that was in the bank. In 96, we got another allocation. And really, the correct term is allocation, not cap. So we got another allocation. We used 3,781 pounds, adjusted pounds. And so that left us in the bank. So it would have been this amount plus this amount minus this amount gives us this amount left in the bank. And so on and so forth for every year. That's the way it works. In 1997, we got another allocation. We used this amount plus this amount minus this amount gives us the balance in our bank. And so that occurred, and I'm going to go to the next slide. So that's up until 1999. In the year 2000, again, you can see where we had a huge balance there, but you'll see also how that balance we're going to use it up. And you'll see right here in 2007, we now have a negative amount. And so there's this base amount that everybody gets, and then if you don't use it all, you bank it. But if you use all your bank and you still need more, DPR can grant an exemption. and they do not do that exemption anymore. And for Ventura County, we don't have a bank. There's no more exemptions, and so this is all we get now.
So it's not based on the concentration on that day. You know, you don't want to like exceed a certain concentration. It's just this bank that's out there based on past performance.
Yes, and it's tied to the 1 year average that's detected in the air sampling.
Yeah.
And so I'll explain that a little bit more in a bit. But this is all Ventura County can now use for this township and for 2 other townships in the county that I'm going to show you right now.
So the exemption is to say, once you've used your bank up, you can have more.
Exactly.
And what's the limit on how much more you can have? Is that the 180
Well,
or the
the
270?
limit now is gone.
I know it is, but what was the limit?
I don't know. I don't know what the limit was. But we did in some well, let's see, what was our largest amount of deficit? I think it's in the next slides. You can see how we're way up there. We're way in deficit here. And so these are the exemption amounts. So that, because we were using so much. Even though we used less than the 90,000 here, we were already in deficit, so that has to be counted.
Was anybody aware, I mean, was that public knowledge that we were in deficit and getting these exemptions in Ventura County around Rio Mesa High School?
Yes.
Did Rio Mesa High School know?
I don't know. I'd have to ask
they
them.
were above the... They were in deficit?
They were informed of this.
Informed of the application. Were they informed of this?
They were informed of the sampling.
The school district. Were they informed of the exemption?
I don't know if they were informed of the exemption. It's not, no, they probably were not. I don't think that it's public information, but is it publicized information, I think is the real question that you have. Is it publicized? Again, you can go to the website. There's tons of information in there. It's something that the users of the product would know, but not something that is highly publicized. But it's all public record. You can go to the site. You can see it for yourself. You don't even need to make a public records request. You can just do a search, and you'll find this information. It's not hidden. Yes.
I'm just wondering about the science from a health perspective of, these huge amounts of increases just because of the kind of an arbitrary bank kind of thing going on. I would think that it would start with the potential health impacts, and that would be the criteria for basing the concentration of pesticides instead of this banking thing. So I'm just wondering, where is the connection with health?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay, thank you.
So let's see. Then here's probably, I think, the take home is that in 2014, as of February 2014, Department of Pesticide Regulation stopped the practice of granting exemptions. And so Ventura County used way below their 90,250. We're still being taxed. And these are preliminary figures. These have not been vetted yet. But that's what we think was used.
And does the bank have to be paid back?
That's a good question. If you look at, I'd have to do the math, and I'm not that good at math here. So, but that's a good question, Mr. Bennett. Well, I'm trying to see if that minus 317 plus the 90,250. If you subtract the 59,000, somebody's good at math in this room, I'll bet you. And it appears that is the case, that we have to pay the bank back for the loan. I'm not certain. Anybody know the answer? Okay, I didn't do that math. But anyway, this I think will address, at least in part, Supervisor Park's question. And these are, again, these years are already repeated in the previous slide. And again, this is the same township. Actually, this is it's like 2 different townships there. But this is, of course, our county. And again, this is the think this is the deficit. This is tracking the banking concept here. But what I want to point out to you is this air monitoring data. And you can see that even for these years that we were in deficit and used a lot of product.
Henry, I know this is pretty complex information and so forth. The question I have right off is, if we had not read it in the newspaper, this report about all the pesticides and all the fumigants and so forth that are being used at Rio Mesa, how would the public know, besides having to look into the website and so forth and the usage of this material?
Well,
because I know you're giving us all kinds of averages and pounds and so forth and of materials being used. But my question is, if we had not read it in the newspaper, if we had not gotten that report, and how would the public know that they were using the pesticides, this 1,3-D material? And
now, see, here is something that I've discovered in talking to people about this issue. Because they ask me, Henry, what's up with you? Why are you mumbling to yourself? But so they'll ask me, what are you working on? And I tell them, well, there's this website that brought up this information about pesticide, about all the pesticide use around the high school, and without exception, everybody jumps to the conclusion that because it is so much, it's got to be bad, and that is not accurate.
Well, I guess maybe, and I know you're not finished with the presentation, but every 6 months maybe you ought to call or send a letter or do whatever, or maybe a newsletter to the affected people, to the people that this product is being used nearby, or et cetera, and so forth. I mean, how do people know about this? Is a question, I guess.
Perhaps we can find ways to do that, or something like that.
Because I know you're giving us all kinds of numbers.
But all of this information is on the website, and people can find it if that's what they want to do.
Why don't we finish the report?
Yeah, I know you're going to finish the report, but yes. I mean, it's just...
and at the end, we can have some next step follow-up recommendations. Yeah.
Okay, so
I know you're trying to finish the report, so I want to get back to this slide. First, over the air monitoring standard there, what is the standard that is considered acceptable, not acceptable?
It's a target number, and it is 0.14 parts per billion. And so that number is being determined, and that's for the 1-year average in ambient air.
So
0.14 parts per
So
billion.
in 2011, 2012, and 2013, the air there was above the standard.
Correct. The air, this was the...
at the Rio Mesa site?
No. This sampling was done in Camarillo. I believe at the animal
shelter. It says township, the exact same township that you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
And it has that as...
Okay.
That's the close to Rio Mesa site.
Well, there's 2 townships here. All
right.
I have some other information.
But the bottom line is we're over the standard with the air monitoring standard. And do you have the air monitoring data for 2010, 29, 28 with you today?
I can get that for you.
I know you could get it. Is it higher? Do you know if it was higher than the
It depends on which data you look at, because there's lots of different data. If you look at the Merced data, and I haven't seen that, but the Merced data was generated for the reason that there was a lot of 1,3-D used there, so that'd be a good place to go look, and that's what the DPR
I'm talking about
wanted.
in these 2 townships, the same data. Do you know whether that was higher or lower than the .172, which is the highest we see here right now, 2011?
I'm trying to share that with you, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, I thought you were saying Merced.
I'm sorry? Well, that was another one. I'm trying to answer your questions. But what I wanted to point out here is that even though larger amounts were used beyond the 90,250 pounds, the monitoring didn't show huge increases, but yet it is an increase. And again, that 0.14 parts per billion target is to help the state monitor if they're doing things right, or do things need to change? Do they need to come up with additional mitigations or not?
So
Go ahead.
have you answered my question?
Did I?
No, my question
Okay, well,
was...
I have more information coming.
Well, so my question is, do you have the data for the years prior to 2011, or do you at least know whether the air monitoring for those two districts was higher or lower than the .172? Do you know whether, do you know that? Do you know that or not?
I don't have that information with me, Mr. Bennett.
So you don't know if it was higher before or not? In terms
I don't have that information with me, Mr. Bennett.
And that
So-
is it's an annual average, is that what you said?
Yes, this, if you guys will bear with me, I will, I think, answer all of your questions, and maybe that's a strategy, is to
Okay.
wait for the end, because I think I will answer all of your questions, and if I don't, you can ask me. But this is what I want to show. This is the Rio Mesa air monitoring data from 2012 and 2013, and these are the amounts, and for like one day, this was the highest on these 2 years, and in 4 weeks, this was the amount. But for the 1 year average, these are the amounts, and you can see it's much closer to the 0.14 parts per billion average.
What year is this?
2012 and 2013. Now,
Thank
you must realize that not every single site received monitoring every single year. The state has gone from different places at different times to get different data. So there does not exist data for some of these sites for some of these years.
So is it an accurate statement to say that in 2012, the 1 year average near Rio Mesa High School was higher than the standard?
Higher than the target. That's an accurate statement. But I'm going to give you more information so that you can have a greater understanding of what that means. And this, I think, this slide is going to help that. The 1,3-D 70-year lifetime exposure limit. What is that? Well, this DPR scientists allow the chemical to be used, but does not want to see high concentrations repeatedly over a 70-year period. Now, this 70 years is an amount of years, a lifetime that's used in many scientific studies. I want to point out this 0.5 to 1% residence in 70 years. One of the DPR studies that I found showed that they're trying to determine, should we use the 70-year period to determine a lifetime exposure? And so they studied who lives within the same township for 70 years. Well, what they determined was between 0.5% and 1% of residents live 70 years or longer in that one township. And so based on that, DPR wanted to use that 70 years because to protect that 1.5 to 1% of residents that might live in the same township for 70 years or longer. And they established that this was the target level for each of these 70 years. That has to be the average. Even though there may be years where it goes up, there's going to be years where it goes down, but on average per year, this is the amount, but it has to occur over 70 years. And it has to be with 100,000 people. And so the easiest way to consider this is that if there are 100,000 people living in the same township for 70 years or longer, and the target monitoring exceeds this amount repeatedly, then the probability exists that one person out of that 100,000 is going to get cancer. But we know that that between 1/2 and 1% of residents even live the whole 70 years of their life within that one township. So 100,000 and one might get in cancer, it's very remote. It's a very high standard to protect that 1.5 to 1% individual that lived in that township for 70 years or longer.
So you would be saying that for students at Rio Mesa High School, being exposed to this standard for 4 years, being exposed to greater than the standard for 4 years is okay?
I'm not saying that, Mr. Bennett. This is the determinations of the Department of Pesticide Regulation that 100,000 people can live, if they live their 70 years or longer within that one township, and the amounts exceed the 0.14 parts per billion, then possibly one of them would get cancer. That's what I'm
Henry,
saying.
how did they come out with 70 years as opposed to other years?
This is a scientific standard to use 70 years as for lifetime,
a lifetime of a person.
For a lifetime studies. It's a standard. And again, now that the exemptions are gone, those levels are expected to drop significantly, and likely way below the 0.14. But we're going to continue to sample, or DPR is going to continue to sample to find out if that is indeed the case.
And you may not know this, but I appreciate DPR saying 0.5 to 1% of residents would actually live in the same township for 70 years. Do you know whether they've done an analysis of what percentage of people would live in one township and then move to another township and be exposed in another township? I assume that number would be higher than 1%.
Contiguous.
In other words, you spent 20 years in one township and spent 20 years in another township, and you were exposed in both of those, or a worker who...
That's a great hypothetical.
Or a worker who worked for a long time in one township, works in another township, or
Could happen. Could happen.
Do you know whether they've...
Oh, I don't know if they've looked at that. Right, I don't know if they looked at that. But interestingly, between 7 and 11% of residents live in the same township 30 years and more, or up to 30 years. Anyway, I'll continue. And this, so everybody knows, this is what a township is. We've been talking about it. It is 36 square miles. It is 6 miles by 6 miles. That's a township. Here you can see the military air base. Here is, I think, here is Channel Islands University. Just to give you some perspective of what a township is. 6 by 6, 36 square miles.
But Henry, what does the township cover where El Rio is?
It's coming.
It's coming?
It's coming. Yeah. Come on. You're stealing my thunder here. So these 3 townships that I'm showing here are the 3 townships that were granted exemption. So going back to Mr. Bennett's hypothetical, yeah, somebody could live here and then move. Well, there's not a lot of places here, but they could move someplace around here and maybe someplace around here. And some people are just not lucky, or I don't know. That could happen. Could happen. And this is the township where Rio Mesa High School resides. And it's in this little square here. And I drive by that high school at least twice a day. And I always think about this high school. But I drive by there to and from work every day. But this is the township.
So it's all of El Rio, part of Ventura, and half of Oxnard, yeah.
Yeah. This slide is showing the schools within a quarter mile of agriculture here in the county. And so I think we need to consider where we site our schools, and is the middle of an ag field really the best place. I want to review a little bit about something that the feds have done, a little bit of their history in their fumigant review. They also do review. Department of Pesticide Regulation is always doing review. It's ongoing review and assessment of the data from the studies, and is everything working like we want. And so what I wanted to do is not just show this, but I wanted to show you that there is public participation process throughout. And in our California process, there's also places where the public can comment, and we need the comments of the public in order to create the best regulations that we can and the best laws. So anyway, I just wanted to share that, and then I'm going to talk about the Phase 2 labeling, because out of all of this fumigant review that started way back in 2004 and had all of these steps, what came out of it was a new labels for all the fumigants with additional requirements, again, to more closely dial in safety. And these are the new requirements that came into place from the Phase 2 labeling, and these started in December of, I believe, 2012. And so all of these fumigants, 1,3-D and the other fumigants, they're all restricted materials now. There's a notification to neighbors or monitoring. You got to do one or the other. There has to be a written agreement with your neighboring ag folks that your buffer can extend onto their property. You got to get that in writing. There's emergency preparedness and response measures that have to be developed and ready at the ready. There's such a thing as difficult to evacuate sites, which I will define as, or I don't define it, but the definition is that these are sites where people are and they cannot get out of there if in case something were to go wrong. For example, jails, hospitals, and other such facilities that are overnight facilities, these are difficult to evacuate sites. So this is newly introduced in the Phase 2 labeling, and there's requirements that I'm going to get into about difficult to evacuate sites. There's additional items we're now required for fumigant management plans, and then the requirement of having the registrant of the product conduct outreach. But that's not all.
Mr. Gonzalez,
yes,
before you go on, in bullet point number 2, notification to neighbors or monitoring?
Yes.
So you could monitor instead of notifying neighbors?
You can do one or the other, yes.
Okay. And what is the monitoring?
The monitoring is essentially you go to the site and you're just checking out the tarp to see that it's intact and that no animals have run across it, that there's no that you don't detect the material.
And who does that?
The growers are required to do that.
Not your office.
We don't do that monitoring. We do other monitoring, which I'm going to get into right now.
So the grower could self-monitor or notify the neighbors?
Yes, and I'm going to get into that a little bit more, so I'll give you more information.
When you say there's different kinds of populations, how you address it differently, like people in jails, for example, who can't evacuate, do you also consider sensitive receptors like children or?
Yes, the sensitive sites, and I will share with you in a moment what we do for those sensitive sites.
Thank you.
So these are, okay, we already covered that one. These are additional Phase 2 labeling. You have to have buffer zones. The buffer zones are based on calculations that are based on how much you use and how big of an area you're going to treat and the type of application it's going to be. There's some calculations that help you determine the distances, the duration of the buffer zone. If the buffer zones overlap for 2 applications, what do you do? And I'm going to cover all this a little bit more. And then there's such a thing called credits. I'll cover this. And then transit, I'll cover that as well in more detail.
I've got one more question,
Okay.
sorry, from
That's
the
okay.
previous slide, and Supervisor Bennett's comment regarding the difference between whether you have to monitor or you can, or notification, and that it's the grower who does the monitoring on that one.
Yes.
Are these restrictions state or are they county? In other words, can you make changes to these restrictions?
These are federal restrictions.
Federal
Restrictions, and I'm going to touch on state restrictions, and then I'm going to go into the restrictions that we have here in Ventura County that are above and beyond the federal requirements.
So you can go above and beyond?
Yes.
Good.
So
that was my question.
So to be clear, so could we say you have to notify? You can't just do monitoring?
Well, what do you mean we, Mr. Bennett?
Or shall?
The county.
What's that?
The county? Can the ag commissioner do that? I'd have to really consider about doing that. I mean, there's a lot of questions I would have to ask.
So the first thing, could we, as the Board of Supervisors, pass that rule?
No.
So, and we couldn't direct you to pass that rule?
I work under the direction and supervision of the director of the Department of Pesticide Regulation.
Right.
So what I would like from you is that you guys bring me your ideas, your concerns, and I can address those. But can you tell me, Henry, you need to do this?
The answer is no. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Yeah, the answer is no. And then, but you could do it.
I have
but
certain
you don't know
discretion.
If you, huh? You have the discretion.
I have certain discretion.
You have the discretion to do that?
I have discretion to do certain things.
Do you have the discretion to do that?
Okay, what again did you want me to do?
To say you have to notify the neighbors. You can't just monitor.
Or shall notify them.
Do you know if you have that discretion? Or do you
I
have
think I do, but I would have to be able to justify that. I can't just make.
I'm not asking you to say whether you would do it. I'm
Well,
saying,
so
do you
it's-
have the authority to do that? That's all I'm trying to.
I would have the authority under certain circumstances and not under other circumstances. So yes and no.
Okay.
Yes under certain circumstances, no under other circumstances. So
Thank
we
you.
really need to look at what exactly are we talking about in order to make that kind of determination. So that question is a it depends kind of answer.
Thank you.
So
I was just going to say, in checking with County Council, it's something that we'll research and get back to you on in terms of the scope of authority and locally.
So, did I skip a slide here? No. Restricted material permits. Basically, we want to know who, what, where, when, how, and why. We expect that, well, it's required that anybody who gets a restricted material permit from us, they need to be a certified applicator based on a state exam. We want to make eye-to-eye contact with that person. You can't do this over the internet. We want to see you and know who you are. We want all of your contact information so we know where to find you when we need you. We want maps. It's a two-step process. You get your permit up front, but then later when you actually want to do the application, we require that you give us a notice of intent that you plan to do this 24 hours in advance, and that's so that we can evaluate what you want to do, and we can go to the site. When I say we, I mean the inspectors go to the site and they look and see and verify that what you have submitted in your NOI is actually the case, and then we will approve. These applications, 13D, they come with a recommendation from a state licensed pest control advisor, and then the application is conducted by a state licensed pest control business. The growers generally do not do their own applications. These are now the specific Ventura County Ag Commissioner requirements above and beyond what the feds and what the state regulations require. Okay, so these are above and beyond. The 48-hour NOI, no. I mean, the 24-hour, we have 72 hours we want. And this allows our staff more time to fully evaluate the notice of intent that's been submitted to us. It can take an inspector up to 8 hours to do the full assessment of one of these notices to do this work before they give the written approval. There's a lot that goes into this, and I'm going to share that with you a little bit so that you can know how much time it takes. And so I want you to consider that as you're thinking about ideas. Well, we'll have the Ag Commissioner do this, we'll have the Ag Commissioner do that. I have limitations, and I have things that I'm mandated to do, and I need to do those. And I have targets and priorities, and the fumigations are a priority, and applications at schools are a big priority. Nobody protects children and farm workers and everybody else from pesticide like the Ag Commissioner. And if you don't get it right, we make you start over again. If you don't start your application in 12 hours, we make you start over again. We expect a fumigate management plan from you, and it needs to be right, or you start over. Emergency preparedness and response measures. We want to know your option. Are you going to notify people, or are you going to monitor? What are you going to do? We want to know that in the NOI. Emergency response plan, we want that submitted as well with the NOI. We want to have the signed permission from the neighbors that are within your buffer. If it's another ag neighbor, your buffer is going to go onto their property. You got to have signed permission. It has to be on our form. We want that. Vacating agreements. If somebody lives in a house that is within your buffer, you can't do that application until you get a vacating agreement from them. We want to know what tarp you're using, the make, the model, the thickness. If your application is going to take more than 2 days, we want to have a schedule of when that's going to happen.
And Henry, do you have a signed permission from the school district on that?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a signed permission from the school district?
The buffer does not extend into the... that's for ag. I'd have to look for that. Do you know that? Have we had a permission from a school, Blanca?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so if we haven't had a permission, it's because the buffer zone has not extended into the school property according to the needs of the requirements of the buffer zone. That's what that tells me. So it's not been necessary. And there's other mitigations for schools that I'm going to cover in a bit, and you'll see why. So, if you give us a schedule, you can't meet it, you got to start over again. If you resubmit an NOI to us, you got to write resubmittal on there so that we can identify it. Here's the difficulty to evacuate sites that I was talking about: the schools, the jails, other such sites. If your buffer is more than 300 feet, and it would be bigger because you're treating a larger area with more chemical, then you cannot conduct any application within a quarter mile of that difficult to evacuate site at all. And if your buffer zone is less than 300 feet, you cannot have a fumigation within 1/8 of a mile of difficult to evacuate sites.
Is that what that means when it says no fumes? That means no fumigation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My abbreviation, sorry about that. And then we're talking about the monitoring. We require that the monitoring be done according to this schedule. 1 hour before sunset, we want you out there to sunset. Then again, 9 p.m. to 1 p.m., sometime within that window, we want you to go out there. Sunrise to 1 hour after sunrise, we want you to go out there. 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., we want you to go out there again. And then you have to record that. We want that on our form. We want that record kept when you went out there. Who was that person? This is all that, we collect this information, it becomes evidence later. I'll get to that. If you're going to do the notifications to the neighbors, you can use postal service, you can hand deliver, door hangers. You have to also put the notice to vacant homes. No excuses. And again, on our form, we want to know how you notified each neighbor, address by address.
Excuse me, do you have any data on what percentage are notified neighbors versus what percentage self-monitor?
No, we do have the data. We've not compiled it in a handy-dandy, easy way to be able to say this many this, that many that. Sprinklers in place. This is a requirement for tarp fumigations. You got to have sprinklers in place just in case there's an issue. We do not allow micro sprinklers. We're considering that because of the drought, but we feel that for now it's the standard type aluminum sprinklers that we require. But we're considering maybe getting a study to see if the micro sprinklers can do the same job as the regular sprinklers to suppress odor, if odor even becomes an issue. The fumigant management plan only can be submitted on an approved plan. There's a 40-acre limit. You can't treat more than 40 acres at a time. And you have to use, to get the credit, I mentioned earlier that credit was a new concept within the Phase 2 labeling. The credit means that if you use this totally impervious film as your tarp, you can reduce the buffer zones. We used to allow water seals to also get a credit, but because of the drought, nobody used them, so we're gonna get rid of that as a credit. And I think in the DPR's new recommended conditions, they don't want water credits either.
And when you say reduce the buffer zone, do you know how much it's reduced?
Yes, I'm going to cover that right now. So, there it is. buffer zone, minimum buffer zones. If you use the totally impervious tarp, it's 25 feet. If you use a non-tarp, if it's not a TIF tarp, and it's 6 acres or less, then your buffer minimum has to be 60 feet. If you're not using the totally impervious film tarp and you're fuming between 6 and 40 acres, you got a bigger buffer to deal with. Overlapping tarps. Let's say that there's 2 fumigations that are going to occur. Well, they can occur if they're within 12 hours of each other and their buffer zones overlap. But if both applications are using the TIF tarp, then the maximum that can be treated is 60 acres, and that's a combined maximum. If only one of the applications is using a non-TIF, then your maximum is now 40 acres. You can't do as much, and this requirement is for 36 hours. But the first 12 hours after the first application, you can't even overlap at all. After the 12 hours and up to the 36, you can overlap, but under these requirements. So the TIF tarp, you have to wait 9 days before you can perforate it, and an additional day before you remove it. Non-TIF tarps and untarped fumes start no sooner than 1 p.m. after sunrise and end no later than 3 hours before sunset, and that so that you can see or better see what you're doing. Now here is something that, again, the Ventura County Ag Commissioner has in place for those sensitive sites, for the children, for the schools. We do not allow any applications within a quarter of a mile of a school when school is in session of any restricted material. So 1,3-D being a restricted material, you cannot use that material when school is in session for within a quarter of a mile. And even other times, say there's after-school sports, you have to check with the school because that same condition applies, not just when school is in session, but whenever there's these kids are there doing sports or whatever, we also have that same quarter-mile buffer requirement.
I don't really know the pesticide specific, but does it have residue that can go in the air and land on play yards and such?
Not really. It vaporizes and moves into it'll either get tied up in the soil with the soil microbes and organic matter. It'll break down over time, and some amounts that do get into the air, they dissipate over time, but there's generally no residues to speak of anyway.
So Henry,
Yes.
If at Real Mesa they're having, or Oxnard High School, they're having a football game at night, they must check with the school district to make sure.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be allowed. You cannot use any restricted pesticides within a quarter mile in those kinds of situations. So it goes beyond, and the growers know the liability. I mean, we may take action. There may be a lot of issues with a mishap, but I think the liability is of greater concern than anything the Ag Commission.
And you monitor that. You monitor that, make sure that it's not happening?
We monitor everything, but we don't have the resources to be everywhere all the time. So we do sampling, we do monitoring, we do random monitoring, we do target monitoring. We take action that way, and that's how we monitor. If I had there's thousands and thousands of applications, and we don't have the resources to really be there and monitor everything.
And I think your mission statement says you must protect the human health and so forth.
That's what we do.
And I think it's important that we look at that.
That's what we do. Mm-hmm. I'm happy to take more resources. And then this is a practice. This is something that we do, and I mentioned this already. We focus on fumigations, especially around schools, because we know those are the children. We have to protect them. And personally, every year, I meet with the growers and the officials from Rio Mesa High School so that we can talk about what's coming up with the fume season. It's only like a small window of when the kids won't be there, before sports, before school. And so it has to be coordinated. The school officials have been great to work with, very cooperative, the growers as well. And like I said, along with my deputy, Ryan Casey here, I meet personally with the school officials and the growers to make sure everything is going according to a plan. Okay, there's something else we do, talking about the monitoring. We do what's called a pre-application site inspection. We go there before they apply the 1,3-D and other restricted materials, and we want to verify that all the conditions are as reported. We do, specifically for 1,3-D, we do fumigation, monitoring, inspections. We go there when they're applying the material, and we make sure that they're complying with all of the regulations that are in place and the conditions. We'll do records audits and make sure that they're keeping all of their paperwork, because that paperwork becomes evidence of are they following the laws and regulations or not. So we do records audits. We will investigate illnesses and complaints. And when we're investigating, when we're doing the pre-application sites, the monitoring, the records audits, the illness and complaint investigations, we are looking for violations of the Food and Ag Code and the California Code of Regulations. And so what do we do if we find those? Well, we have two choices. One is we can do a compliance action or we can do an enforcement action. The compliance action is merely a warning, but we document what happened. So-and-so violated such a code section on this date, and this is what all the facts are. Other than that, we'll get into enforcement actions, and the enforcement actions, we will do administrative penalties. These are fines that we issue to the growers, and we can also revoke the permit, essentially putting somebody out of business.
Henry, has that happened?
I haven't revoked a permit since I've been here. I'll tell you, Mr. Zaragoza and everybody, that the growers just want to know what is required of them. Ag commissioners have historically gained a very high level of compliance merely through outreach and education. We tell them this is what's required, and they generally follow that. So for us to even go to an administrative penalty, we do some, maybe a couple of dozen a year, but I've not had to revoke a permit. If I did, it'd have to be very serious. Another option that I have is, and this would be something that's beyond what I generally deal with, but I also can approach the district attorney about taking perhaps criminal action on somebody if they did something very egregious, like they're doing something on purpose. That would be very bad. But I do have that option as well. Just to recap, to me, this is the big take-home point, is that the exemptions that were allowed for additional use, there's no more exemptions. There's no more exemptions. Studies have shown that the safe use is under the 0.14 parts per million this is the average for a year over that 70-year lifetime in the same township. And then there's an ongoing process of registration where the Department of Pesticide Regulation and the feds are always looking at these materials, new studies, new technologies, new occurrences, and that is helping to more accurately dial in the process. Perhaps it should go down to 0.13. Perhaps it can go up. I don't know. It depends on what mitigations are developed. Improved tarps before used to be just any regular piece of plastic almost, but then we got to virtually impervious films, and now we're at totally impervious films. The next iteration of film technology might allow us to do a better job. We'll have to wait and see on that one. So next steps, what else is happening? Right now, the Department of Pesticide Regulation is already announced that they have some new permit conditions that they're going to recommend to ag commissioners. Also, I and a number of my colleagues are working with the Department of Pesticide Regulation to develop additional school notification requirements. I don't know what that's going to be, but there's going to be public meetings. They're planned to get public input. The meetings are going to be not only in the day but in the evening, so working folks can go, not just agency folks. And I'm going to make sure that one is in Oxnard for us here to go there, and the public can go speak. And that would likely probably be in the evening hours, so folks can go there and tell DPR how they see the issue. Also, we're looking to work with public health to look at other potential additional data that we can assess to see if more needs to be done here at the local level. DPR also has a long-term risk assessment in the works, and from that assessment, I only expect that these mitigations are going to be dialed in even more accurately to make sure that we are safe. That's not me.
Thank you. So I held a few questions. One, I really appreciate, and I believe it is sincere when you say, nobody's protecting the children of Ventura County more than the Ag Commissioner. And to that end, it would be important for me to know, back in 2011, when we were above the standard, was that something that you communicated, above the air standard, above the 0.14? Is that something that you communicated to any of the schools, any of the...
I wasn't looking at that data.
Okay. So you weren't aware of that data?
No, I cannot know everything.
My second question is, how soon do you think you can get those answers to us that you said you were going to, you could get that answer like, so what was the air data in 2000?
I can get you all the existing data from all the different locations that the DPR and the Air Resources Board also conducted for DPR. I can get you all of the locations, the years, and the data. I'll be happy to do that.
How soon could you do that? When would you do that?
It'll take me a little bit because I have to do some research, and I have many other priorities that I've been working on for.
To make it easy, how about
give me a month? Give me a month.
How about just the data for the Rio Mesa site? If all I want is the air quality data for 2002, 2003, 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, I don't think they sampled all of those years. I can give you what they did.
Could you do that in a week?
For the Rio Mesa?
Just Rio Mesa site.
I thought we actually had a slide to that effect. I didn't see it.
The slide stopped at 2011.
The Rio Mesa slide, did we drop that?
But you can bring it to us.
You said there wasn't air monitoring next to Rio Mesa. It was over at the airport prior to 2010, so you don't have that data.
Okay. Well, we have actually had that slide there, but what I found out was that even though it's been called a Rio Mesa High, the first year in 2010 was actually at the animal shelter there by the Camarillo Airport, but it wasn't until 2011, 2012. It was from 2010 to 2013 that the sampling occurred. The first year, 2010, was at the Camarillo Animal Shelter. So only at the other 2 or 3 years, whatever that is, was it at Camarillo. So I can give you that, and I can give you that really quick. I think I might even have it here.
You say there is no data for the before 2010?
Well, there was no sampling. There cannot be no data when there was no sampling.
There was no air sampling done before 2010?
At that location.
Right. Okay. And then one other question. Has anybody, a fundamental question is, what is the relative economic gain from the application of the pesticide? Certainly people are interested in using it because it improves production, improves, food quality, all of that. Do we know what the relative gain is? I mean, with what do organic farms produce per acre versus what does a farm that's using these fumigants produce per acre in terms of value?
That question is probably better for a farmer that's using those materials. Maybe the farm advisors. That goes beyond what the Ag Commissioner
So you're
does.
not aware of any data or that show that?
I don't.
Right, okay.
know
And
anything
then the
about
final thing I just want to say, I know that it's difficult for you to handle questions while you're trying to do your report and going, hey, it's all coming. Just know that in general, when I know in water, when people they get really frustrated when they get the report and they don't have any time to sort of analyze it before they hear it, see it, et cetera. So it's difficult for us, you talk about trying to save our questions up, it's difficult for us with a report this long to hold your questions all the way to the end when they're specific to a certain slide and a certain reference, and keep those all straight from our perspective. So to the extent that a report like this doesn't get presented to us for that we get it in writing before we get it orally, we would do a much better job. And I realize you're trying to get it to us, quickly and all of that. But that's part of why it was frustrating for you from that standpoint. So thank you very much.
I agree.
And I would just like to speak to that. Yeah, that was part of the effort. I think the report was just completed this morning. The effort was because it was such an important topic. We wanted to get it to you as quickly as possible rather than wait 2 weeks because the board doesn't meet for another 2 weeks. And our preference is always to get you the information
I realize.
in advance.
Just trying to explain
yeah,
why
absolutely.
there had to be questions.
It's very complex too.
And I just wanted to be able to answer that more clearly with the slide that was actually going to answer your question. That's why
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Related somewhat. In these industries that use this product most intensely, strawberries, berries, what protections are offered to the farm workers when the product's being applied? I see with strawberries with the tarps, I expect that they put the product down and they step out of the field.
Yes, there's another similar 1-hour presentation that I can give on what are the requirements for the applicators of these products and all of the equipment that they need to use. There's even requirements as to how many hours a day they can do this type of work. There's tons of requirements. And then for the field workers that are not involved in the application, there's many more requirements. One of the terms that I mentioned was the re-entry interval. Depending on the toxicity of the chemical, depending on the method of application, generally, there is a period of time after the application of a pesticide that people cannot go into that treated field unless they are suited up with the personal protective equipment that will protect them from that material. It can be as short as 4 hours. It can be weeks. It depends on the situation, and so that is required to be respected, and that would be a serious violation if somebody told their workers to go in there during that period of time.
Okay.
That's one of the,
if there's any, when you look at a 70-year lifespan, if there's anyone besides the farmers who are, working the crops and dealing with the different pesticides that are used, exposure, it's certainly the farm workers who may have a lifetime of exposure. So I appreciate that, and I knew that actually from prior fumigant issues with methobromide, and going out on the site and watching how it's applied and how it's tarped, and way back years ago. So, thank you.
And to add to that, I know that you have a 70-year study, for residential people, but following up on the farmers, do you have any data on what affects, the fumigants or pesticides or whatever we have on the farm workers and the actual workers that are out in the field?
I don't have that data. Department of Pesticide Regulation may have that data. I don't have that data.
Because obviously that must be higher because they're right in the actual fields, where the pesticides or fumigants are applied, and
they would have to live in the same township for 70 years.
Yeah,
and
I
those
understand.
levels would have to be
That's one
beyond.
study. One study on the residential, but the one talking about the actual farm workers. You don't have any data on what affects?
I don't have that data. Department of Pesticide Regulation may have that data. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, we have Dr. Levin up, right?
Dr. Levin will be next. Just one last point, Henry, just to clarify, that 70-year standard, that's a state standard?
It's yes, it's a standard that the state uses, but it's used beyond the state as well. It's a 70-year lifetime study. The federal government, in some of their studies, uses the same. It's kind of a scientific benchmark.
Dr. Levin.
Dr. Levin. Need my pointer?
I don't think so. Thanks. Good day, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Public Health has been looking into the potential short and long-term health impacts of pesticide exposure at the Rio Mesa High School. We've examined existing local data that we have access to in our department, such as the Image Trend electronic patient care system for ambulance records and the Epicenter epidemiological surveillance system for hospital emergency room data, and have also had a dialogue with some of our local partners, such as the Ventura County Office of Education and Gold Coast Health Plan. And we have explored state resources like the California Department of Public Health, the California Environmental Health Tracking Program, and the California Cancer Registry. None of these has shown us increased health problems in employees or children at the Rio Mesa High School. For example, we looked at the cancer case counts from 2003 to 2012, but cannot find any statistically significant increase in cancer rates at the Rio Mesa High School area during that period. In summary, Public Health has not come across any data indicating a potential health issue connected with pesticide use near Rio Mesa High School. However, it may be that the sources of information available to us are insensitive to the health impacts that we're looking for. The Director of Public Health, Rigo Vargas, the Health Officer, myself, and the County CEO, Mike Powers, are open to the possibility that over the next months and years, information will become available to us, such as the result of school surface testing for pesticide residues, that will bring new information to bear, which will influence our opinions about pesticide use near schools. We will monitor this testing closely, will remain open to other input, and as new information becomes available, bring back recommendations as appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Would you expect medical statistics like cancer to, if we're talking about increased exposure that took us over the air quality limits there, and then I realized the studies say 70 years, but if they were going to manifest, let's say they're wrong and it's less than that, or it's less than that for young people, would you expect those to manifest in a short period of time so the data to be available, or would you expect that to manifest over a longer period of time?
I think we need to be open to all kinds of health effects, everything from asthma to recurrent pneumonia or sinusitis, all the way through birth defects and cancer on the other end of the spectrum. And some cancers might manifest within a couple, 3, 5 years. Others could take many, many years to manifest.
Okay. Thank you.
On the timeline is some number that you're going to be looking at.
I think we would not be looking so much at the timeline as to the spectrum of diseases, and would be open to any possible increase in diseases in affected areas over the norm, over what would be expected.
That's your long-term approach to looking at that, if there's any effects or any potential effects in the future.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Levin.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Villegas?
Chair Long, members of the board, Mike Powers. I'm Mike Villegas, Air Pollution Control Officer, and I just want you to know we have a limited role in this issue. We have provided the state with the use of our monitoring site at Rio Mesa High School, and that's, looking at the email thread, it started about 2011 when they moved from the Camarillo Airport to Rio Mesa, so that kind of answers your question, Supervisor Bennett. We actually we did the field work for the state at no cost for an amount of time until it became burdensome, and basically the state's handling it now. The other role we have is myself being a member of the California Air Pollution Controls Officer Association. They're specifically cited for coordination with Department of Pesticide Regulation in developing these regulations. That change in state law was about 5 years ago, and since that time I've been asked to handle that work just because, well, we're Ventura County and we've got the issues. So I've worked on the methyl bromide regulation and the chloropicrin regulation. However, the 1,3-D regulation predates that change in state law, to my understanding. So I was not involved in that one, unfortunately. But I want you to know that we're going to use our resources to work with DPR to make sure that these regulations are protective of public health. And I think one of the key things to also know is that same legislation that pulled in the air districts also pulled in the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, a state office that specializes in epidemiology and toxicology. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, so we didn't make our Rio Mesa site available to state until 2011, and you say they moved from the Camarillo site. So was the state doing the air quality testing in the Camarillo site during that?
They were testing at the Camarillo Airport, and I understand that site, it was problematic. I don't know if it was the distance from the farms. Mm-hmm. I also heard there was interference from construction emissions at the airport. Mm-hmm. So they asked if they could move in with us at Rio Mesa, and of course we offered ours.
Do you have the data on what the air quality reports were that were coming from Camarillo?
No, I do not. We were doing the field work. The state was actually doing the analysis.
So the best way for the Board of Supervisors to get
I
that
think
data?
we need to speak with Department of Pesticide Regulation.
To be able to get that data.
That's where that data should be residing.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
No, but I would like to share my points.
We have public comments.
Let me share my points, and then we can, I don't think, maybe
Okay.
it'd take maybe just 2 minutes. I just want to thank Mike, our CEO, Powers, and Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Levin, and also Mr. Villegas for their report. This is a very detailed and very complex report that the Ag Commissioner gave us. But I have three main issues, and that's why I wanted to hear from the team that you put together, Mike. And that was that I'm concerned about the health and safety of our school children around our schools and our families throughout Ventura County that live around where pesticides and fumigants are being applied. I'm especially concerned about the students over in the El Rio school district, the Rio Mesa High School. And I want to do everything that I can to support and help the health of those individuals. The second item that I'm concerned about is health and safety of our workers, our farm workers. We talked about farm workers. We have moms and dads, brothers, sisters, and lots of families working out, picking strawberries and actually doing our farming. And I want to do everything I can to help them too. The third issue that I have is the success of our ag community. I know we have quite a few people here. It's a $2 billion farming ag industry that provides hundreds and hundreds of jobs. I'm not here to destroy that industry at all. In fact, I want to help it. And I'm glad that the Ag Commissioner says that nobody's been penalized for any violations of any kind, so that's good. So, and one of the things that we want to provide is fruit and vegetables for our families. In fact, here at the Board of Supervisors, we adopted the Health in All Families policies. That's going to be part of our reports that our agencies come up with in their reporting. So again, my goal is to provide our children and families and farm workers the strong and safe ability to work, to provide work again with the farm workers, and to provide job, economic benefits, and so forth for the community. So, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, what I believe is that we need to do a little bit more. We need more information on other areas in the city and county, for that matter. For example, we have schools that are within 1/4 mile of farms and I'll name some of the schools. Thurgood Marshall is within that area. Rosales School, Laguna Vista, Juan Laguna Soria School, Rose Avenue School, Lemonwood School, Tierra Vista School, Oxnard High School, Rio del Valle School, just to name a few. So what I would like to ask the board and the Board of Supervisors, that other chemicals are being used other than the chemicals that are being talked about at Rio Mesa, and that we have additional inspections by having the California Department of Health come out with a report in conjunction with our agencies on some of the raw data that was given out by the Department of Health, to produce a similar report just for Ventura County only. I know the report that was given out by the California Department of Health was put out for the entire state of California, but I'd like to have one specifically just for Ventura County, so that our staff can work with that department and also with the Department of Public Health, using that report to focus specifically on pesticides that are being used within Ventura County. And I know that this is going to cost some money, and I know that those studies, like the commissioner said, that we need additional dollars. So I've talked to Senator Hannibal Jackson. In fact, she called my office to discuss the possibility of funding resources to address the issue of getting more information and more studies on the different areas of the county and the city. And some of the resources that she mentioned to me was to ask the pesticide regulation Department of Pesticide Regulation, so DRP, for additional funding, and also have our staff look at the mill assessment assessments that we have on pesticides here in Ventura County. And I know that that's an assessment that probably the growers won't like, but it's something that maybe needs to be looked at so we can fund this study. And again, Senator Jackson's office is exploring the possibility of maybe coming out with a slight increase on the mills assessment for any additional resources, so we can study additional areas within the county. And I know that the county, I'm asking this that the county do that, but I would like to have those departments help us out, fund the possibility of having additional studies so we can make sure that our families are safe, and also that that we ourselves are going to be satisfied that we are doing the right thing for the community. Senator Jackson is also looking at helping us out with the Department of Pesticide Regulations in the State Department of Public Health, and she has sent Carla over to share that with us, that she is supporting us, with this efforts, and to make sure that we are doing the right thing for our constituency, our children, our schools, and our farm workers here in Ventura County. So I really appreciate Senator Jackson's offer to help support us in this efforts, and I would like to work with our office. I also would like to have share with that my staff has been working with other groups, community groups, and constituencies on this issue, and some of those individuals are here today, and I want to keep working with those individuals so we can make sure that we have the safe, proper pesticides, fumigants, and so forth applications, so that our community and our workers and our children and our families are in a safe environment. And I just want to thank again, the presenters for the excellent work they've done, and also that hopefully we can work together with the ag community to keep those $2 billion intact, to keep those jobs together, and also to work safely with the workers, our students, and our families. Thank you.
Any other comments? We have public speakers. Okay. We'll go now to the public speakers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. Okay. There are 13. I'd ask you, if you can, to try to keep your comments about 2 minutes. because we have yet a full agenda in front of us. I'll certainly, if you feel you need more time, we'll listen. Let's start with Carla Castillo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Senator Hannah-Beth Jackson. Dear Chair Long and supervisors, I'd like to thank the board and the staff for the time and effort that has gone on to prepare today's presentation. We know that was quite the quick turnaround, and it's much appreciated. Since my days as an assembly member, I have been concerned with pesticide applications near schools. My first encounter was with the Mound School in Ventura. It led to my sponsoring Assembly Bill 947 that became law in 2002. AB 947 clarified that a county agricultural commissioner possesses the authority to condition the use of pesticide application near schools, increase the amount of fines that could be assessed against individuals responsible for exposing school children, teachers, and others to pesticide drift, and called on schools to ensure that emergency plans were put in place to respond to pesticide draft events. Sponsors included the Ventura County Farm Bureau and the Environmental Defense Center. Now here we are, almost 13 years later, and thanks to the Center for Investigative Reporting and Supervisor Zaragoza, we are learning that pesticides applied to strawberry fields near Rio Mesa High School with 2,100 students are being applied at even higher levels than originally thought acceptable. Specifically, we have learned that 1,3-dichloropropane has been measured in the air at the school. This means that the safety controls required for using this pesticide are failing, putting the health of our kids, their teachers, at risk. 1,3-dichloropropane is known contact irritant that causes blisters and rashes, and the United States Environmental Protection Agency has listed it as a probable carcinogen. It is my hope and expectation as your state senator that we can work together to protect public health and meet the agricultural community's needs. Toward that end, I would encourage all parties to move forward with an action plan to address the community's concerns, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcela Morales, followed by Rob Roy.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the County Board of Supervisors. CAUSE, MICOP, Líderes Campesinas, and Planned Parenthood have come together to address the increasing, not decreasing, exposure to highly hazardous pesticides. The study that was done last year, or released last year, looked at 144 pesticides that are already of concern to the Department of Public Health. So these are not pesticides that are whose harm is in question. In addition, these pesticides are also noted by the California Environmental Protection Agency and the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. So the pesticides that we are focused on are not just any pesticide, they are known hazardous pesticides. And in addition to 1,3-D, there's also the concern with metamsodium and chloropicrin. What we've seen in Ventura County is a stark increase in these hazardous pesticides. Over a 10-year period, there was a 2,085% increase in 1,3-D. 2,085% increase. There was a 210% increase in chloropicrin. There was a 226% increase in metamsodium. While there has been an 18% increase overall in pesticide use in that 10-year period, there was a 76% increase in the hazardous pesticides. So the trend is towards these hazardous pesticides and in increasing amounts. Often what's pointed to is that there hasn't been acute poisonings, but what we hear from the ground is the acute illnesses, the nausea, the chronic itching, the skin rashes, from doctors on the front lines, concerns around fertility issues.
So we feel that this is an opportunity to start, and we certainly hope that this isn't, the end to doing as much as we can to address these hazardous known poisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Roy, followed by John Christ.
Rob Roy, President General Counsel. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. This report issued, it's based upon events of the past. You heard from the report today that the ambient levels are down, the exemptions are gone. You just heard from Maricela, pesticides, not 1,3-D. I thought the reason we were here today was because of 1,3-D, not all pesticides. Clearly, I think you can see what's happening here, and this is just a larger platform for elimination of pesticides by certain groups. And that's fine. Ventura County is the gold standard for agriculture in the state of California. We have the strictest pesticide regulations found anywhere in the state of California. You heard the report here locally. We probably have more stricter rules and regulations here than anywhere in the state. You were concerned about this ambient target level, the 1.4. I've been involved in many of those negotiations. Sometimes they start out at 6, sometimes they're 4, sometimes they're 2, and sometimes they end up being 1.4. But that's a negotiated item that happens. The standard is that if you were downwind living 24/7 for 70 years, affected by 1,3-D, maybe, possibly, according to the EPA, you might develop cancer. But that's not the case here. The other fallacy here is that 1,3-D, like methyl bromide and chloropicrin, is applied 14 to 16 inches into the ground. It's not applied aerially. Into the ground. It dissipates in the ground. It's put in by professional applicators, not farm workers. There are no farm workers in the immediate area. There are reentry areas. They're not permitted into those fields. In many instances, they don't come in for a month afterwards to plant the strawberry plants. The fallacy that people are being affected by these operations is a fallacy. It's part of the agenda here. And we have an April 9th meeting coming up, and I'm sure we don't always have NBC or CBS here at all these meetings, and it's part of the agenda. On April 9th, the DPR is going to have a public meeting on some of these issues. So that's where we are. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
A quick question for Mr. Roy. When that soil is disturbed, does any of this get released into the atmosphere?
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone within a matter of a few days, Supervisor. That's the problem. This is not the Mound incident. This was not an aerial application next to Mound School. This goes into the ground.
There's a one-year
shelf life?
1 year standard. Is it all gone?
I would imagine most of it is. Have you heard of any casualties?
Have I heard of any casualties?
Have you heard of anyone being sick from that? Have you got any statistical data to support any casualties?
We just heard from our public health director that he doesn't have that information.
I guess then we don't.
Does that mean it's gone?
I would assume most of it is. You can talk to the manufacturer of the product or the DPR, but in a matter of days under those heavy tarps, it basically dissipates into the soil, and that's basically it. The soil is not disturbed after that.
But it's still in the air after that?
No, it's not in the air.
There's a one-year
It breaks down. It's not in the air.
All right.
That's the fallacy of all this.
Thank you.
John Christ. Thank you, Mr. Roy. Followed by Jeanette Lombardo.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm John Christ, the CEO of the Farm Bureau of Ventura County. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. First thing I want to do is commend my friend Henry Gonzalez on a very thorough report. Hopefully you gained a new appreciation, perhaps, of the complexity, the intricacy of pesticide regulation in the state of California and the county of Ventura. And now you know why there are so few people in the state who are qualified to do his job. It's very complicated. I just want to leave you with a couple of thoughts. I think that was something that's very important. The public has this notion that growers are just out there willy-nilly spraying materials around. It's very, very tightly controlled. Yes, these are potentially hazardous materials. No question about that. That's why they work. We encounter lots of potentially hazardous materials in our daily life. We pump gasoline into our cars. We put chlorine bleach in our washing machines. The question isn't whether they're hazardous. The question is whether they can be controlled, used safely. And that goes to the question of, do we have the right tools, the right precautions, the right regulations to ensure that? And do we have people enforcing those regulations and obeying those regulations? And I think the answer to all those questions in this case is clearly yes. The other thing I want to point out is something that you brought up, Chairwoman Long. These are tools. These are tools that farmers use to manage the inherent uncertainty of farming as a business. They use them because they work. They're very expensive. They don't use them just for the heck of it. They count on them to make it profitable and to stay in business. If they didn't have to use them, they would not. And that goes to the point that I think you alluded to, Mr. Zaragoza. Farming in this county doesn't just support hundreds of jobs. It supports 43,000 jobs, and those are dependent on the profitability of the farms that employ them. So I think when we talk about restricting access to these crucial tools, we need to keep those things in mind. Thank you.
And my thought is not to restrict my
Thank
thing,
you,
just to make it safety.
Yeah.
Safe.
Jeanette Lombardo, and then Gina Fisher.
Jeanette Lombardo, California Food and Agribusiness Advocates. I think we're all concerned about what happens around schools. It's, of course, a concern for all of us. Farmers' children attend those schools. When Miro Mesa was built in 1965, that school district didn't expect for there to be farms, fields around them for very long. Planners actually believed the area would eventually be yielded to housing, and that didn't happen. I think one of the things that was brought up here earlier by Mr. Gonzalez is perhaps it's time to revisit our exemption of SOAR for schools that creates this urban interface that is restricting the operation of our farms that it was designed to protect. Secondly, I think I have to agree with Mr. Roy, this is a forum and you're all being used. There's many articles that have come out surrounding the release of this report. The California for Pesticide Reform suggests that the growing organic industry is obviously a feasible alternative to conventional growing and the use of these fumigants. Realistically, consumption of certified organic products is only 7.67% of what our country consumes. The rest is conventionally grown. And until those numbers switch, we need to find balance. And it is a matter of food security for a population that is increasing to 9 billion before 2050. And I have less and less farmers to feed those people. And for all of these working on these issues, they need to know the consequences for their performance here today. We will only see more and more food coming from countries outside of our own. Countries that fertilize in human waste, that grow in dead soil, and have acid rain. So when Dr. Levine does his studies, perhaps he needs to look into foodborne illnesses and death. California farmers provide Ventura, the state of California, and the U.S. with the safest food supply in the world. 3 times a day, every day, day after day. We all trust the regulators of our industry to ensure that human health is protected. Our families live on their farms. Their workers become part of our families. I do not like how you want to use the county's public health department to do studies that target only pesticides. Chemicals are used in industry and they are used in residential homes. And they're as much as part of the problem as anyone else. If you're going to regulate one, you need to regulate all. And John, you listed schools that are within a quarter-mile radius of agricultural operations. When you heard there's no spraying being done there. Okay? I'm going to quote from the report, which I think some of you haven't even read. Maybe some of the people that are commenting on it here today.
Can you wrap up here?
Yes,
Mr.
I am.
Barrow?
Thank you, Kathy. In Chapter 3 of this report, it states, California is considered the gold standard for pesticide regulations. It is one of the few states that go above and beyond the federal EPA standards, and actually the California regulations of Talone is the strictest in the world. So this material can and has been used safely. Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Sure, Linda.
Sure.
Our public health department had a couple slides, and it stated that it appears there's a paucity of existing local reliable data on health impacts of pesticide exposure near this school. And it goes on to say that the public health is open to additional information, such as the result of certain school surface testing that they are aware is occurring. Do you object to them looking and seeing if their surface testing? You don't have an objection to that?
No one objects.
Okay, thank you.
With the amount of people that are against it in this very room, if they had that information, we would have had it already.
Well,
they don't have it.
Thank you. But I do appreciate that you are supportive of that.
Gina Fisher, followed by Mr. Lopez.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Gina Fisher. I'm the Director of Public Policy for Planned Parenthood of Santa Barbara, Ventura, and San Luis Obispo Counties Incorporated. And we're proud to be in coalition with CAUSE, MyCOP, and Líderes Campesinas, and others in advocating for a future that is safe from the hazards of pesticides for a few reasons. First, we support healthy families and healthy pregnancies and good maternal and infant health outcomes. Second, Planned Parenthood supports the creation of a sustainable world by helping our patients make choices for better health and a greener environment. We know that excessive exposure to pesticides can disrupt hormones, increase a child's risk of having birth defects and learning disabilities, and can cause cancer and other health complications. Fetuses and very young children are at the highest risk to adverse side effects of exposure. And third, we provide important medical services to agricultural workers, especially at our Ventura and Santa Maria health centers. We care deeply about these patients and their children. We want them to have the best health outcomes possible. We screen patients we suspect have been exposed to pesticides. However, we're currently limited in doing long-term health tracking based on exposure. As part of this coalition work, we're committed to improving training protocols for our healthcare professionals to better identify the side effects of exposure, as well as to find ways to share our data with other health professionals like county public health. Oftentimes, there are no obvious or immediate adverse signs of pesticide exposure, and this complicates the long-term health outcomes of agricultural workers. And we think this is something that we can change in collaboration with all stakeholders who are committed to a healthy and a safe future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okay, I made a mistake. So the next speaker is Mr. Solano. Is there a Jovenel Solano? Or how about Ms. Lopez? If he returns, we can have him speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Suget Lopez, Executive Director of Líderes Campesinas, a statewide organization of farm worker women. It's a farm worker women-led and driven organization, and we have had a presence in Ventura for the past 20 years. Our work touches the lives of farm worker women and their families with our theater, our one-on-one outreach, media presentations, etc. We create a safe space for the farm workers to talk about the issues that most concern them and collectively seek solutions. We do this in Ventura with an annual budget of $60,000, and we do it in partnership with people like organizations like MyCOP, CAUSE, and Planned Parenthood, all of which are present here today. With this said, I am here today to attest to the following. Number one, farm workers in Ventura, through our different interactions with them, have shared with us the many instances when they have been exposed to pesticides in the workplace, at home, and at schools, and the changes in their health that they have seen as a result. Number two, that in Ventura County, there is a need for medical diagnosis and treatment of pesticide poisoning and related pesticide-related illnesses. And number three, the need for more education to farm workers and trust building amongst farm workers so that they can report when they have been exposed to pesticides to the appropriate entities. Of course, with our limited budget, we can only do so much. My vision for Ventura County is for its economy to continue to thrive in the way that has been previously described, but also for an environment and a place that has a high standard for people's health and well-being as well. I'm looking forward, and I strongly believe that if we combine all the data and information that the previous presenters have presented from the Department of Public Health, the Ag Commissioner, and what we have to say from the perspective of farm workers and also the farmers, that we will collectively come up with the solutions and offer better protections to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, shall I try Mr. Solano?
Muy buenas tardes, honorables. Yo voy a hablar en mixteco. Mi nombre es Juvenal Solano y vengo en representación del proyecto Mixteco con la coalición que ya escucharon.
¿Lo voy a decir en español?
Oh, español.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Juvenal Solano, and I will be presenting. First he said Mixteco, but I don't speak Mixteco. Then he said Spanish. I will interpret for him. And he was also addressing honorary members of the Board of Supervisors.
El año pasado estuve trabajando en el campo.
Last year I worked in the fields.
Y básicamente no existen las regulaciones que deberían.
And basically the regulations that should be in place do not exist.
Una vez estábamos trabajando.
One time we were working.
Llegaron las personas a fumigar.
So the sprayers came and were doing their job.
Le dijimos al mayordomo
We told the lead men
de que están sprayando,
that they were spraying,
que si podemos ir a la casa o alejarnos más.
that if we could instead go to home or maybe like step further away from the...
Y lo que nos dijo el mayordomo es de que no hay ningún problema porque el aire va del otro lado y ustedes están de este lado.
And what the lead men said is that there's no problem because the air is going towards the opposite direction of where you guys are right now.
Entonces estoy aquí
I'm here
para que ustedes sepan verdad lo que está pasando
so
en el
that
campo.
you know what's happening in the fields.
Existen leyes que están reguladas que supuestamente deben hacer así,
There are existing laws that are supposed to regulate,
pero todavía hay muchas compañías que no cumplen con esas leyes.
but there are still many companies that are not complying with those laws or regulations.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can the Juvenal give the phone number to the Ag Commissioner, so if that continues or if that is happening, that you'll know to enforce that?
Well, I think it'd be good to follow up to your point, Supervisor Zaragoza, on this particular situation.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but the scenario that was just described is not a violation because of the wind is moving the material away. If the wind was moving the material towards him, then that would definitely not be a good scenario. We'll take his number, and we're happy to take anonymous complaints. We don't even need to know anybody's name, but we do need to be able to go to the site when the violation is occurring so that we can capture whatever evidence we need to do what we have
So
to do.
if he was in the path of that fumigant, then it does...
That would be different. If the wind was blowing away from him, actually helping, then that's fine. If it's moving the material towards him, that's a problem.
But I guess what I'm asking, if maybe he can get a number or a website where he can look at and...
Michael Kling, K-L-C-L-E-N-G. Lang? Sorry.
Quite all right. It's Clue, Michael Clue.
Oh, okay.
Chairman Long, members of the board, and Mr. Powers, thanks for allowing farmers to present our case in this issue. California agriculture, as you've heard from some of the folks in the audience, is the most highly regulated industry or ag industry in the world. It's not even close. The standards that we are held to are so far exceed anything that you would see in Mexico or in China, and yet we're getting over-regulated, and onerous regulations are adding costs to us that are making it much harder to stay in business. acreage, strawberry acreage in Oxnard is decreasing because it's getting much more difficult to stay in business, in part because of heavy regulations. There are a lot of misconceptions about pesticides and application, and a lot of it's because of a lack of information. Folks see us spraying out there and they don't know what it is that's being sprayed or how it's being done. In the case of 1D3, this is actually a fumigant that we are using less and less of and heading more towards chloropicrin, which is not carcinogenic. We are using the tarps now as TIF film. It's just been put into wide commercial use in the last year. It nearly eliminates emissions. It's virtually zero now. So you're seeing measurements that are from the past. We're heading to stuff that's better now, that's reducing it even further. 1D3 is even though we're phasing away from it, it is something that has been used safely. We have procedures that we have to follow to maintain its safety. We, as farmers, are in the fields, and our families live near the fields. So we're just as concerned as everybody else about what may be happening in schools where our kids attend. What we can assure you guys is that we work very closely with these schools when we're making applications. When we're applying a fumigant, as these gentlemen said, it's injected into the ground, it's sealed with a tarp, then it breaks down in the soil and it's inert. There's very little that can possibly get out. If you have a tear in the film, then maybe something can off gas, and that's what we're monitoring, trying to protect against.
You could wrap up, please. Thank you.
Okay. What I'd say is we're just as concerned as everybody else, but we feel we're doing above and beyond to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Edgar Terry, followed by Arcelia Aguilera.
Chairperson Long, supervisors, Mr. Powers, I'm Edgar Terry, a local grower, and I have the honor of being the chairman of the California Strawberry Commission. And the thing I want to say after listening to Henry's presentation and all the speakers is no other organization, no other industry in the state of California that I know about spends more money, more time, more effort on training both growers, farm workers, with educational outreach, assessing ourselves millions of dollars, spending millions of dollars on additional research and development with Cal Poly. We've spent $1 million over the last year of creating a sustainability center up there specifically for strawberries. We also spend millions of dollars with the University of California at Davis on different research projects. The other thing I'd like to say is a year and a half ago I was sitting at the United Nations building in Bangkok at the Montreal Protocol. One of my jobs as chairman is to go to the Montreal Protocol meetings. And I was sitting there listening to all the speakers discuss the phasing out of methyl bromide, and Henry's right, next year will be the last year of methyl bromide in the state of California and in the United States as far as I know. But they were talking about the efficacy of tolone and chloropicrin as an alternative to methyl bromide and being reinforced by many countries around the world. And I had the pleasure of explaining to them California's ordinances on doing fumigation and specifically Ventura County's abundance of ordinances on top of the state of California on how we get fumigation done. They were surprised at how onerous the rules are here in Ventura County. And they said to me, and I quote, and I won't mention the person's name, but a high-ranking government official back in D.C., "You mean you don't just follow the federal rules?" And I said, no, we follow the state of California, which has their separate rules, and we follow Ventura County, which has rules above those rules. And they were surprised. And I think you should all take some comfort in the knowledge that our local rules here exceed other counties, our state rules exceed the federal, and our federal rules exceed most all developed nations in the world. And it's something I think to be proud of, and not sit and overly worry about things that aren't happening. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Arcelia Aguilera, followed by Bobby Jones.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Arcelia Aguilera.
My name is Arcelia Aguilera.
Y soy miembro de Líderes Campesinas.
I'm a member of Líderes Campesinas.
Y el mes pasado empezamos a otra compañera y yo, 4.
Last month, 4 other colleagues of mine and myself
empezamos a dar información en el consulado de Oxnard.
We began to give information in the Mexican consulate
a la gente que trabaja en el campo
to farm workers
sobre cómo se pueden ellos mismos cuidar proteger de los pesticidas.
Information about how can they protect themselves from pesticide exposure.
Y lo que hemos encontrado en las primeras 3 ocasiones.
So what we have found in the first 3 times that we did this.
Personas que decían que solo las regulaciones o los cuidados sucedían solo por 2 semanas.
People who would state that the implementation of regulations would also only occur within the first 2 weeks.
Y había una revisión.
And then there was a revision.
Después todo volvía a ser.
And then after that, everything would go back to
otra vez
usual.
Igual. Pero la última vez que estuvimos ahí.
Then the last time that we were there.
Esto me dio esperanza porque encontramos una persona.
It gave me hope because we found someone
que trabaja en un rancho.
Who works in a ranch.
Donde están cumpliendo con todo.
That are complying, a ranch that is complying with everything.
Me dio mucha alegría y dije, bueno, si en un lugar pueden,
I felt very happy to know that if
creo
in
que
one
en
place
todos los
this is
demás
happening,
ranchos
then
también
I'm sure that
pueden.
in all other farms this could be happening as well.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Bobby Jones and then Len Jensen. I think that's it, folks.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Long, Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. My name is Bobby Jones. I'm a third-generation strawberry grower from Bob Jones Ranch. We own a majority of the property around Rio Mesa. I live on that ranch with my 2 children and wife. 13D since 1958, when my grandfather did the first fume application in the county, has been applied 2 times. So I think when we're looking at township 6x6 for 36, is it square miles, to have a picture of just the school when we're not looking at the whole map doesn't do much justice. We work closely with the school. We fume once a year when no one's there. There's re-entry intervals that the students can't come back in. When Rio Mesa put their swimming pool in, that made it more complex because there's more extracurricular activities that we have to juggle around. Joseph Knopf is the coordinator, athletic director, so he's the gatekeeper to the schedules for all the schools within the Oxnard Union High School District. We work closely with him, with Commissioner Gonzalez, and put signs up around the perimeter of the property every 100 feet. We notify residences. We put residents in hotels at our cost while these fumigation procedures are being applied. And I just want to let you know that we're doing what we can. We work with them day in, day out. And when we're not fumigating and we're using pesticides and spraying, we spray at night. We coordinate with Little League the Pop Warner football program, Hell Week when they're having that, and we haven't had any incidents. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Bobby, the people that you put up in the hotels, are they from Strickland?
Yes. We
Right,
put
adjacent
the
to
Strickland neighborhood there.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your engagement with them. Thank you. Lynn Jensen?
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Jensen with Ventura County CoLab, and thank you guys for hanging in there. I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to try to make my comments really short. I just want to say thank you to the DPR. They have a very difficult job. They have to evaluate all these numerous studies to evaluate the health risks, and the key here is to reduce the risk to the public while supporting the production of healthy food. And I want everybody to keep in mind that strawberries are a very healthy food. They contain antioxidants, better than many of the dietary choices that kids and adults enjoy. And we need to encourage the public to eat fruits and vegetables, which helps to reduce obesity overall. So it's great that Ventura County is producing strawberries. I wanted to take two quotes actually from the Reveal report by the Center for Investigative Reporting. One of them says, "Fumigants do not leave a residue on the fruit, posing no risk to the consumer." And I think that's really important that people that are here today understand that there's no risk to the fruit. And also, today, Americans eat 4 times as many fresh strawberries than they did in the 70s. And that's a great progress toward our health in terms of increasing the amount of fruit we eat. Additionally, I wanted to make 2 comments about the Ag Commission presentation, which was wonderful. Thank you, Henry. But what I heard from Henry is that the 0.14 parts per billion standard for 1,3-D is for a 70-year period. It is not an annual standard that has to be adhered to, and I'm believing that's true. And also, the data doesn't show a large change in the parts per billion data that we saw on the charts, even though there was quite a big variation of 1,3-D use. And so that tells me that it's not necessarily the amount of the pesticides, but the practices that are being used out there that are required to reduce the risk. And I think that means the farmers are doing a really good job. So in the future, the regulations need to be based on science, and they need to take into account the current farming practices and then adequately reduce health risks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes the public comments on this item. Anything back from staff, Mr. Powers?
Check with Henry or Mike or Matt? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay. To the board for any follow-up?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just shared, that the whole idea is here to reduce risk, as was mentioned, and also, again, to keep our families and our children healthy and safe, in our communities. And I think that's important, really important. All of us working together, I think we can accomplish that.
Supervisor?
Thank you. A few points. One, some people raised the issue about the location of schools, and I certainly agree. We should do everything we can to try to locate schools, and they do it in other places where you don't have all of that ag land and open space, and they're able to locate new schools. We should be able to do the same thing here in Ventura County and not locate schools in the middle of agricultural land. It was said that SOAR exempts schools. It's not that SOAR exempts schools, and it's that state law exempts all state institutions, and schools are a state institution, so we can't pass a law regulating the schools. That's one. Two, this is a complicated issue. I really appreciate the comments of the Farm Bureau, talking about, this is a tool, it's a highly toxic tool, and they're trying to use this highly toxic tool as safely as possible. But it is a unique challenge in this county because we have a semi-rural county where we have a lot of interface between some of the most productive agricultural land in the world and people living close to it and schools being there, et cetera. So we have unique challenges. Relative rank is not a good way to either assure the public or to guarantee success. To say we're better than China, say we're stricter than others, the question is, what's the standard? If Ventura County is not the gold standard, we're really making a mistake. We're a high well wealth county. We have a high quality of life. We should be the gold standard. And the question being raised is, are the things, what's going on, and could things be better? So it is a complicated issue. And was today's hearing only about this one pesticide? I don't believe it was. I think we don't regulate a particular pesticide, as our agricultural commissioner said. We don't get to say, hey, what should happen, et cetera. But it does shed a light. It opens up an opportunity for us to take a look and go, what's going on with pesticide use overall, with a specific look at this particular pesticide that's out there. But we certainly have a responsibility if we hear things today that influence or have an impact on what we think of public safety, et cetera, that it's appropriate for us to do that. But if this was easy to address this, we wouldn't have had such a challenging thing. The third thing such a challenging hearing even, the third thing I would point out is that using this one example, it reminds me of how difficult it is for us to have real confidence in state regulators, and we've had that come up a number of times. I think most of us were not very aware of the banking issue. I think most of us not very aware that they were over the air standard. I completely agree that the air standard that the state has identified is one for 70 years, but I can't imagine us sitting there saying, if we're over the standard 3 or 4 years in a row, that we wouldn't say, hey, that's not acceptable. We want to get down below that standard, because is it okay to be over for 10 years, 15 years? How long can we be over? If we're over, it should be something that we're publicly conscious of and say, you could say we have 70 years if that data is correct. So I think it's revealing about how difficult it is for the public to stay adequately informed on this, and how transparency could be better. I'm not saying anybody's hiding the ball, but it's just difficult for the public, for all of us, to stay informed about these kinds of issues. There needs to be real balance and real objectivity in the people that are in charge of the regulation of this. The Agricultural Commissioner, DPR, the federal government. We can all have different views as to whether the federal government has the appropriate sense of balance and objectivity. And some people say we're more heavily regulated than China. That doesn't prove, in my mind, that the federal standard is appropriate for Ventura County, for our unique situation there. So the question is, are our regulators at the state level exercising proper balance, proper objectivity as they are looking at this? Certainly when I hear a representative of the industry, not the Farm Bureau, but an actual representative, paid representative of the industry, saying, I'm there negotiating the standard, I have to tell you that gives me pause. That gives me concern. I know that's what happens, but that's what happens at the state level, that it doesn't feel like it has the kind of transparency that gives people a lot of confidence. So is this a negotiated number, or is it a actual health number that is determined simply by the science and the health? So all of those things make me say that today's hearing just makes, I think we should redouble our efforts to be the gold standard out there in terms of doing this. And our goal should be the leader in constantly doing better. Wherever we are, we should do better. So there is the statement out there that because the exemption's gone, that old data, is meaningless. It's not meaningless. The old data tells us that for a while, on this pesticide, we were over the standard. And I know we had that little issue about whether it breaks down. It breaks down, but the bottom line is something was in the air that got us over the standard. Somehow that standard was being exceeded in the air by a product that supposedly breaks down completely and becomes inorganic. Something got us over that standard. The gold standard would be to try to do the best we can to decrease pesticide use in Ventura County, to be the leaders in the state in decreasing it, even though we are a county that has crops that use a lot of that. That is certainly the safest way. That doesn't mean that this is a call to say they all have to go right now today, but we should be leaders in terms of trying to do that. That's my takeaway from this, and I think it was an education for us, and so I appreciate that there was this request for this, and part of that education is there's more out there than you realize when you turn this back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our role here is that we are charged with protecting the public health and welfare. And so when we look at the data, that is our perspective is looking at it. Is this going to be impacting health? I want to thank very much the CEO's office in helping to coordinate this presentation. It obviously involves several different agencies from our Air Pollution Control District, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, the Department of Regulation and our Pesticide Regulation, as well as our Health Department too. So it's when you have these kind of issues, you want to be able to get some good information so that we can assess it and evaluate and see, do we see that there's a potential risk here when we get this kind of information. I was interested to see this whole banking thing seemed to me as kind of a bureaucratic compromise on how to deal with how much pesticides can be used, but I don't know if the emphasis for it and the foundation of it is to ensure that the public health is the sole reason for it. And I'm not sure how it came about, but to me it's the level of the concentration of pesticides that are going on at a time that we have to look at, and in an acute sense, not in this chronic long-term 70-year sense. We also have to look at it from the acute sense. And thirdly, I just think it's also really important that there is transparency. So a school district, for example, doesn't have to go digging down on this one particular pesticide to find out what the exceedances are, what the target is. And so I think that's something that we can do better as a government agency, is to help provide better transparency, and whether it's through notification, which seems to be the best way of being able to get information out there prior to an application, or whether it's being able to at least ensure that someone can go to the county's website and find out very easily what's happening when there will be applications. The people that are most concerned about it should not have to have a difficult time finding it on our website. And so I would like to see that we have as best transparency as we can. And then finally, as far as the information that was presented to us, our public health department has indicated that they are willing to take a look at the surface testing that is apparently occurring there, and I guess they use the expression that they're open to that additional information, and if you need our blessing, you have it. Get that additional information, because again, our emphasis has to be ensuring that we do have a safe public.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, all of you, for coming in to speak to this item today, and to the Ag Commissioner. Good job on the report in a short amount of time. I'm sure you have some takeaways and follow-up that you will follow up with. Thank you to the public who've come here to speak, and thank you to Hannah Beth Jackson's office. Carla, thank you, and to the Senator. She, in AB 947, I believe during that incident raised the public's awareness and really helped to look at the sensitive receptors on schools, and as a follow-up from that, there was lots of work done by the farming community in looking at how they, as Mr. Jones said, how they interact with their schools adjacent to the farmland, and the notifications and the buffers and the role of the Ag Commissioner. And I believe you said on April 9th there will be a hearing, or someone said, for the DPR will be in town? Right. So there will be another opportunity for folks to raise their concerns and questions and see what the Department of Pesticide Regulation, that they should listen and hear what else, if anything, needs to be done to address concerns. I think our role is to really work from facts, not from fear. And I think it's a real disservice to create a fear that isn't founded on fact. And we heard today that there are some facts out there. Perhaps there are some holes in those facts, and we need to look to see what other information is necessary to give the comfort level to the public. But in response to the Mound School incident, I was engaged with that and worked with, and our agencies did too, with Rio Mesa School to look at what their internal operations were and what products they were using inside of the school for maintenance and cleanliness and disinfectants, and they implemented some things just in their general usage on the school site with materials that have their own volatility or hazard level of impact to humans. And in that, we also talked and put out the public education piece about homeowners and using in their yards Roundup and the products that are sold over the counter at every Lowe's and Home Depot and everywhere that it can be in quantity as hazardous and something we should all be conscious of in what we do in our own backyard. So I think that the best thing we can do to support the families and the farmers and the industry is to really look at those areas where we think that there needs to be better education, information provided based on facts. If there are studies that need to be done, I'd look to DPR and challenge them to fill in the gaps where information may be absent or may not be trusted and see why it's not trusted. And this banking thing certainly did raise some concern as to why was that method agreed upon and used, and did it or did it not harm. So I think that we learned something today, and the community did too. I think there'll be more work done, I expect, from all parties here to continue our best to earn the public's trust, but most importantly to assure our families and our children that we do care and they are safe. By implying they're not safe or there's a safety question, I think does not serve us well, that we need to work again with the best facts we have available to us. So thank you all. It's been a long day already, and we have yet an agenda, a 1:30 time certain that we're behind on.
And Madam Chair, the only reason I brought this to the board because I was concerned about the health and safety of our children around schools and to make sure that they're safe regarding their pesticide use and so forth. So that was my whole objective of bringing this before the board today. So I want to thank you. For
County Council, this is a receive and file. We can't take action on this today.
That's correct.
Right.
Again, thank you all. Mr. CEO, what shall we do next? We have a 1:30, and I believe there are people here for the 1:30.
Yep.
Yeah, we
I like
sure
your
should.
thinking, what he said.
Because we get grumpy.
What is it?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to
10
ask, 15 minutes for a quick lunch. We'll be back.
Can we possibly do a closed session while we're doing lunch, a real quick one?
Sure.
Good enough fire near Fillmore in 2013 against Southern California Edison. And the vote was 4-0, Supervisor Foy absent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, now we are at our item 39, which is a public hearing regarding the adoption of wireless communication facilities ordinance. Whose point on this? Oh, there we are. I know it's planning.
Hello, my name is Aaron Engstrom. I'm the case planner with the Long Range Planning Division.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for having me, as well as fellow supervisors and Mr. Powers. So we're here to discuss the proposed wireless communication facilities ordinance. And I'm trying to make this about a 20-minute presentation and maybe 25 or so.
Not 2 hours, though.
And
that
I don't
know.
think it will be 2 hours. It depends on,
Thank you.
the discussion. So basically, today's presentation will focus on the planning process and some relevant laws, the proposed amendments, which are the ordinance. We'll discuss those in more detail, and a summary of some of the key issues that were touched upon during the Planning Commission. Today, we are asking the board to vote on recommended actions that include adopting the ordinance, adopting a resolution for the general plan and area plan amendments, and certifying the negative declaration, repealing the 1999 guidelines, and adopting 3 new fees for zoning clearances. This project started in late 2012 when the board asked the Planning Division to develop a comprehensive set of wireless regulations to replace the outdated 1999 guidelines. The regulations will provide greater certainty for staff and applicants when processing these permits, and they also coincide with increased demand for permits for new facilities and for modifications. This increase in permit requests mirrors the logarithmic increase in demand for wireless communications data, as shown on the graph on the slide here. 40% of households have no landline today, and mobile data traffic is expected to increase by 60% by 2018. So there is a numerous demand for this utility, essentially. There's also a new federal law that needed implementation in our code. The ordinance will apply to the non-coastal zone. It excludes public rights-of-way and state and federal lands. So today there's a pattern of the distribution of facilities. About 85% of them are located outside of urbanized areas in open space and ag zones, but they provide the service into these areas. The wireless ordinance will reinforce this pattern. The planning process that was undertaken essentially consisted of research, visioning, and technical input from the community and the wireless industry, drafted the regulations, received input on the draft, and then revised the draft per the new federal law. Overall, there were four rounds of public review on the draft ordinance and 2 rounds of countywide outreach. We also developed an amateur radio working group to respond to amateur radio concerns. Overall, during the visioning process with the public, there were some issues that arose. Faux trees, for example, were difficult to plan for because they stand out in ag areas as much as a non-stealth facility or a regular cell tower, or on ridge lines. People didn't want to see faux trees on ridge lines. So we learned during this process that some subtleties would be necessary in working through the regulations on here on when something should be concealed versus a non-concealed facility. In urban areas, there were some concerns about RF emissions, but the majority preferred these facilities to blend into the existing urban setting. So a brief overview of applicable laws. The federal government, particularly the Federal Communications Commission, has a goal of ubiquitous wireless service for all users. This is implemented through the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which include laws that require local governments to approve projects that fill a gap in coverage for service, and also prohibit local governments from regulating on the basis of RF radio frequency or electromagnetic emissions. There is a federal law for reasonable accommodation of amateur radio, and the new law that was implemented this fall, or ordered to be implemented this fall, is the Federal Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012, Section 6409A, which requires local governments to approve modifications that do not result in a substantial change. There's also a patchwork of state laws. One of them is the 10-year minimum permit term for wireless facilities. Now I'll be going into the proposed amendments for this project. Basically, there's a new policy proposed for the general plan. We are proposing to remove development standards from the area plans and insert them into the new wireless ordinance. And that is where most of the regulations are in the wireless ordinance. So we have these slides walking through the regulations showing existing and proposed. I'm just going to focus on the proposed for purposes of time. The new general plan policy will complement existing goals and policies for utilities and open space and visual resources. The policy requires facilities to blend with the environment and minimize environmental impacts. The Thousand Oaks and Ojai Valley area plans are the only two area plans that have existing wireless facility policies. They include a 40-foot height limit. The 40-foot height limit is retained, although per the Telecommunications Act, gaps in coverage can be filled if a higher facility is needed. One of the examples of a duplicate development standard that was removed and placed in the NCZO is a standard for abandonment of facilities, and there is also provision that requires site restoration. So in some cases, we believe the regulations were improved upon. Now moving into the actual ordinance itself. This will be located in a new section of the NCZO. It's 8107, Article 7, Section 45. There is no point 2 there. It's just a new section. It's about 20 pages long. A handful of other sections were also updated for consistency with the regulations. So starting with the definitions, new definitions are proposed for wireless facilities. Many of them are for stealth types of stealth facilities, terms for aesthetics, and also defines co-location, which is adding one wireless facility onto another wireless facility. Moving into the permitting that is described in Article 5 of the use matrix. There are 3 types of facilities proposed. There's stealth facilities, small non-stealth facilities, and large non-stealth facilities. This is what it looks like in the use matrix. You'll see on the left that there are the types of facilities. There are many subtypes of stealth facilities, which I'll show you pictures of in a moment. The planning director will still review and approve non-stealth facilities 50 feet or less and stealth facilities. Large facilities that are over 50 feet in height will go to the planning commission for approval. You'll notice here that there is a hole, so to speak. Oops, not that button, this button. Well, there's a gap in where the squares are in the urban residential zones, the R1, R2 zones. So basically that means that stealth facilities are required in the urban residential zones as well as the commercial zones. Any type of facility is allowed in manufacturing zones. So now I'm going to show you some different types of facilities, some pictures of types of facilities. Uh-oh. Here we go. Yeah, it's not clicking now though. Next slide, please. So building concealed facilities are a type of stealth facility that are concealed behind a mansard, in a steeple, or a building facade. They show some examples. We traditionally think of stealth facilities as faux facilities, such as faux trees, monorocks, flagpoles. The ordinance does not limit the type of facilities, so other types can be proposed as long as they represent real artifacts found in Ventura County. Stealth facilities can also be roof-mounted facilities if they're set back enough to not be visible from public viewpoints on a roof, or if they would be visible, they can be disguised as a chimney, smokestack, or in a parapet, hidden behind a parapet. Some of the smallest wireless facilities are stealth flush-mounted facilities. The industry often refers to these as small cells or picocells. They primarily intake data. They can be attached to buildings and poles, signs, utility structures. So this is where the nuance of what the definition of a stealth facility is. It can actually vary depending on the setting and the size. So in some instances, if there are small facilities located on a hillside that are not prominently visible from the neighborhoods below, for instance, or from trails nearby, then they can be considered a stealth facility, such as the popsicle sticks in the lower left. If they're nestled amongst utility lines and they look rather similar, then they would be considered stealth. If they are, for example, a facility in an agricultural field that is concealed from the roadway by a windrow of trees, then they could also be considered a stealth facility. And then there are non-stealth facilities, the traditional non-stealth facilities, monopoles, lattice towers, and co-located facilities. This shows the tiered regulatory structure. Currently, all new facilities are allowed through a CUP authorized by the planning director. The proposed ordinance would allow zoning clearances for some co-locations, which is adding a facility onto another facility, as well as requiring planning commission review of very tall non-stealth facilities over 50 feet. This is an incentive structure to promote co-location, disincentivize very large facilities. Oops, sorry. So there is still the 10-year permit term. That is not proposed to be changed. For public safety, the ordinance articulates that these facilities can be allowed as an accessory use on public safety facilities as well as radio stations. There is a planning director waiver for exclusively public safety facilities from the development standards. Amateur radio is included under the umbrella of public safety. Therefore, they would fall under the planning director waiver for stealth when that stealth design would impede the ability for the structure to communicate and send signals. Here's an example of a public safety facility, numerous co-located antennas. Mentioned amateur radio is often co-located with public safety. There are no changes proposed if they are an accessory to a dwelling. The changes, if they are not accessory to a dwelling, will actually make it easier to permit these facilities. Actually, it will make it easier to modify the facilities with the 3 new options for a zoning clearance. We're also working with the Amateur Radio Working Group to customize the application for discretionary projects in a manner that will reduce the technical consulting fees required to submit the application. So now that covers the permitting. Now we're going into the actual proposed regulations in the wireless ordinance, the new section.
Can you go back one? Because I know there's a lot of concern about the amateur radio aspect of it. So can you be a little more specific, the differences? I guess the proposed one is they now can have a zoning clearance where before they couldn't, and others?
Yeah, that's correct, Supervisor Parks. So basically, we are not changing we're not proposing to change the regulations if it's an accessory to a dwelling. That's the same. 40 feet zoning clearance on your house, actually ground mounted by your house. If it goes over 40 feet, it's a CUP. No change there. If it's not an accessory to a dwelling, these facilities have traditionally fallen under the category of a communications facility, which is the permit we use now for all wireless facilities. So there's no change proposed there. They would still fall under the category of a wireless communication facility if they're not accessory to a dwelling. However, there is a provision in the ordinance that says any change to a discretionary permit is a discretionary action. We added a phrase in that says, except for wireless facilities, see the wireless section. And now we design these 3 new zoning clearances that will allow co-location, modifications through the $150 fee, and that'll basically make it a lot easier to modify and co-locate these facilities, whereas before it would have been a permit adjustment, $500, something like that, a little bit more. And basically our take is that it's easier to co-locate onto another facility for them now through this new fee. Accessory to a dwelling, there's no change in the regulations. So it seems like the remaining issue is these freestanding kind of towers or wireless facilities that amateur radios would like to potentially build themselves. There's a slide at the end for this, but basically the CUP process and discretionary process would still be required for these facilities because they could be very large and located in environmentally sensitive areas. So.
And you have a slide at the end about
yeah,
that.
so
We can wait
in the
for
Planning
that.
Commission section.
If you can bring that up when you get to it. Thank you.
Again. Okay, thank you. So in terms of the application submittal requirements, propagation diagrams are used today to demonstrate the need for the facility height. Our radio frequency reports showing FCC compliance with the federal rules are required for all facilities. Visual impact analysis from public viewpoints is required, as shown in the example here of a proposed monopine blending in really well with the grove of surrounding trees. And the alternative sites analysis. The alternative sites analysis is an innovative tool to help us guide where these facilities are located. It feeds into the preferred locations and non-preferred locations in the ordinance. So an applicant should show that a proposed facility, if it's in some of these locations, the review will be much simpler. And basically, these proposed locations cover, no new ground-mounted facilities are the first two bullets there. So that reduces the impacts of new roads and grading and things. The next two focus on protecting the public. And the last two, again, protect environmental resources. So this is a picture of a non-stealth facility in the slide, but it still may meet a lot of those criteria. And then the non-preferred locations, residential is on the top of that list, so the applicant would need to show that the facility cannot be sited in any other location if it's proposed in a residential neighborhood. And then other silhouetting on ridge lines, and then other environmental resources are non-preferred locations that would affect other environmental resources, such as historic sites, SRP overlay, etc. So this is the key development standard here that basically requires facilities to be concealed as a baseline, and then to show the need for an exception. And there's 4 different options to show the exception. If it's not visible to the public, prominently visible, so it's kind of like binoculars type idea. And then the other ones are, meets the ridgeline requirements, which there's a slide for, but basically needs to be on a ridgeline to send the signals and blends in as much as possible. No alternative sites. Used solely for public safety. I mentioned that planning director waiver from the standards. And if the height is needed for service and it cannot be achieved through stealth design or is especially high a facility, then that's the Telecommunications Act out, which allows higher or non-stealth facilities through federal law. Another issue that the ordinance is trying to tackle is consistency among stealth designs. We think that for example, trees should match surrounding trees. Monorocks should match other monorocks and real rocks. So that's something the Planning Division is working on. Consistency amongst the designs, even when they're different carriers or different manufacturers. So the height is, stealth is 80 feet. The next slide will describe the nuances to that. Non-stealth is over 50 feet, but there is no height limit for non-stealth. And it's just Planning Commission review. I mentioned the area plan height limit. So the stealth facility height limits depend on the setting. For instance, if they're located on a building, then it's generally around the zoning height is the height that they're allowed, with some minor exceptions. If it's a faux facility such as a tree or designed to look like another artifact, then the heights are shown in this table here. They're based on real tree heights or the heights of real artifacts found in the county today. If there are no trees around the proposed facility, trees should be planted to be within the facility height within about 5 years.
Back to the building ones. From the new law, my understanding is that they get an automatic 20% increase they can come in with. That would be, it's not really discretionary, and as I understand it, it also applies to buildings.
Yes.
So if it's inside of a church steeple or whatever, clock tower, even though it's a building, we don't have the authority to say, no, you can't raise that building by 20%.
Well, so there are some protections in the federal law that says there's one protection for local governments to help with faux or stealth facilities. It says the concealment elements shall not be defeated. Now, that provision has not been tested in any courts or anything yet, and nobody really knows how to interpret it, but we took it and put it in our development standards, and so there are protections for stealth facilities. There aren't as many protections for non-stealth facilities. So those are essentially 20 feet up, 20 feet out zoning clearance pursuant to the federal law, or it's automatically approved within 60 days. If we do not approve it within 60 days, it's a deemed granted remedy. So in response to the federal law, the ordinance requires more stealth now as a baseline, and it's more difficult to do non-stealth overall because of the uncertainty associated with the law.
I just wonder if the new federal law now allows for 20% higher, or you're saying 20 feet, whatever, or even wider.
Yeah.
Is there something that we want to do to address that in our codes? For example, right now we're saying as high as, I guess, 40 feet in those general plan areas, 50 feet other places, but then we know that they can actually now go 20% higher without even coming to hearing or anything. Would we want to lower that 20%, knowing that they have a free 20% increase that they can have?
We considered that option of reducing all the heights by 20 feet. Instead, we opted to include a provision that says basically stealth has to stay stealth. The development standards cannot be. Basically, the facility has to be consistent with the development standards for a stealth facility. So, for instance, if a mono-eucalyptus tree is proposed at 100 feet, that would be denied because it doesn't represent a real tree anymore. It's higher than these trees get. That was one reason we also retained the 40-foot area plan height limit. We had proposed originally to allow stealth facilities to exceed that height limit, presuming that they would blend in with the environment and not create aesthetic impacts. Given this new federal law, we took a more conservative approach, and we're retaining the 40-foot height limit for now to see how it goes and see if these modifications are egregious or not. Another reason for keeping the 10-year permit, we had some planned development permits that do not expire penciled into the ordinance, but given this federal law, if these facilities do become egregious, then the permit may not be renewed after 10 years.
So I would think like 40 now is really 50 and 50 is really 60. If you think about it, that they get this free bonus additional height or width. When we're doing an analysis and looking at the visual impact, and they give us these nice photo renderings, I think it would be helpful, for example, to say, let's see what that photo rendering looks like with your bonus if you come in later and ask for it. It just puts a whole different layer of really scrutiny that we should be putting on it. When I look at, we've got some in buildings, for example, now the building can get higher, and usually that would go, a modification, you're going to the planning commission, all that kind of stuff is out the window now.
Well, it's not really, because we're planning to use the, shall not defeat the concealment elements provision to the maximum extent right now. So we're not, there's a provision in the development standards that says floor area cannot be added to a building. There's also a provision that says if it's a non-stealth facility, show in the proposal what it will look like with the Section 6409 modification. So that's included a little bit up front. And if it's a stealth facility, again, we're going to use that, shall not defeat the concealment elements, tie that into the development standards. So that will kind of solidify these height requirements, some of the other standards for facilities in terms of how far they can hang off of buildings, no more floor area. So I think we considered a number of those approaches, and we integrated some of them into this draft.
And then just for that comfort level, the idea that staff would also be looking when they're analyzing the visual impact of a proposed one, with that in mind, that they can actually be, 20 feet higher or 20% higher.
Yeah, that's what it says
helpful.
To the I can dig up the exact provision, but it's in the end of the application submittal requirements, and it says if it's a non-stealth facility, also include information, I think a diagram showing what it would look like with the Section 6409 modifications, so that the planning staff can look at that and basically determine, if the extra 20 feet will silhouette it on a ridge line or show over something.
Good. That's what I would hope we'd be looking at. Thank you.
Okay.
excuse me to interrupt, in Supervisor Park, just to make sure that everyone's clear on the 6409 modification process and the concealment elements that Aaron was discussing. Excuse me, just to give maybe a concrete example, if the county approves, let's say, a faux palm tree at 40 feet and the other trees around it are 40 feet, so it's effectively concealed when it's approved. But then a carrier later comes in and proposes to increase the height per the federal law by 20 feet, such that it's now 20 feet higher than the other either actual or faux palm trees, then our proposed ordinance allows us to take the position that that increase defeats the conceal elements of the facility, and therefore it's not eligible for the federal modification, such that it would need a discretionary approval under our ordinance. So that's how it would play out, and that's how we've attempted to address that issue, because the federal law expressly does allow modifications that defeat conceal elements to be taken out of that automatic federal modification.
And would there be anything for like the building, if it's inside of a building?
Well, if
because that's not really stealth so much as kind of hidden inside.
Right, but Aaron, I think we do define that sort of facility as stealth, do we not?
Yeah, we tried to box it in. So building concealed, roof mounted, flush mounted, there's development standards for those, and they include items such as, on a building, a panel antenna shall not protrude more than 18 inches from the edge of a building. So even though the federal law says 6 feet out on a building, we're going to use that shall not defeat the concealment elements provision to say the development standards ask for 18 inches to blend it with the community. It also says, roof-mounted facility cannot hang off the edge of a building, or the extra height cannot create additional floor area. So we tried to box it in as best we could in anticipation of the law.
And just for, because we are bouncing around percentages and feet pretty easy here, is it 20% or is it 20 feet?
It's 20 feet up, 20 feet out, but the height is also 10%. It's 20 feet or 10%, whichever is greater. So if you have a facility that's over 200 feet, then it could go more than 20 feet up.
Thank you.
So there are setbacks included in the draft ordinance, the standard setbacks. There's also a sort of a fall zone setback for facilities near residences, 50 feet, or the facility height, whichever is greater. And fire clearance on adjacent properties is discouraged. Here are the ridgeline provisions. They're not cited here precisely, but basically there's alternative sites analysis required to show that these sites are still required on a ridgeline, and then a blending analysis to see, if the facility can be disguised or maybe just painted or made smaller to conceal the facility a little bit more on ridgelines. There are overarching policies to reduce the environmental impacts on ridgelines as aesthetic resources, but the ordinance does not require ridgeline facilities to be removed. It does not make them non-conforming. These facilities will be able to continue. What we're looking for is the small size or silhouetted lower down or located lower down on a ridgeline, such as not silhouetted, or if there are trees, then it's okay to make it look like a faux tree.
And when you, pardon me, Chair, but when you said that fire clearance on adjacent properties is discouraged, I mean, that's the planning department. What's the fire department think?
Well, it's a loosely worded policy, and we did meet with the fire department a little bit on it. It just says if feasible, the facility should be set back enough such that the fire clearance is not required on adjacent properties, if feasible. Because I guess some landowners are surprised to find fire clearance on their property when a new facility goes up nearby.
But there's also the visual impact. If you're putting something on a ridgeline and next thing you know you have to do 100-foot brush clearance from it, then you have this real kind of environmental impact that it doesn't sound like this goes through CEQA either. So I'm just wondering about that. impact of brush clearance?
Yeah, all new projects will go through CEQA, but there is the fire department standards that they review as part of that process. And we did have a meeting, and the setback requirements, the brush clearance requirements are kind of were a non-starter issue in terms of getting those changed or resolved. So the best thing we could do was just, if feasible, no clearance on adjacent properties.
As practical as it will be applied, it sounds like we're going to end up with brush clearance if the fire department feels that that is necessary. And so is that something that we're going to look at with open eyes and say, okay, if you want to put this here and you incorporate a brush clearance, what the impact will be, particularly when you're doing like site alternatives?
Well, so the alternatives analysis and the preferred locations, do try, the first two are for co-location on a facility, and I forget the other one, but it basically requires facilities to be put on other facilities or in areas where there won't be fire clearance. The last two also require or incentivize clustering, so they're on the same site. That will reduce the fire clearance, as well as no new access roads. Site them near existing roads whenever possible. So therefore, that would kind of reduce the fire clearance. We tried to work around that issue as best we could without really directly taking it on.
Thanks.
There are some provisions to protect environmentally sensitive areas. The ordinance reflects the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Guidelines for migratory birds and additional lighting on facilities. Historic sites are also protected under the ordinance. So that's a brief review of the development standards section of the ordinance. Now we're going into the modifications, and we're almost towards the end here. So as we mentioned, 3 new zoning clearances are proposed. These are the fees. And the ordinance is designed to work with and without the new federal law, Section 6409. There are other zoning clearances in there. So if the federal law were to get struck down, the ordinance will still operate and function just fine, in our opinion. So going into this law a little bit more, these are those measurements. And, 20 feet or 10% for a tower, or 10 feet or 6 feet up for a building. And, these are not a substantial change per the federal law. I mentioned the 60-day shot clock and deemed granted remedy. Essentially, this is a limited preemption of local authority by the FCC and Congress. This is a little sketch of something, the type of modification that would be deemed acceptable versus not acceptable pursuant to the clause that says the concealment element shall not be defeated. No one knows for sure how to implement the law, but this is a conservative approach and basically says that if an array sticks out beyond the tree branches, it's going to be defeating the concealment elements. Or if the antennas are much larger than before and they are visible now, then it would defeat the concealment elements. Here's the building version. So, it does seem like a loophole under the federal law because it includes the building in the definition of a wireless facility and says they can get 10 feet taller. The planning division would deny this, again, on the grounds of defeating the concealment elements, but it would allow more panels to be added onto an existing building. We feel like that is more consistent with the intent of the law. And then going into the non-conforming facilities, there's expected to be a limited number of non-conforming facilities in the ordinance. These would be stealth facilities or non-stealth facilities that are asked to become stealth. Again, if the applicant can prove that the facility is needed to fill a gap in coverage, then this would be overridden.
Could I ask, a question on the slide before this
Yeah.
when we're talking about how the building can get bigger? So it says not acceptable, but isn't that what the federal law says can occur if that building has a cell tower in it?
So the federal law, does say, 10 feet higher, which is what the diagram's showing, 6 feet out. but that the concealment element shall not be defeated. The development standards include standards that say no additional floor area shall be created. The antenna should only be up to 18 inches from the side of the facility, and that if it was like a roof-mounted antenna, it wouldn't be allowed to hang over the edge. So basically, if someone comes in asking for a 10-foot height to the building increase pursuant to the federal law, it would be denied. And at that point, and they would have to pursue a different avenue for modifying their wireless facility.
Okay, good.
Okay. There's a 10-year time extension in the ordinance for non-conforming facilities that are close to the development standards in terms of height and setbacks. So this will give some wiggle room for facilities that are close to within conformance. The ordinance will streamline new projects in terms of CEQA because there is an ND that shows no new impacts, and we believe that the development standards will reduce the impacts overall. The 3 new zoning clearances, we also think that they will streamline the environmental review and will not create aesthetic impacts, which is the primary concern of wireless facilities. Although we did the best we could with the federal override, there is the potential for 6409 to preempt CEQA. Brief summary of the Planning Commission items. We had 7 speakers, 3 comment letters. The project was approved by a 4-to-1 vote. There was some discussion about concealment versus being completely concealed versus partially hidden, as well as how to best demonstrate the need for capacity per the Telecommunications Act. There were 3 key issues: wireless industry recommendations, RF concerns, and amateur radio interests. So discussed on the following slides. We made a number of changes to the ordinance per industry recommendations. A lot of them were technical issues that we didn't have any problems with. We were not able to exempt any of the small facilities as were requested, or exempt modifications that would increase the size of the facility because the public wants notification that's associated with the discretionary CUP process. Once installed, these facilities can be modified substantially pursuant to the federal law, and exemptions would not be covered under the negative declaration that was written for this project. Regarding RF and electromagnetic emissions concerns, the county listened and responded to RF concerns, and these were some of the responses. The FCC standards at 1/50th the level shown to actually heat tissue. So the level shown to heat tissue is up here. The FCC level is down here. The setbacks and some of the other items indirectly address concerns about RF. There's signage in there. There's setbacks. There's the hearing process still. We're also developing a website showing where the facilities will be located so that people concerned with RF can know where concealed facilities are located. And basically the policy framework the county has right now is consistent with a program that preserves visual resources in the county. So that's why we took the approach of concealment.
If I watched some of the Planning Commission hearing, they're talking about the signage and website information. So what exactly is the signage? Is that to be put where the site is going to be, or it's going to stay there after the antenna is put in?
It's after. It's warning signage not to go near the facility.
So what happens when you have one in a church, for example? Are you going to put it on the front door?
We deferred to the federal standards, and so if they're basically, I believe the standards are that if there's a possibility of people in the church going up to close to where the facility is located, such as workers or something, there would be signage there, in the stairwell or something.
I can see it for workers, but is that what the intent is?
That's generally the concept, is that those that are most at risk are the individuals that are climbing on the facilities, doing maintenance, painting roofs, those types of things, and they're the ones that need to be warned. Of Of course, if you have like monorocks on a hill or something, there should be signage there to make sure people don't climb on them.
Okay, that's the intent. So, because I know that there's some concern with residents who are fearful of the EMFs that they want to know if something's stealth so that they don't hang around it or get near it and all that.
Right.
So
we're hesitant to try to develop our own signage regulations for those purposes because there are so many federal laws involved.
Okay. I support what you're doing if it's more for the workers. I think that makes sense, and people who are going to get physically next to it.
That's my sense of things,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's see here. Oh, and then amateur radio. So as I briefly touched upon earlier, there were no changes intended to amateur radio regulations as part of this project. Ground-mounted standalone facilities that could be in sensitive areas, will still require a CUP process. That's, in our perspective, in my perspective, that's the remaining issue. We made changes up to the regulations, up to this hearing, including this lower zoning clearance fee. We will continue to work with the Amateur Radio Working Group on the application. Exhibit 12 includes a list of application, I think it's Exhibit 12, one for amateur radio, application items that will basically streamline their process and not require as much analysis as a commercial facility would. And so, the Planning Commission suggested that the board consider breaking out separate regulations for amateur radio facilities. Item number 2 here lists some of the reasons that the Planning Division thinks that this would not be needed. And basically, they would not be covered under the environmental analysis. There is no track record of need for regulations for these standalone only amateur radio facilities. And there are overarching policies to protect visual resources that may come in conflict with an exemption or streamlined provisions for large amateur radio facilities.
The reasons why we wouldn't just eliminate amateur radio antennas from this ordinance include the fact that it would require preparation of an EIR if it's a significant visual and biological impact. That's not necessarily a negative. That's probably a good thing. If they're going to do something that's going to have that impact, they have to do the CEQA document for it. Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, that's the trade-off. And, there are the federal laws for reasonable accommodation, least practicable regulation. But, the feds have said that we believe that the local authorities can, essentially decide when these facilities should go through environmental review and go through a discretionary process. There's a number of ways that amateur radios don't have to do that, but if they choose the largest, tallest, highest location in the county to do it, then they will be asked to go through the discretionary review process that will be streamlined through easier application submittal requirements that are listed in one of the exhibits here that we'll continue to work with them on.
Well, I'm just thinking, I'm open to taking this out, not including amateur radio with the rest of these. So I'm just kind of thinking, what is so important that we need to have it as part of this? And another point is that there's a lack of demonstrated need. I think that's up to who you ask, right? If they don't feel like they need it, we already have a permit process for them, right?
Well, if it's accessory to their house, it's a very streamlined permit process. Unfortunately, if they want a standalone facility, they share very many attributes that are in common with a regular wireless facility. It's essentially, the infrastructure is relatively similar. You have antennas, you have a base station, the support structure, the equipment connections, all these various items. And in that sense, it makes sense to include them in with a commercial facility that requires a CUP. In terms of a land use planning perspective, the shape and the form of these facilities is relatively similar to commercial facilities, public safety facilities. They've been lumped together in the past, and we are not proposing to change that.
Okay. So if you had an amateur antenna, radio antenna, which process do you think would be easier for you if you wanted to put one in?
Well, the path of least resistance is to either co-locate it onto an existing facility or do one of your own on your house. However, in some instances, to send really signals a lot further, there may be a need to include antenna on the ridge line that is like a repeater station that sends it from the house to the ridge top and then transmit the signal out of the area. So it depends on what the amateur radio operator would like to do. If they want to, send and receive signals locally, the house, antenna may be fine. But if they want to go statewide or regionally, then they may need a repeater station, a repeater antenna.
So the question was, which is easier, the old way, the way we're doing it now, or the new way?
Oh, well, we think that the new way is easier. There's the zoning clearances, the streamlined application requirements. If they want to, have these repeater stations, it's less expensive today and faster process to get it under the proposed regulations.
You don't mean today, you mean under the proposed
Yes,
regulations.
under the
So
proposed
it'll be cheaper
regulations.
and you think easier if they are folded in.
So we think, yes, it's no longer a discretionary decision, a permanent adjustment to co-locate a facility. It would only cost $150, as long as it doesn't have aesthetic impacts. So
Right. Okay. Good to know.
Okay. And so that concludes the presentation. The recommended actions that are before you in Exhibit 16 include the following actions. Basically, we're asking, let me provide a summary. This project was emailed to, the notice of this hearing was emailed to 588 stakeholders. We had an 8-page ad in the paper, 2 fee notices, a project description notice, and a secret review occurred in September. We're asking that the board note that it's certified that it reviewed this project, find that the negative declaration is consistent with the board's judgment, find that the proposed amendments are good zoning practice, that the proposed amendments to the general plan and Thousand Oaks are also good zoning practice, and adopt these amendments. And then there's some house cleaning that needs to be done as well. The 1999 guidelines need to be rescinded because we can't have overlapping regulations. The fees need to be implemented. And we need to update the fee schedule, identify the clerk as the custodian of the documents, and publish another notice and summary of the amendments. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Engstrom. Very thorough. Any other questions?
I just want to put this out there because maybe staff can address it. Presently, the 2 area plans that have any standards on cell antennas are, Ojai and Thousand Oaks, and they have a height maximum of 40 feet. If I had one in Oak Park with standards, I'd say I want 40 feet in Oak Park too. I wouldn't mind 40 feet in the entire county. I like 40 feet. It's less than 50 feet. And now that I know, since we began this process, we now can go up another 20 feet, for example, that gives me even more reason to wish that we had 40 feet in, for example, Oak Park or Santa Rosa Valley or anywhere in the unincorporated county. So we haven't made any adjustments in the height maximum that we are allowing since the federal regulation came out. And so what's being proposed now is keep those 40 feet in those 2 areas, lucky areas, 60 feet everywhere else in the unincorporated county. I would think, knowing that we have this issue with this kind of automatic height increase that and companies can get, that instead of 60 feet, we should go to 50 feet. And that would probably end up with a few 60s, but I feel more comfortable going with a lower height than the 60-foot higher height. I don't know if what the board thinks about that, but I feel strongly. It's nice that we have it in a couple of our areas, the 40 feet maximum, but 60 feet for the rest of the county, which could turn into 70 feet with whatever 20% is, it'd be more than 70 feet. Could potentially even be 80 feet. And I understand, well, if it's in a stealth area and it doesn't look like a palm tree, then it can't go that high. But if it doesn't look like a palm tree, I mean, it has that ability. So I'm so concerned that the federal government has just really made it as easy as possible. That's what they want to do. I mean, everyone's got many devices. We need these things. There's no doubt about it. But because of that, I'm afraid that the county can put together these rules, but the the feds are going to be the one that trumps the county. And here we have an opportunity to say, hey, this is what our standard is. Everyone lives by it, and then the federal rules will abide by that. So I'm interested in going from 60 to 50 in the unincorporated county is the bottom line, and don't just wanted your response on that.
So do you mean like a blanket height limit for stealth or non-stealth facilities?
Yeah, maximum would be 50 instead of 60.
So the maximum for, I mean, I want to be clear here, there is no county-wide maximum height limit for facilities today or proposed. It's just that anything over 50 would go to the Planning Commission for review for a non-stealth. So it would require a lot of thought to think about imposing a height limit county-wide, and we'd have to consider that there is the Telecommunications Act, override that says the facilities can still go higher if the need is necessary. We are doubling down on the stealth as a baseline, and so there are protections for that. And I think that the higher the stealth facilities, I think the impact from a stealth facility that's a little bit higher may be equal to or less than the impact to a non-stealth facility that's shorter. So I think there's a lot of considerations into that, and that's actually a policy question, and I was told to only respond to technical questions. So
trick you into it.
Yeah, that's
bid
right.
on that one. So
we have quite a few public speakers here, also board members. So if you want to hold that for further discussion. Any other questions, though, at this point of staff? Thank you, Mr. Engstrom. We'll move now under the public hearing to those who requested to speak on this item, and the first one up is Kenneth Williams. And we're going to have 3-minute comments if we can do that in light of the long day for all of us.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Long and the other members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Ken Williams. I live in the Ojai Valley. I'm an amateur radio operator. I'm also a community emergency response team member. And I know Supervisor Bennett real well because we've worked on a lot of projects there. I'm here today to express my opposition to the Wireless Communications Facility Ordinance as drafted. I feel that it places an undue financial burden on all amateur radio operators in the county. It should be noted that all amateur radio operators are expressly forbidden to receive any compensation from the government or private entities for their services. We do it all for free. We in Ventura County are most fortunate that no major catastrophe incidents have occurred in recent years. The amateur radio officers serve as emergency communicators in the emergencies. That sounds a little crazy the way that it's worded. But as we say, when all else fails, we go get the amateur radio operators. The amateur radio operators practice every week to ensure that communications is maintained throughout the county and the state of California. We also serve nonprofit events such as fun runs, marathons, bicycle rides such as the Tour de California, as safety communicators. These events help us to hone our skills in setting up communications in the middle of nowhere, and often these areas are where cell or public safety communications are non-existent or very limited. All of this is done with equipment paid for out of our own pockets. We do not have deep pockets or even limited pockets of money. In 2014, the documented volunteer hours donated by amateur radio operators was 7,628 hours and a half. Got to get the half hour in. These are only the documented hours that we volunteered. A lot of radio operators, even like myself, we've never documented it. we go out and do it to help our community and to serve the county. So if we all put them in, it would probably easily double. The wireless communications facility ordinance, as written, is unacceptable with the financial burden and the building restriction it places on amateur radio. The ordinance should not be combined with cell towers. Cell towers and amateur radios, like comparing apples and oranges. So I just ask if everybody was saying Ojai has a 40-foot requirement on antennas. Per their municipal code for amateur radios, it says less than 70 feet. And that was pulled down last night. So I thank you for your time. I said I'd keep it there.
Thank you.
And I don't want you upset with me on the time.
Thank you. Not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. James Fortney. And then next would be Wayne Woodhams.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Members of the board. Good to be here and talk to you again. My name is James T. Fortney. I live in the Santa Rosa Valley for about 35 plus years. I was a management systems consultant in industry and was very active in all new technology development. In addition to that, I have been an amateur radio operator for almost 60 years. I think I bring a little different perspective to some of the other comments that you may hear. I'm here speaking for myself, but on behalf of all of those people that have been coddled into what they're now calling non-commercial antenna installations. And I point out to you that amateur radio is not the only party in there. You need to include people like, for example, the Red Cross, the military affiliate radio system, and those of us who serve under the Department of Homeland Security for the National Defense Backup Communications, the SHARES program. I believe that the Planning Department has made a very diligent effort to try and make sure that everything gets covered and that this ordinance cover those areas that you had a concern. But I point out for you that the original request here was to deal with the proliferation of cell towers and the advancement of all of the microwave level communications that are going on nationwide and that are impacting our individual neighborhood. The intent was not to go attack radio stations or amateur radio, and in fact what's happened here is that amateur radio is being very definitely impacted. I don't think these impacts have been appreciated. I believe that Aaron has become very knowledgeable in comparison to what he knew at the time he started this project, but he still doesn't fully understand amateur radio. When we started in March of last year with the public hearings, although it's not clear in the definitions that have been supplied to you, at least wise in the meeting in Thousand Oaks, 70% of those people that attended that meeting were in fact amateur radio operators and were concerned about the proposed ordinance. It was only at that time that we were informed, well, we were not tasked to cover the subject of amateur radio. That answer has been given to us on several occasions since then, and although it's quite obvious from Aaron's presentation that they have paid attention to amateur radio, there are major areas that they still have not addressed. The idea that we have been accepted into a reduced fee for zoning clearances is nice. That was one of my comments at the Planning Commission. The simple fact of the matter is, though, I'm here talking to you about the preponderance of all of our installations that are going to be forced to have a CUP. And in fact, we will be subjected to a minimum $6,000 fee for an application and several $1,000s worth of additional fees in order to review the materials. The number of cell towers is monstrous. You're in tens of thousands. The number of amateur radio operators that will probably be covered by your zoning clearance area is in the area of 1,000. I will tell you that there is still another group of us that are active in installing central communications facilities used by amateur radio that will be subjected to major cost repercussions and major zoning repercussions as a result of what's been done here. It was obvious from the presentation, there is no definition of stealth. Stealth is what they decide at the time they look at it. If it's a tower standing in the middle of the field and there are some trees nearby but no homes, yeah, that's probably stealth. Otherwise, it has to be a tree or a building. And, you know, this mixture of the concerns that Linda has expressed about buildings being increased, the whole idea was that there were building structures, there were building structures that were in fact created for the purpose of producing cell phone tower services. That's all that was intended at the time that that ordinance was set up. My last comment is that your 10-year renewal for private residences doesn't make a lot of sense. The simple fact of the matter is if a private residence gets approval. My bottom line is that I believe that the current, one more point, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman.
Okay, please wrap up.
Statement made by the Planning Commission, the Planning Department, was that the Planning Commission approved this ordinance. I should tell you that in my opinion, the Planning Commission never approved this ordinance because they were not allowed to approve this ordinance. The minute that discussion came up in the Planning Commission, it was made clear to them that they had no approval authority of this ordinance. They only had the authority to send it on to you with either a recommendation or a non-recommendation. It was clear that the Planning Commission, if they had had a choice, would have returned this ordinance for more work. Everybody knows we need a wireless communications facility ordinance, and their vote was appropriate only because of that.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Wayne Woodhams.
Yes. My name is Wayne Woodhams. I'm currently the Assistant Section Manager of the Santa Barbara section of the ARRL, which is the national organization controlling amateur radio in the United States. Perhaps most of you know me or remember me as the former radio officer for this county for a number of years, and I've given my life to this. I've been very outspoken about this from day one, and in fact, I contacted you, sir, early on because of my concern. My opposition has come from a dozen different perspectives. The biggest issue is that we have absolutely nothing in common, probably less than 5% in common with what's going on with the cell phone issue or cell tower issue. I fully respect the efforts you're putting forward in that area, but to try to apply all the nuances and so forth to amateur radio makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I wrote a 7-page document to the planning group outlining all the differences. I haven't seen that document since then, but it would have been well to have looked at it, and we could have saved a lot of time. There's not a neat way I can say this, but I'll just say it bluntly. Amateur radio is a very unique issue in the United States. It has depth and purpose and stuff far beyond whatever we could discuss today. Homeland Security and FEMA have endorsed it heavily, and there's a growing trend across the United States of promoting and enabling amateur radio. PRB1, which is the national law that was encouraged to reasonably accommodate, to put it in the simplest terms, it was designed to help localities put their foot on the gas pedal, not on the brake. This ordinance puts its foot more on the brake than the gas pedal, and that's what concerns us so much. The lack of awareness of all the issues, in my opinion, made the Planning Commission very unprepared to even deal with amateur radio because not really understanding what they're doing in that area. The current radio officer and I spent a lot of time trying to educate in the working group on what the issues were. Some of them were just outright ludicrous, but we tried to deal with those. My plea to this group is that it really needs to be separated. I would strongly encourage the furtherance of study to things that would be appropriate. Certainly safety issues, certainly good construction techniques. Certainly aesthetics need to be considered. But in terms of amateur radio and what's unique to amateur radio, I spent a lot of years in strategic planning, so I kind of tend to project into the future. And there's two things that really concern me about this. There's a gray area in this right now that leaves it open to interpretation. That bothers me now, but it bothers me with the fact that in time, people and conditions change. What's going to happen 5 years from now when somebody tries to interpret this thing and apply it and interpret what they mean at that stage? That's not going to be a good thing. And the second thing is that right now, I consider the amateur radio portion of this very much contentious. And I think it's a sad statement to put an ordinance in place that starts off contentious and then remains that way for a long time. I'd love to have a happy ordinance, and I don't know if there's a better word for that. But that can be achieved by studying the national trend. By the way, Governor of Colorado just 2 days ago signed another state into existence, fully putting their foot on the gas pedal for amateur radio PRB1 accommodation. And that's a trend that's just sweeping the nation. So the best thing I could recommend from my position at the ARL is to separate this. We would happily work with the county with a work group to study the thing properly, study the national trend, and do it right the first time.
Thank you for your comments. You have a question?
Mr. Whittams, we're short on time, so just if you could try to briefly answer for me. You said only about 5% overlap. Is the biggest concern the cost from your perspective?
Well, that's a big cost, but here's a for instance of 40 feet. For the last 5 years, I have been the main contact for Ventura County, the Emergency Operations Center, to the governor's office. We check in twice a week to maintain that type of emergency connection. Through wind damage, I lost the top 20 section of my tower at 60 feet. The difference from 60 feet down to 40 destroyed my communications, and I had to do a lot of work to get back up to where I could maintain that relationship with Sacramento on behalf of Ventura County. I still am involved, even though I'm supposed to be retired. Detail like that, it's the technical details, it's the national trend, it's the purpose, it's the use, we tend to think of some guy pounding a Morse code key. That's 1% of amateur radio today. Why is every astronaut on the International Space Station a licensed amateur radio operator? Because the government has enough sense to realize that if their communication fails, they have a massive amount of people that can maintain communications with the International Space Station. These are the kind of things going on in amateur radio today that need to be looked at, and the question asked, how can we in Ventura County accommodate full use of amateur radio to our benefit?
And you don't feel like that could happen in a CUP process? Cost aside, wouldn't that be exactly what the public process would be for you to make the argument that you need to be at 60 feet for public safety reasons or whatever?
I'd like to see the county deal with issues that are practical in terms of construction and safety and radiation. We're governed heavily by the Federal Communications Commission, and when you start stepping into that area, even they will object to it. So we need to let them do their job, and then we do the things that are more practical at the local level to make sure we do a good job, a representative job.
So you're not comfortable with a CUP process in terms of being able to make the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Gregory Lane, and then Trevor Marshall will follow.
Good afternoon, Chairman and the Board. My pleasure to speak with you this afternoon. I'll try to keep it short. I've got 3 major points of why I'm not for the proposal, and it's based on facts, because the facts should be not subjective. It shouldn't be supposition. It should be facts. So the 3 points I have are stealth, which has been talked about, aesthetics, which have been talked about, and amateur. So if I may be so bold as take out our little phones and Google, and we look up stealth, and what do we find? 1300s, the Nordic folks in Germany. It's sneaky. It's a sneaky action. It's an active word. They got modified in 1983 to act covertly. The company I worked for retired 8 years ago. Stealth has been taken out of context of what it really means. Those antennas that are out there as palm trees are not hidden. I can find them. Anybody can find them. And not worry about safety in terms of public safety. Yeah, add more stuff on these palm tree antennas so when we have our winds and the Santa Ana blows all that stuff off the antenna, who's going to get sued for the damage because of those antennas coming apart with that foliage, trying to hide them, especially near the freeways. If some of those antennas are near cell towers on the freeways, that's going to hurt you. So I don't think stealth is the right word. I think having it concealed is a better word than stealth. Matter of fact, I think the ordinance should really be worded commercial wireless communication facilities. It has nothing to do with amateur radio. It has to do with all these cell sites. The Amazon, who are going to have their drones out there, the Verizons, you name it. The people who are going to need towers to get their transmissions out there, not amateur radio, folks. So aesthetics, what is it? Study of the mind and emotion and the relationship to beauty. The eye of the beholder, right? Beauty is the eye of the beholder. Somebody drives a Jeep, somebody drives a Lexus. We go to the DMV and say, ordinance, make that guy get rid of his Jeep and get a Lexus because Lexus looks much more beautiful in that opinion. Where does this come from? County of Ventura has 800 plus citizens. What do we have in Thousand Oaks? 128,000. Oxnard, 203,000. Simi, 126,000. I forgot to tell you my name. Gregory Lane, Newberry Park, one of the 45,000. I've been here since 77, and I've been licensed for 53 years, been in the same residence for 37 years, I guess. Haven't been affected by the pesticides, I haven't been affected by the radiation, but I've been affected by CCNRs. And the CCNRs mean I have to use very stealth antennas. I have to use something in order to get to a repeater. The repeaters go away. Where's that going to put my volunteerism for the Red Cross and for the auxiliary communication service that we have instituted in Ventura County? It's going to be going away. My hair is getting gray. Kids who go to school, they want to learn about the shuttle, electronics. When I was only a little high school kid, my physics teacher, who was a ham, I got interested in electronics. This is where I am today. I was an engineer. I was able to do something with my hobby. FEMA.
Can you wrap up, please, sir?
FEMA has us working our particular education for giving to public service. The last one was amateur. Let me wrap it up. Amateur, as has been said before, it's not a paid occupation. We don't get paid for what we do. I don't see how you could throw away an asset when we got one ham for every 800 citizens who can actively communicate. But guess what? If I have 800 people to service in a disaster, I need another communicator somewhere else. And if they're in the EOC, that means I now have 1,600 people. So we don't have that many hams in this community to have extra due costs associated with a hobby that we try to pursue and enjoy. So please bear in mind commercial, wireless communication facilities.
Thank you, sir.
Not with amateur radio involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trevor Marshall, and then Brian Rasnow next. I'm not doing a good job here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have my slides, please?
Oh.
Firstly, Professor Trevor Marshall, and I'm a little bit unusual in that in the early part of my career, I was an engineer working in the same engineering field. I'm an expert in Wi-Fi, I'm an expert in baseband communications, cell phone technologies, and for the last couple of decades, I've become an expert on how waves affect the human body. And I travel to conferences, medical conferences around the world, speaking and consulting on that issue, how waves affect the human body. Uh-oh, wrong one. What did I do? Now, I know this is in Thousand Oaks, but it is the major trauma centre for the whole of the East County. And even though you don't have necessarily jurisdiction there, it is a classic case of what goes wrong in a stealth installation. This is a photograph taken from the stealth antennas for the WCF at the Los Robles Hospital, the only level 2 trauma centre in East County. And you can see that, in fact, the photo is being taken 10 feet from the antennas. There's no concept of setback. The antennas are in the wall of the car park. So people walk inside those antennas within just a few feet all the time. No concept of setback, no signage, no concept of safety. Nobody cares. They say the council approved it. Thousand Oaks Council approved it, is all they say. And yet the whole hospital is within about 100 yards of the WCF installation. The hospital administration didn't know what was in the WCF when I contacted them and asked them, because I believe there was an upgrade over the Christmas holidays. The staff of the hospital know nothing about it. Nobody has told the staff. The patients know nothing about it. Nobody tells the patients, let alone the visitors who come into that courtyard area to pick up patients and drop off patients. Nobody is being told that they are being bathed in waves from a WCF. So why is that important? Well, the California Department of Health Services estimated way back a decade ago that 3.2% of Californians have hypersensitivity to EMFs, or to radio waves, to waves in their environment. What sort of effects do these have? Well, the World Health Expert Group on Health Effects of EMF lists cardiac dysfunction. The heart doesn't beat as well when there are waves floating around. Neurologic dysfunction. The brain doesn't work as well. Pulmonary dysfunction. People can't breathe as well. Ear, nose and throat dysfunction. All terribly important in a health and safety, public safety aspect. And by the way, it's also a class 2B carcinogen, which is the same class of carcinogen as cigarette smoking.
Mr. Marshall, could you wrap up, please?
So I see there are two major legal problems with this ordinance. Firstly, staff paid no attention to the public health and safety issues. And to do that, they justified a federal 1999 20-year-old, 15-year-old statute. Yet the American with Disabilities Act is still in force. You all know what that says. 3.2% of Californians shouldn't be ignored. And secondly, they made that assessment that they would ignore those people, those residents, apparently without consulting anybody who had an MD licence who actually examined those patients to see if they would be affected by it. It's exactly the same situation as with smoking. The industry knows its product's unsafe, the whistleblowers are coming forward, and the federal government frequently gives mixed messages. As Ferguson found out when the Department of Justice moved in, you cannot ignore the Americans with Disability Act. I don't see anything whatsoever in the negative declaration which says no harm, which is ludicrous, or in the rest of the ordinance in terms of why they ignored people who said that there is an RF safety issue. And the people that are responsible for public health and safety is the local people, not the feds.
Thank you, sir. Brian Rasnow, and then Leslie Daigle.
Thank you, distinguished supervisors, Madam Chair. I'm Dr. Brian Rasnow. I co-own and live at an antenna site at 1000 South Ventura Park Road, Newberry Park. I also have a PhD in physics from Caltech. My PhD and thesis were about electricity and biology, and I've published numerous papers on their interaction. Forgive me for reading fast. I think you want me to get through this. I currently teach advanced electricity and magnetism, quantum mechanics, radioactivity, radiobiology at California State University, Channel Islands, and I've also invested well over $10,000 on RF monitoring equipment to ensure that my site and its surroundings are safe for me, my family, and the public. My sister and I have spoken at prior meetings, offering numerous specific comments, questions, and suggestions, along with more general challenges to the basic assumptions here. in this plan. On account of Tina and Eleanor Rasnow being out of state right now, I request you please consider and review Tina's testimony from the previous Planning Commission hearing. And let me briefly summarize 7 points that she and I have previously raised. First, disguising antennas or towers in fox trees, boulders, or buildings makes it harder for people to determine their proximity to RF sources. And although federal law precludes regulating emissions below the FCC limits, the public can still make personal decisions to avoid high RF areas when they can identify them. I'm not convinced the FCC limits are safe, nor am I convinced that they're dangerous. The health risks will be unknown and disputed for some time to come. I believe that is a strong consensus position from people without a financial stake in the issue. So why do you pass legislation serving the big emitters' interests in obfuscating any potential harm they might be doing, instead of allowing the public to be aware of RF hotspots that give them the greatest exposure? And I'd like to just specifically comment on the FCC limits that are 1/50th of the proven criteria for thermal damage. It really says nothing about RF's non-thermal effects. And it's sort of analogous to saying that there's a threshold for human hearing damage that's some level of decibels. And so if your neighbors produce sound at 1/50th the threshold level for human hearing damage, well, that should be okay. Obviously not. It's a public nuisance. You don't want to hear stuff that loud. Secondly, limiting the heights of towers to 40 feet exposes people to higher RF levels and would be locating equipment on taller towers. This is especially true for people in close proximity to the towers, which includes myself and my family. There is no rational debate that taller towers reduce radiation at ground. The taller towers do reduce radiation levels at ground level, and this is often a nonlinear effect, as you've heard others testify. Increasing an antenna height by 20 or 40 feet makes it much further from us, but it also enables many antennas to operate much more efficiently, allowing the power to be reduced accordingly. This is the laws of physics. It's not something that technology or legislation can alter. Ridge lines far from urban land use decreases a public exposure to RF by putting the sources further away, but the county ordinance puts ridge lines in scenic protection above public health effects of RF exposure.
Can you wrap up, Mr. Rasnow?
Sure. The public responses to the county's own survey indicate that most people are concerned primarily with exposure and not the aesthetics that they're focusing on. We have 7 ham radio and public safety radios on our antenna site. None of them pay a penny, and they're subsidized in a sense by the commercial users, yet the wording of the ordinance, since it's shared between commercial and amateur, would put them under the commercial ordinances. The ordinance, as it's written, appears designed to benefit large corporate applicants who can afford the high costs of the application process, and will prove cost prohibitive for not only volunteer radio clubs, but also small mom-and-pop startups, wireless internet businesses. It will depress innovation and small business opportunities in our community. In summary, I think planning has never addressed contradictions between the public's expressed interest in RF safety and how these proposed regulations will result in increased unaware RF exposure. Stealth measures increase the risk of debris blowing off towers. It increases the danger to technicians who have to climb the towers and work on them. The website antennasearch.com is sort of a sham. It's replete with obsolete and incomplete data, and it seems to be a feeble attempt at pacifying the public without addressing what might prove to be very legitimate concerns. These new regulations increase the costs that ultimately get passed to customers. They stifle innovation by raising the threshold costs for new businesses and entrepreneurs to co-locate on wireless facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Rasnow.
Thank you.
Leslie Deigel and Tom Milner will be next.
Good afternoon, Chairman Long, members of the board. I'm Leslie Deigel, representing Verizon Wireless. Always nice to come to Ventura County. Beautiful place. We have lots of customers here, residents, businesses, and visitors. your staff has provided quite a bit of information on the Spectrum Act. We've worked in a constructive manner with them to resolve 5 issues. We appreciate that very much, and they've always been very helpful and accessible. We do still have 3 issues, and I'm just going to jump to the issue that seems to have generated the most discussion, and that has to do with the height limits. Verizon Wireless, the technology is line of sight, and as staff pointed out, the federal government now has certain provisions to provide a cushion upwards. So first, we would, of course, be opposed to sort of trying to reverse that cushion by buffeting in height decreases, so when the federal government does, that legislation does kick in, that somehow we're at the same. So the area of the county that we take issue with is exactly the issue that the county is trying to keep the lowest, and that's in the area plans. And within the area plans, we don't see the increases that the federal legislation we interpret as asking for. So that would be an issue for us. And as far as height limits, we're actually on the same page as the amateur radio folks because of the functionality of the technology and the kinds of allowances that we're looking for to have our technology continue to work. That's where we're at with that. So allocations for additional height, like those provided for tree canopies and roof-mounted facilities, should be duplicated for area plans. Our other 2 issues, the first issue has to do with these codes of federal regulations which contain certain definitions. And we always get a little bit nervous when local governments rewrite federal definitions. And in this case, the one that causes us, is troublesome for us, is the county's description of concealment elements in identifying substantial change.
Could you say that again? I couldn't hear.
Concealment elements.
You're being close to the microphone.
Okay, sure.
So the one that you're concerned with is what?
Is the concealment elements. And the way the workings of the ordinance are such that these concealment elements are sort of what can be used to inhibit expansion. So that's our issue, is with a concealment element. And then our third issue, which we've brought up extensively at the county because it is really the future as we see it, is the small cell technologies. And requesting again, and we did it successfully with the right-of-way, is a process that's not going to be as extensive as some of the others. Now, the way that we interpret it is the staff has made the small cells as co-locations, which they're not. They're not a co-location. And so we're looking for a zoning clearance for small cell designs. These would be ones that we could put on county-owned poles, and we would be open to a definition, a certain volume constraint that we would all agree on a small cell. So those would be our 3 issues: restrictive height limits, particularly how they're applied in area plans. Secondly would be the concealment element definition, and then the third issue would be an accommodation for small cell technology. So again, I personally love coming up to Ventura County, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Tom Milner. There you are.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Tom Milner. I'm the president and general manager of Ojai Community Radio. We're not a radio station on the air yet, but we're getting there. We have all our permits from the Federal Communications Commission, and now we're working with the county. Our transmitter will be up on Black Mountain, along with 4 other people who rent space up there, cell phones and amateur radio. By the way, with amateur radio, as a broadcaster for 50 years, I just want to say that amateur radio people are just as valuable in public service as the Red Cross, I would say. I've seen it through disasters many, many, many times. An example of which was in the Oklahoma hurricanes or typhoons that went through there a few years ago. All the radios and television stations were off the air except one low-power FM radio station and the amateur radio. The amateur radio gave the information to the people that they needed for their comfort and protection.
But anyway, now back to our question here. LPFM was a new thing. It's in the middle of this amateur on one side of the regulations and commercial radio in the same. Then, by the way, that's almost verbatim in almost every city and county that I've seen in California and Hawaii. So we're in the middle, LPFM. We're a nonprofit. We're non-commercial, listener-supported. We're more like NPR. But actually, we're mandated by the FCC to provide education or instruction and mentoring and public service, and that's what we do. We're planning on that in the community. We've already spoken with the amateur radio people in Ojai to work with them. Our space up in Black Mountain will consist of only an 8-foot by 8-foot building and a 46-foot tower. Now, the 46-foot tower was not chosen by us. It was mandated by the Federal Communications Commission. At our frequency of the broadcast FM band, that height to ground ratio helps the wave to form, and also then to fill in the entire valley. We're not doing it with 1 million watts or 10,000. We're doing it with 100 watts, a light bulb. But it will cover the entire Ojai Valley. We first got the idea to do this back when in the 60s, when we had that terrible storm in this winter of 68, 69. I worked in radio in Ventura at that time. And then since then, Ojai gets blocked. The roads are blocked. We lose power sometimes. We lose telephone. And there's no way to inform the people of what's going on. We get the information from police, fire, and everyone else in amateur radio, but only broadcasting can bring it out to everybody at one time. That's why it's called broadcasting. Now, I hope I don't get charged for breaking your mics. And that's essentially all there was to it. I just wanted you people to know that LPFM radio is a public service. And your county has even applied for one of these LPFM licenses. We were in contention with them for a while on the same frequency. And they're, as I understand it, coming up to Black Mountain also. So we just want a little building, a 10-foot slab of cement to build an 8-foot fireproof building on it, and a 46-foot pole to mount an antenna. And it's all located up on top of that mountain where no one in the ground 1,000 feet below will see it. And we're also going to paint it sort of like the Navy paints periscopes. You can't see it from any distance.
Thank you, Mr. Milner.
That's about all I wanted to say on this.
Mr. Milner.
Thank you. Got
Mr.
a question
Milner.
here, sir?
Mr. Milner, yeah.
Yep.
Just ask you a question. And so is your concern cost? Or?
Yes, $9,000 to get a building permit for a 10-foot slab of concrete and an 8-foot.
So outside of cost, do you have a problem with having your facility reviewed by the same standards that other things are reviewed in terms of just making sure the aesthetics fit?
Oh, no.
You don't have any problem with that?
I don't mind that at
all. It's cost.
Everything that we're doing is building around, have it look good. What can be seen will look good.
So you're concerned from an amateur radio or commercial?
Non-commercial.
Non-commercial
it's the cost for it.
You're fine. It's cost, right?
Yeah, it's the same. I mean, the other people who are going up there making tons of dough from their radiations are paying the same fee that we are.
Mr. Williams, is your biggest concern cost?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions? I'd love to tell you all about us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, that's the end of the public comment cards that I have submitted. No one else? Okay. So we're back to the board and for questions or comments, feedback from staff.
Madam Chair, if I could, also, I was supposed to speak at 4 o'clock, and they've put me to the end of the program at VCMC now instead of the beginning. So maybe I will make it. So I'm going to try to do this and then ask your indulgence to see if we can do items 42 and 43. But I up in the Ojai Valley, amateur radio is absolutely essential. That's a valley that can get cut off easily. We have emergencies that frequently come through the Ojai Valley, and amateur radio has been a key part of CERT and the emergency response effort and everything else. So I have a great appreciation for them. But I think that the aesthetic impacts of of a radio tower are pretty similar. When people talk about there's big differences, I really think the issue here is cost. And so what I would propose is that we adopt this ordinance, but we direct staff to come back to us with some kind of way to come up with a significant cost reduction for amateur radio that demonstrates it is actively part of any kind of, actively part of the safety network. So we're not changing the standards. We go ahead and adopt this, but we just say we will change the cost structure. We will work with them. I appreciate Mr. Williams saying you can't get reimbursed, but you can be part, we can have a community fundraiser. We can have, a Rotary Club help pay some of these costs. We can have those kind of things happen. And if we combine that with reductions in costs. So anyway, I'd like to hear what other people think, but I would be in favor of adopting all of the staff's recommendations today and then ask staff to come back with a modification of the fee structure for amateur radio applications. Love to hear either staff's input as to whether that's at all feasible and other board members' thoughts about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. I just want to talk about a little bit of clarity that we've had for a couple of years going through this process. I mean, clearly we knew wireless, that the ham radio operators were an important group in the county, and we formed a working group. But really what we discovered through that working group was that 99% of what they do is put their facilities either on a repeater, on an existing tower that already exists, or they build one in their backyard, right? So we've addressed those issues. What I hear today and what I heard at the Planning Commission, which I still cannot understand, is the fee that they're talking about is for a conditional use permit. If you come to the county and you want to build a 60-foot tower, and the ham radio guy's going, I'm going to come and build my own 60-foot tower, well, clearly you have to pay the fees to go through the conditional use permit process. That has not happened in the whole time that I've been here, and I haven't been able to find one person that's done that process. So we have reduced the fees. We have reduced them in your board letter quite significantly. We're asking you to adopt a $315 fee for wireless facilities for zoning clearances. And treat them the same as public safety. If you're putting them on a facility that already exists, a little repeater that you don't see anywhere, it's the least fee possible that the county has. So we've addressed all the issues. What I keep hearing is, but this $6,000, this $10,000, that is a cost if you're going to build a whole new facility, right, and have to go through the CEQA process. What the board did not direct us to do when we did this is to say we're going to provide an exemption, and therefore we would have to do an EIR to say we're going to exempt the CEQA from wireless facilities, so we're not going to pay attention to them. We're paying attention to them, but in the smallest financial way possible. So I think, but I did hear an issue with the building and safety fees, so that might be separate. That might be something else you want to look at. I'm not sure what the building and safety fees are, but I can assure you for 99% of what they're doing, there is a very, very nominal fee involved.
And I'm sorry, Supervisor, just to clarify, though, the fee that we're proposing for amateur radio is $155. That would cover a zoning clearance. And amateur radio can get a permit with a zoning clearance for any facility in their own backyard that's 40 feet or less, and for any modification to an existing tower. And as Kim said, most of what amateur radio does is precisely that, like 99%. So what they do is they attach their facility to an existing tower or other facility. And you can do that with a zoning clearance for $155 if you adopt the recommendations that we've made today.
But if you need to go outside of that and go to the CUP process, what is the charge?
The charges are an hourly rate of the $155 an hour. So if you're going through the typical CUP process, right, you have to submit to all of the county agencies, and it's just the same as it would be if Verizon or AT&T came in.
And what do they have to do today before we adopt this?
Same thing.
And have to go through. same CUP process?
Right, right. And also the 40-foot that you're allowed in a residential zone as an accessory to your house, that didn't change either. And the fact that you need to have a CUP if you're going to have a 75-foot one in your house didn't change either. That's something that the board can direct us to do, but we weren't.
So 3 years ago, if you wanted to build a 75-foot tower, you had to go through the CUP process, you'd still have the same cost.
Yes.
Madam Chair. Kim, that COP cost for a facility other than a tower is the same for somebody that wants to come out with a COP? Am I making that clear? Somebody comes in with a COP or conditional use permit for any other facility other than a tower and so forth, is that still the same $6,000 plus dollars?
It's different. It's different to set in the fee schedule. I mean, the fee schedule is different for a wireless facility has a different fee than another fee, but they're deposit based. So for the most part, you just pay the freight that it takes, no more, no less, to process your particular permit.
Regardless of what it is?
Regardless of what it is.
Okay.
We're finding that maybe some of these are so stealth that people don't know them when they see them. Is it possible to have it available on our county website where all the antennas are that we've approved? If that doesn't already exist?
Yeah, that is part of this proposal.
Pardon me?
That is part of this proposal.
So this proposal will have that, so people will be able to find out where the antennas are in the that have been approved by the county in the unincorporated area.
Yes, we will be putting a map together, a GIS-based map for that.
Excellent.
Madam Chair, yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's recommended action. I appreciate staff's response. I appreciate the concern about costs. I guess I just stay in this situation. If you're saying you're not seeing it happen, you haven't had anybody coming with that, somebody's got a cost problem and it deals with the public safety aspect of that, I'd like to talk to them, and then we can always revisit this topic if that's what it's going to be. But I think staff believes that they've addressed the issue of cost by lowering it down to that reduced rate. So this has been vetted for a long period of time, so don't want to try to go too far with that. So I would go ahead and move that, but invite anybody if we're running into that cost problem, whether they're in Ojai or someplace else, that's going to be a problem in terms of standpoint of that public safety to contact us. So that's going to be a motion that I would make.
And Madam Chair, I want to thank the Planning Commission and staff for, it seems like they did an excellent job on this. Here,
yeah, a lot of work.
I did an excellent job. I just want to thank you for the good work.
I also really want to thank staff. This is a very long process. We started doing it and then took a little break when the feds came in with their regulations and then brought it back out again. It's been to my 4 municipal advisory councils multiple times, and so I feel comfortable that they all had an opportunity to give comments. The one comment that we really aren't addressing that I think is of concern still is the height limit, and that it is in some general plan areas 40 feet, and others it's not. I know I have a community that would like theirs to be 40 feet, so because I'm concerned that not only do we allow for higher heights, but also the feds are requiring automatic approval even higher on top of that we're going to end up with taller antennas than we want. So with that, I'm not going to be able to support this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Please vote. There you go. Passes 3-1. Staff, thank you. It's been a long lot of work, and
Really
we'll
good
live
work.
with this. We see we have issues, we'll bring it back.
That's true.
Yeah.
You see that?
If we start to see some of that, we'll bring it back. Okay, let's move. Sorry, Mr. Bennett, you want to do 42 and 43?
Please,
All right.
if you could. We have a...
Could you please take it outside of the boardroom? Thank you. 42?
Yes. I hope that the staff letter is pretty clear, but we've had more and more of these studies showing up, and this is a request, Supervisor Parks and myself, on this, asking us to establish a board policy so there's some kind of standardization in terms of what should be evaluated when a study like this goes forward. But we do have these things showing up, and we've identified some of those in the report.
Look, anything from questions? We have a comment card on this? No, not on this one. Okay. My only hesitation on this, I'll say to the board members, is I think we can move in this direction, but I would be concerned with future cost and studies that can maintain their independence. Or
I would like to address that if I could, and that is that. So we get a study that says there is a particular health risk.
Right.
I don't know how we can sit there and say, oh, we're not going to look at that. And if we're concerned about cost, when that study comes forward, we can say, hey, we don't think that doing this works. But if we actually agendize an item and direct staff to go do it, then we're saying, hey, this is what we need to have done. I don't know how to answer the question. Somebody comes up with a study that says, hey, there is a health risk here. I can't see us just saying, well, we're not going to do anything about it. So what are we going to do about it? Right now it's kind of a mishmash. It goes out to the various departments, and one department does something with it or doesn't do something with it. But if we send it to the departments, we're trying to standardize what it is that we're looking for back from those departments. And if we don't want to have the county staff invest that energy, we can say, hey, for whatever reason, we don't think this one justifies that. But at least now, if we have this, I think we have a better idea of, do we know what we're asking for of staff as we go forward. I think it's a help for staff.
Mike, do you have any? I know you're not making the policy, but
I think it would be, I could see it could be a help to staff. I guess my question is, okay, for example, we know under APCD we have all of the whole public policy around APCD and clean air quality has come from health risk analysis that have been conducted by Environmental Protection Agency. I have some concern about stepping in at this level of government to do those.
And I wouldn't be. I don't think I'd be supportive at the board level of voting to have our staff look at something that APCD is qualified to do, that APCD maybe has already done or is doing, or that the Environmental Protection Agency is doing, et cetera. But we had one last week with the benzene, or 2 weeks ago with the benzene, in terms of, that was something. And the next agenda item here is a classic example. So we have the Blue Tomorrow report that has come in, and right now it's sort of like, well, who on staff is going to respond? What is it that they're in? What way are they going to respond? What is it? What's the standard that they're going to use? And these seemed like these are the key fundamental questions that should be examined by staff as they go forward. Now, again, I don't think that means every time there's a report, the Environmental Protection Agency says there's this thing, we say, that's why it needs to come to the board. And it comes to the board, and that also, I think, helps staff to have, so one of us doesn't go to the board and say, hey, Mike, I want you to do all this work on this particular study. We vetted at the board, and they could say, hey, if you want me to do these things, then bring it to the board.
At the board level.
Have a discussion about it.
All right. Okay.
Kind of see it with the Santa Clara wastewater accident that occurred, that we had incredible coordination of different agencies, but a lot of different agencies were involved. And having the CEO help us with those great presentations that we got from fire and sheriff and public health, and we got a lot, public works, everybody, and I think you need to have that kind of coordination on these efforts. And seeing what we had this afternoon too, looking at the pesticides and issue at El Rio, I think that helped a lot too, being able to have these different departments that really do need some coordination to come before the board. And I've seen that's happening even with the benzene. The CEO's office is looking to see that we're getting this information coming back to us. So it seems to me a very efficient way to make sure that we can get when you have many jurisdictions dealing with an issue, that we have it coordinated through the CEO's office.
I can support that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. I'll support it. We'll see what rolls out from it.
You'll be pleased.
I'll be very pleased, I'm sure. Okay, all right. Next item, Supervisor, 43.
And now that we've adopted this, we have the Blue Tomorrow study. I've had a number of residents that live in the area that's covered by the study, which is the streams that come down out of the hills across 101 in the beach area up above Ventura, heading up towards Santa Barbara. And the Blue Tomorrow report has come out. Right now, it's like, who should be doing the evaluation of that, et cetera. Thank you. It alleges significant environmental impacts. I can't imagine us just saying, well, we got this report and we didn't do anything. So I think this is one that it's not going to be covered by the Air Pollution Control District, et cetera, and it would be appropriate for us to have staff look at it. And once we have this, now that we have policy 42 in place, when these things get agendized, staff could even come with, at the time we're having this discussion, and say, hey, we think it would cost X amount to do this. I asked that question, but we don't have that at this point in time. Okay. But in my conversations with Mr. Stevens, I don't think that he thinks it's going to be some big significant expense. I'll pass that on without having him here to say that. But my guess is we have
two speakers, Jennifer Pitcher, and then Brian CG will follow.
CG from Fiji,
huh? Let's 3.
I'll be quick.
3.
Good afternoon, Chair Long and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Pitcher, and I represent the Western States Petroleum Association, or WSPA. WSPA is a nonprofit trade association representing companies that explore for, produce, transport, market petroleum products, natural gas, and other energy supplies in California and 4 other Western states. WSPA appreciates the Board of Supervisors' desire to protect the environment and public health. The oil and gas industry in California operates under the most stringent environmental regulations in the nation. As the board moves forward with directing county staff to evaluate studies, WSPA would like to make a few points as it relates to the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry takes these studies very seriously and in fact hires third-party experts to confirm the validity of the findings. If the county chooses to spend taxpayer dollars to review studies relating to our industry, WSPA would be happy to share our findings as related to these studies. Specific to the Blue Tomorrow report, multiple third-party experts have already reviewed the report and have determined that the methods used to evaluate the impacts were questionable, and therefore the overall conclusions are flawed. WSPA would like to share these findings with your board and county staff. To assure you, to date, there has still been no evidence of any groundwater contamination of drinking water aquifers in the state of California. WSPA and its member companies greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide comments to your board today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And you're going to provide the WSPA's review?
Yes.
To the board members? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We'll be emailing those to you.
Thank you. I'd like to have that. All right. Thank you. Brian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Brian Segee, and I'm the Ventura County-based attorney with Environmental Defense Center. And just wanted to touch on a few points about this study, Blue Tomorrow study. First, it looks at the Rincon Grub oil field, and that field drains to the northwestern portion of Ventura County's beaches. Basically, for the most part, you're looking between Ventura Creek and the Rincon Creek and the Ventura River. So it's beaches, Hobson's, the Rincon Parkway. This is one of the most heavily utilized coastal areas in the county. And I would just encourage, it's great that it's going to staff. This study is worth a read. It raises a lot of questions about not only this oil field specifically, but also about the impacts of stormwater runoff from oil and gas fields in general. And of course, there's a lot of oil and gas fields in Ventura County, from the coastal areas to the Sespe, liberally distributed throughout the county. And this is stormwater is another one of these issues under which there are exemptions and loopholes under federal law and other laws. In particular, there's a loophole under the Federal Clean Water Act where stormwater impacts, for the most part, are not considered covered by the Clean Water Act. And so there's a bit of a gap here. There's a lack of knowledge, and that's where, in those cases, it's more important for the local governments to step forward. Related to that, and this isn't meaning to punish the good deed, but I would just sort of highlight the fact that when you look at the study, it shows that there's been a lot of recent drilling in the oil field. There's a lot of unknown questions, and this is a really good illustration of what the on-the-ground impacts are of the county's approach to these antiquated CUPs. I think the CUP that governs the Rincon Grub Field is like CUP 18. It's from the late 40s, and so the company's been able to do whatever drilling it wants under a zoning clearance. And it's good that the county is looking at this study, but if that CEQA process was functioning, if these were considered as they should be, if new oil drilling, re-drilling was considered discretionary actions, subject to CUP modifications in the full CEQA process, part of this information, or a lot of this information, would be coming in through the CEQA process, subject to public participation, and paid for by the applicant. I don't mean the study in particular, but there would be a lot more transparency just regarding the impacts generally, and those would have to be identified through the CEQA process and analyzed. So, but again, we support and thank the initiative on looking at this report.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, no further comments. Back to the board.
I do appreciate the comments. We always know that it's better to stop it from entering the pollution stream, as it were, than trying to take it out once it gets into it.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Okay.
Change the CEO's resume of things that he's qualified for now. Is all this great contamination and pollution efforts.
Okay, item 45 is up next. Requires a fourth, fifth vote. Have all the board members read this? Yes. Any questions on this item? Do you want to walk us through this? No.
Let me just, no, we haven't answered any questions. We do have a very brief just update on the budget status.
Take your time, do it.
It won't, so we'll just go ahead and do it. It'll be pretty quick.
Okay, is it good news?
Well,
generally.
Okay, let's go, Paul.
Yeah, look at the bottom number there.
Good evening. Good evening, board. Paul Dursey from County Executive Office. Quickly going through, this is in the board letter also. The bottom line there, projecting a positive fund balance at this time for the current fiscal year.
There you go.
Here's some more. Actually, this is actually good news also. SB 90 reimbursement from the state. We received $2.2 million last October. 11.9 potential additional for this year, and they still owe us about $17.6 million for prior years. SB 90. So if they have good years, we could see more cash coming our way.
And we didn't. I didn't receive the hard copy. Did you have a slide before this one?
Yeah, Brian's a little slow.
Okay.
Okay then. It's getting serious.
Thank you.
Can you feel the love?
Yeah, this is the first.
And you will get even.
This is the first slide, and then this is the second slide, SB 90. Just as note, this most of it on SB 90 for the current fiscal year, and of course we're in the process of implementing a new budget system at the same time. So that's slowed us down a little bit relative to our operating process. So
Okay, key stressors, Prop 47, I know your board is very familiar with that. In the short to medium term, so the next few years, we're going to see an increased workload. We believe in our public defender and district attorney's office. They're going to be processing a lot of these cases. And this, of course, Prop 47 reduced a lot of the non-violent felonies to misdemeanors. So in the long run, we feel like we may be seeing some savings from our safety departments. But in the short run, definitely some higher workload.
Some additional 1370 clients. Those are clients basically sent by the judge to a locked medical facility that's really all county costs because it's incarceration at that point in time still, and so we can't get any reimbursement from Medi-Cal and those types of things. So it's pure county costs, and it's significant. It's $50,000 per detainee in that regard. Social work overtime is an item that has been addressed in the board letter, mid-year board letter. And then the retirement contributions. Of course, the retirement board is going to be evaluating the demographic assumptions based on last year end. And last time it cost us millions of dollars in additional contributions. We would expect that to happen again. So we think that maybe as we get to the top of the retirement cost increases, as we start to go down, they're going to be kind of leveled out again rather than going down. They may be leveled out due to these demographic changes in that process. So we have to be prepared for that. And of course, the overall...
I'm sorry, are you saying that our previous projections are off, that we aren't going to be getting more mileage?
We're hoping that the projected downturn will offset some of this increase, because we would expect that if they make demographic adjustments, for example, if they add additional year of life onto the retiree's age, then that's a year's worth of retirement cost, additional payments for everybody out there. So that's significant relative to the unfunded liability and those types of things.
So we're anticipating that there will be some changes in the assumptions then?
The assumption itself, not so much, but the assumption rate, we're not quite sure about yet, but the demographic assumptions relative to age and entry age and longevity, those types of things, probably going to be making some adjustments on, yes.
Yeah, this is the every 3-year process, and it's coming up in April. So,
okay.
These are some other key issues, safety realignment.
Go ahead. So as we've talked about before, there's a reduction in the funding formula for safety realignment. The state is expecting us to leverage, on the positive side, increased and expanded eligibility under Medi-Cal, particularly for mental health and alcohol and drug services. Healthcare, Affordable Care Act is a positive for our system. More folks getting coverage with the improved reimbursement. VCMC, as we touched on in our last report, is having some fiscal operational issues, but the director, Barry Fisher, along with Catherine Rodriguez and Terry Inez and the whole team there are working to address those issues in terms of greater cost control and improved revenue capture. In terms of the cash flow, we've touched on this recently. As we've talked about before, all public hospitals and public health systems sort of suffer the same challenge of slow reimbursement from the state and the feds. A lot of that has to do with cost-based reimbursement and so forth, but bottom line is it just takes longer to get paid from the state and the federal governments. That's been exacerbated recently by the implementation of the required electronic health record, Cerner. That's both from a cash standpoint, that was $55 million system, on top of which anytime you implement a system that big, there's some projected and predicted lower productivity. You have to plan for that, and they had that to the tune of 20 to 25%. And then that also created some claim submission slowdowns, and so all those things sort of combined. At the same time, the hospital, from a cash standpoint, is trying to very positively prepay its loan on the hospital financing for the new wing. So that's a lot of things for any system to handle. We're working with Paul and his team to look at options on that, including possibly extending the financing for the Cerner project, doing a little bit longer term financing for that, and then working with the team to capture all the revenues that we're entitled to in an expedited fashion. And I know that's something that our auditor is monitoring closely, as well as our office and HCA is as well. As I think I've touched on, something very positive about the Affordable Care Act is an increase in volume for our system, and that is, we've had almost a doubling in Medi-Cal patients in the last 3 years, gone from about 40,000 to 79, nearly 80,000 Medi-Cal patients. That's tremendous, and many of those are reimbursed at a higher rate. So that's very positive for the system, and it's actually, the Affordable Care Act really sort of rewards those systems to try to reduce hospital care. And I think we're set up well to do that. Speaking of the new waiver, that's the Medicaid, Medi-Cal waiver. That's how Medi-Cal funding flows through to California and to public hospitals like ours. It's a 5-year agreement. The new waiver is set to go into effect 2015 through 2020. And just a quick overview is it's very favorable for us because we are set up and to deliver whole person care. That means primary care, mental health, alcohol, and drug services under one roof with greater continuity and more case management. And I think that's, we've got some more building to do there, but we're certainly, thanks to your board's investment in the system, heading very much in the right direction in alignment with the federal funding sources. We've heard earlier this morning, I think it was this morning, Laura's Law. Days ago, sometime in the last month or so. Laura's Law is certainly on the horizon, something we've talked about, and that will have a fiscal impact as well. In terms of children, we've been talking about the importance of that continuum of care, particularly for children in crisis, and that's something that we're working on to develop, enhance the community-based services, but also the crisis stabilization and crisis residential. And then KDA, of course, is something for the mental health screening and treatment for children in foster care, is something that both behavioral health and HSA are working to expand. So that's having some additional stressors, but being handled well by the system. So, and then, of course, water is a big issue for our county, as your board knows better than anybody. So those are just some of the key issues, many of them positive, but some of them stressors. And then I think this largely speaks for itself. The economy, as we know, is slowly improving. And I think we're well positioned because of your investments to do well, and our employees do play a key role in that. Certainly none more than our own Scott Powers from our office, one of our fine budget analysts. So I just want to highlight that there. So anyway, thank you, board, for your as he does. Thank you.
Okay, board members, any questions on the item presented to us? Then let's.
Are you going to do the reserve chart?
Ready? Hit it.
Yeah, I mean, we got always.
You guys see,
all right, there you go.
I was ready for it.
12%. All right. And climbing. All right.
There it is.
Good to see. All right.
Let me just Paul, does this chart show that in 2000 we were at 0 reserves? I'm just and does this chart show that we're at 12% reserves now? Oh, good.
Started going up right when I came on the board.
Why do you think he made that?
Getting close to our goal.
He wanted to highlight that, I guess.
Team effort.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, we've got a receive and file on the mid-year budget report and the adjustments, and that does require a 4/5 vote. And there's a motion. Is there a second? And let's vote. Everybody say yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that was a lot of work. Sorry we had to dash through it, but we had to dash through it. So we're going to now do
41 or 44? 44?
40.
44, Brian.
41.
I thought it was moved, and it's revised. Oh, no.
Oh, that's a 4/5 also.
Huh?
All I need to say is a state and federal mandate.
That's
we
right.
are getting some state and federal funding with a local match with it.
Speak slowly. I promised him food, so he's coming back up.
Okay, board members, I'm sure you've had a chance to review this, and it is going to establish 2 HSA administrative specialists, 2 3s, regular full-time equivalent positions. I'm trying to drag it out there. Mr. Zimmerman, you talk now.
That's right.
Is it March 29th? Is that right?
Well, actually, we have to have it all up and running by August of 2015. It's a state-federal collaboration in the improvement of the standardization of quality of care throughout the state.
Right.
And so these are going to be detailed reviews, which is a quite lengthy document. This is only the summary pages here of what we have to go through to review every single case and outcome of case, and 100 of them will be sampled throughout the year.
So you need 2 regular full-times.
Yeah, it takes about 30 hours per review, so it's over 3,000 hours worth of work time associated with this review.
Thank you.
So,
There's a motion on this item and a second.
A second.
Please vote. You got the 4/5 vote on that? Yes, you do. All right, thank you. All right, now item 44, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my recommendation is to adopt a resolution proclaiming April 9th, 2015 as Stand for Transportation Day. And this is a proclamation establishing Stand for Transportation Day, a National Transportation Infrastructure Day in Ventura County on April 9th, 2015. I'd like to recommend that we in Ventura County proclaim April 9th, 15 as Stand for Transportation Day. This is a National Transportation Infrastructure Day that highlights the critical need to invest in updating our nation's transportation infrastructure. We believe that to highlight the critical need for funding transportation infrastructure, both public transportation and highway infrastructure, because public transportation offers access to economic opportunities, since the majority of the trips taken on public transportation are for work commute. For every dollar that we invest in public transportation, $4 in economic returns is generated locally, creating economic, vibrant, and prosperous communities. Public transportation is an important part of our nation's transportation system. Federal funding for public transportation infrastructure needs to increase, and Congress needs to pass a long-term multimodal transportation bill by May 31, 2015. By accepting this proclamation, we'll be celebrating with other communities across the United States as a Stand for Transportation Day in Ventura County, as we all join with public transportation agencies, including the Gold Coast Transit District, and businesses across the country, that participate in Stand for Transportation Day to encourage greater federal investment in public transportation infrastructure. And I'd like to make a motion that we put April 9th in Ventura County and proclaims Stand Up for Transportation Day, and come up with a resolution for that.
Okay, you have a motion?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
A second? Please vote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We need infrastructure. We need MAP 21. We
Exactly
need
right.
Congress to move. Okay. The next two items are mine. Move the recommended action on item 46. That's my motion. And a second, and please vote. And that passes resoundingly. Oh, I need another vote there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Huh? Supervisor Zaragoza.
Brian didn't give me a
Where are
chance.
you?
Yes,
Brian, you cut him off.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Next one is also mine, and I would put that forward as a motion. You'll do a great job. Got a motion and a second. Please vote. And that is approved resoundingly. And then we have the correspondence agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Need a motion?
So move up
Receive and
both.
file. It's a motion. Second. Please vote. Record time, 5 o'clock. We are...
Yeah. Board comments?
One more what? Oh, one more vote on that. Oh,
Chair, you
board
want to
comments,
should we report
I
on,
forgot. Oh, yeah.
RDP 21?
Well, there's a whole...
Wait, mine is only
Not
2
for
seconds.
2 weeks.
can-
We'll do RDP 21 next time, because we'll
Okay.
have more information back from that
Okay.
visit. If we, go ahead, John. What
No,
else
I
do you
just
have?
wanted to share that we did attend, the RDB 21 visit that we do every single year in D.C., and we met with the DOD and we met with the policymakers and to support Naval Base Ventura County.
Okay.
I have other things I'd like to share as far as board comment, but I
Yes.
will wait until our next meeting. I attend also the Innovative Solutions for Changing Communities up in the Local Government Commission, but I'll talk about some of those findings at our next meeting. I did want to, though, ask, and also with the people I'm asking, that we close in honor of, if I can just call one person out, and that is our General Services Agency Energy Manager, Bruce Fisher, died. And he lived in Thousand Oaks with his wife, Sharon, and he leaves 3 children, Jeff, Megan, and Brett, and 2 grandchildren. And I know that he has played such a significant role in our county, particularly in savings, lots of savings because of projects that he worked on. He worked on energy savings, advanced the county's status as a leader in solar photovoltaic production. He was involved in almost $2.4 million worth of energy conservation projects, reducing the county's energy use by 2.7 million kilowatt hours and resulting in $360,000 in savings, and also helping us to receive $220,000 in incentives. And here's just a sample of Bruce's noteworthy accomplishments, including the 1 megawatt solar system out there at the Todd Road Jail that he worked on. Also with the Oak Park School District to install the students-funded solar panels on the library there. He was also helped us in partnering with Southern California Edison in the direct install program, upgraded a significant amount of lighting and window coverings throughout county buildings, helped us secure lighting projects, which resulted in county receiving $69,000. That was in those stimulus funded, and also yielding some really good savings. He worked with Southern California Edison and MCOR, saving again about $110,000 worth over 3 years by simply registering for the SCE HVAC optimization program. He was the chair of the Countywide Energy and Sustainability Committee, and he was also very instrumental in obtaining a grant for the purchase of EV charging stations at the government center here. And I know he wanted to make sure that he gave as much as he got, and he certainly gave more, and I know he's going to be very much missed. And we do so much appreciate, and we will be reaping his fine work for many, many years to come.
Sorry to hear.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to adjourn in memory of the folks on this list too.
Okay, thank you. And I too have a list I'll submit, and I know it's the hour is late. I'll just want to put a plug to any county employees still listening that you've all received information on the Healthcare Foundation We Give campaign. Please join, please join. We give, and also a reminder again, on May 2nd, the NAMI Walk. May 2nd, NAMI Walk. We've got teams forming, can use some teams. Thank you.
And if you have
We'll
a
see you in 2
dog,
weeks.
we've got dog T-shirts for
That's
our
right.
NAMI walkers.
All right. Now, does that complete the agenda? Yes, 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 yes. Good work. Long day. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.